Chapter 1699. After searching for so many days, Fang Yuan found an immortal aperture grotto heaven that had not annexed any nine heavens fragment. But this is a transformation path grotto heaven. My transformation path attainment level is slightly lacking. Master, Grandmaster, Great Grandmaster, Supreme Grandmaster in terms of transformation path attainment level. Fang Yuan was at Grandmaster level. He was indeed lacking by one level. The difference in attainment level was not a problem. He could use dream realms to make up for it. Southern Border had enough transformation path dream realms to support Fang Yuan's breakthrough to transformation path Great Grandmaster attainment level. It was just that he needed to spend some effort. Other than dream realms, Fang Yuan had a second method for his transformation path attainment level. That was to use calamity beckoning immortal goo, the immortal tribulation tempering aperture method, and the true meaning of reckless savage in the northern icy plain of northern plains. The original owner of this grotto heaven was a rank 8 goo immortal who cultivated transformation path. He had passed 1 myriad tribulation. After rank 8 goo immortals passed 3 myriad tribulations, they would be rank 9. Myriad tribulations had terrifying power. They were said to be beyond redemption. For rank 8 goo immortals, they were in great danger of dying, but it was also an opportunity for their cultivation level to rise rapidly. First myriad tribulation and second myriad tribulation were the dividing lines between rank 8 goo immortals. If Fang Yuan annexed this grotto heaven, his cultivation level would rise to 1 myriad tribulation level. Such a terrifying progress would definitely cause Celestial Court to make a mistake. In history, Duke Long and Bo Qing were only rank 8 goo immortals who had passed 2 myriad tribulations. They would be rank 9 after passing 3. But Duke Long knew he was not made for this. He merged his immortal aperture with Celestial Court to exchange for a phantom aperture. On the other hand, Bo Qing's charge ended in his death. Then, since this beast calamity grotto heaven did not annex any immemorial 9 heavens fragment, how did it pass its own tribulations? It was not easy to rely on one's own strength to pass calamities and tribulations. Back then, Langyu Grotto Heaven was afraid of calamities and tribulations. It fell from grotto heaven to blessed land. This was a wise move. Of course, methods to fall from a grotto heaven to a blessed land were extremely rare. Not any grotto heaven could do it. Heaven form was flying in the air, continuously transmitting the information it obtained. Fang Yuan then discovered a strange phenomenon. It turned out that the calamities and tribulations in this grotto heaven were all unified, and they were all disasters of beasts. Beast calamities were a type of calamity. Some were caused by desolate beasts, while others were caused by ancient desolate beasts. In this grotto heaven, the heavenly tribulation was a desolate beast toward disaster. The calamity was an ancient desolate beast, and the 10,000 tribulation was a primordial desolate beast. What kind of trick is this? It could actually limit the types of calamities. If they were all beast disasters, then it would be very easy to target them. After all, desolate beasts have physical bodies, unlike rain, wind, and fog that are hard to resist. As the celestial phenomenon continued to probe deeper, Fang Yuan discovered something deeper. He couldn't help but sigh. So this grotto heaven doesn't restrict calamities and tribulations. Instead, it transforms any kind of calamity and tribulations into a beast calamity. What an amazing technique! There were many kinds of calamities and tribulations. However, in the process of the calamities and tribulations forming in the grotto heaven, they would be affected by the beast calamity grotto heaven. In the end, they would all transform into ferocious monsters, other than calamity beckoning immortal goo and immortal tribulation tempering aperture methods to deal with calamities and tribulations. Fang Yuan finally encountered a third method, beast calamity transformation. Any grotto heaven in an immortal aperture is not simple as long as it exists. The profound literature grotto heaven I encountered earlier was like this. Beast calamity grotto heaven is even more so. This is truly an unexpected surprise. This grotto heaven contains a vast number of people and resources. It even has a method to create a beast calamity. I need to grasp this method. It will be very useful when I undergo tribulation in the future. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan instilled white lychee immortal essence into the heaven-form crane. A lump of white light spread out as Feng Yuan flew in. This time he was not obstructed by any rank 8 Gu immortals, because this beast calamity grotto heaven did not have any rank 8 Gu immortals. However, the moment he entered, the entire grotto heaven started to shake. A mysterious and majestic force came from all directions. Not only did it affect the white light lump, it even affected Feng Yuan's body. What is this? At first, Feng Yuan was slightly bewildered, but soon he realized. He showed a slightly strange expression. So that's it. I am not someone from this grotto heaven. I came from the outside world, and because I am too strong, I was rejected by the entire grotto heaven. It treated me as a calamity and tribulation. This beast calamity grotto heaven could transform calamities and tribulations into monsters of all levels and numbers. And now, this force was affecting Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan thought to himself, "It is not impossible to resist this force. But if the two fight, this method will be destroyed." Even though Heaven Form had found several inheritance lands left behind by the original owner, it was not enough to deal with them. But what if there is no method to transform into a beast calamity inside? Thus, to be safe, he had to keep beast calamity grotto heaven in its original state, and not destroy the current arrangements. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan boldly let go of his defenses. He sensed that a vast number of temporary transformation path Tao marks were added to his body. At the same time, all of his Tao marks were transformed into transformation path Tao marks. Amazing, amazing! Transformation path uses one path to reflect countless paths. Transformation path Tao marks can transform into any path's Tao marks. But now, this transformation is reversed. The Tao marks of other paths are transformed into transformation path Tao marks. Feng Yuan praised endlessly, gasping in surprise. This method is extraordinary. It seems to involve the highest profundity of transformation path. It seems that as long as I enter and exit it a few times and allow this influence to affect me, I will be able to comprehend some of the essence of this method. Of course, the fastest way is to attack those inheritance lands and snatch the true inheritances inside, to see if there are any original copies of the beast calamity transformation method. Feng Yuan's body was transforming. Other than expanding, his entire body was changing beyond recognition. He was turning into a wild beast. If not for the fact that Heaven Form had investigated clearly that this transformation did not have any repercussions, Feng Yuan would not dare to allow this influence to affect him. Roar! A moment later, Feng Yuan turned into a bull-headed, human-bodied monster. His body was huge like a mountain. His bull skin was tough like iron. His bull hair was thick. His bull nose breathed out coarse air. He stood on the ground and supported the sky. The whole of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was shaken. Countless people looked at the sky. Looking at Feng Yuan, after being stunned for a moment, they screamed and shouted loudly. Monster! Another monster appeared. This monster is huge. Its aura is completely different from before. Quickly summon our combat beast warrior. Amidst the anxious anticipation of countless people, a beast warrior appeared on the stage. This was a middle-aged man with rank 7 Gu immortal cultivation level, but his aura was somewhat strange. He had a plain appearance and a solemn expression. He flipped his body and appeared on the city wall. Such a huge monster has only been recorded once in history. Just one look and I can feel the incomparable deterrence. He sighed inwardly. He clenched his fists. Battle intent surged in his eyes. But for our homeland, to protect love and justice, I must defeat this monster. Come, my combat beast, transformation! The middle-aged man shouted, his body started to shine. Next, with an eagle cry, a silver-white giant eagle flew over from afar. This was an ancient, desolate beast. The silver-white giant eagle's body also started to shine. The middle-aged man jumped up. The silver-white giant eagle swooped down. The two's light became brighter and brighter. Finally, the two met in the sky. Two lumps of light collided and fused together. Boom! The light scattered. An eagle-headed, human-bodied warrior with wings on his back. He was as large as a city wall. The crowd cheered. He appeared, he appeared. It is our eagle warrior. Go, eagle warrior. Kill this monster in front of us. We support you. You can definitely do it. Under the cheers of the crowd, Eagle Warrior flew into the sky, charging towards Fang Yuan. He shouted in his heart, I will not let you down. Come, let us fight for 300 rounds. Slap. With a crisp sound, the silent Fang Yuan slapped Eagle Warrior down. Boom! The giant Eagle Warrior's body was like a falling meteor, shooting through the air in a perfectly straight line. Then it fiercely smashed into the ground, immediately creating a deep pit. Smoke and dust billowed. The crowd was speechless. The intense dizziness almost caused Eagle Warrior to faint on the spot. He tried his best to endure it, finally overcoming it with difficulty. Next, he propped his arms up, slowly standing up from the deep crater. What's going on? I was actually slapped down by this monster. After a long while, Eagle Warrior finally reacted. His eyes were filled with fear as he recalled the scene just now. Chapter 1700. Generally speaking, a monster of such a large size should be overbearing and powerful. It is impossible for it to have such agile speed. The Eagle Warrior stood up from the deep pit, his head full of cold sweat. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. Wait a minute. Could it be that the attack just now was this monster's battle skill? He looked up at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had transformed into a giant monster with a bull head and a human body. A huge shadow shrouded the Eagle Warrior. In the Eagle Warrior's heart, the courage to fight again slowly recovered. You have a battle skill. I also have a battle skill. I already know your battle skill. But you, this stupid big guy, don't know my battle skill. That's right. As long as I grasp the opportunity, I will definitely have a chance of winning. Thinking of this, the Eagle Warrior's eyes shone with hope. He stood up, he stood up. That's right. How could the Eagle Warrior be knocked down in an instant? Eagle Warrior, go, we believe in you. Seeing the Eagle Warrior stand up, the city that was dead silent a second ago suddenly burst into cheers that soared to the sky. An eagle's cry rang out. The Eagle Warrior fiercely flapped the wings on his back and rose up again, flying high into the sky. You have a battle skill. I also have a battle skill. Monster, take a look, my battle skill, Silver Phantom. The Eagle Warrior shouted. In the next moment, his body suddenly changed, splitting into 6 phantoms. They were lifelike and looked no different from the real body. For a moment, the real and fake Eagle Warriors hovered above Fang Yuan's head, surrounding Fang Yuan. The uproar in the city reached a whole new level. Look, it's the Eagle Warrior's Silver Phantom battle skill. He's finally unleashed it. Look, that big monster seems to be stunned. It doesn't know which one to attack. The chance of victory is in front of us. Go, kill that big monster. The Eagle Warrior is really too cool. The Eagle Warrior heard the cheers of the crowd from the bottom of his heart, which gave him more courage and fighting spirit. However, he remained calm. I have to cherish this opportunity. I have to kill this monster in one strike. Even if I can't kill it, I have to severely injure it. After all, combat skills consume a lot of stamina. It's impossible to use them continuously. So, even if this monster is very strong, it cannot use its battle skills too often. I'll first use the Phantom Shadow to lure it away and exhaust its stamina, causing it to suffer a great loss. Perhaps it won't have much stamina left, and I'll be able to capture it alive. The Eagle Warrior actually wanted to capture Fang Yuan alive. Although Fang Yuan still couldn't detect his thoughts, the Eagle Warrior's tactics were clear at a glance. One by one, the giant Eagle Warriors circled around Fang Yuan, flying continuously. Occasionally, one or two of them would suddenly swoop down, extending their sharp claws and beaks to attack Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not dodge, standing on the spot. These Eagle Warriors were phantom shadows. Their attacks had no substance. In Fang Yuan's eyes, they were exposed. Fang Yuan was calm and unruffled, laughing internally. This grotto heaven is quite interesting. Firstly, the Gu immortals between mortals and Gu immortals were interesting. It was very harmonious. It was completely different from the outside world of the 5 regions. Mortals were like ants in the 5 regions, while Gu immortals were high and mighty. But the Gu immortals here were the guardians of mortals, and most importantly, they were very passionate about this responsibility of protection. From this point, Fang Yuan seemed to have seen a hint of paradise earth. But this was not strange. Every grotto heaven was a world of its own. If there was little interaction with the outside world of the 5 regions, it would form a different social structure and perception, having a unique style. Secondly, the battles and cultivation of Gu masters and Gu immortals here were also interesting. For example, Fang Yuan's opponent was a fusion of an ancient, desolate beast, the silver giant eagle, forming a human beast form. This was clearly a transformation path method. Its advantages were very obvious. Normal Gu immortals needed to expend immortal essence to activate immortal Gu, or immortal killer moves to battle. But the Gu immortals here only needed to fuse with a desolate beast to obtain battle skills. The so-called battle skills were the innate abilities of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Like the upper extreme heavenly eagle that Fang Yuan once possessed, it could freely enter and exit immortal apertures. This innate ability was called a battle skill here. It did not need to expend immortal essence, but would greatly expend stamina and even pay some other price like a part of the body or lifespan. Be it battle skills, immortal Gu, or immortal killer moves, if one were to look at the root, they were all Dao. Desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts had a dense accumulation of Dao marks on their bodies, as well as a specific division of Dao marks. Thus they had innate abilities which were battle skills. Immortal Gu themselves were fragments of the great Dao. They represented a certain point in the laws of heaven and earth. Not to mention immortal killer moves, they often used a small number of immortal Gu and a large number of mortal Gu. They were the combination of Dao marks and fragments of the great Dao. Then through a certain mystical process, they would achieve a certain level of power and effect. In fact, the earliest immortal killer moves were developed by Gu immortals by referring to the Dao marks on desolate beasts, gradually imitating and experimenting with them. The Gu immortals here, after fusing with desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, can use the innate abilities of desolate beasts. They do not need to painstakingly refine immortal Gu. They can also avoid the risks and costs of cultivating immortal killer moves. This advantage was very obvious because immortal Gu were too rare. Immortal Gu were unique. Every immortal Gu was unique. But there were many desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Even immemorial desolate beasts like the upper extreme heavenly eagle could form groups. Desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts with innate abilities often lacked intelligence, they were very stupid. But when they fused with Gu immortals, the Gu immortals would obtain their innate abilities, while they would also obtain the Gu immortals' intelligence. The combination of the two was a stable win-win situation. It ingeniously made up for the shortcomings of both sides. But this method is not flexible enough to cultivate. No matter how he played, there was only one card. Innate abilities are too monotonous, they can be easily countered. There are many shortcomings. Fang Yuan also saw the disadvantages. But overall, this method is too good. It far exceeds the disadvantages. Once it is promoted, it will definitely be popular in the 5 regions. Thankfully, I did not have this method in my previous life. Otherwise, my memories would have changed completely. because this method was simply the best method to mass-produce Gu immortals. Although it could not change the battle between higher-level experts, it could change the situation to a certain extent. There were many rank 6 Gu immortals in the 5 regions who did not have an immortal Gu, and these people happened to be the group of people with the highest number of Gu immortals in each region. Think about it. One region did not have this method, while another region had this method. Once an all-out war broke out. In terms of the battle between middle and lower-level Gu immortals, the region with this method had a higher chance of winning. Fusion is not a new method. It is just that it has always been difficult to use. The biggest difficulty is the conflict between Tao marks. But in this grotto heaven, there is a method that can turn other Tao marks into transformation Tao marks. Thus, Gu immortals and desolate beasts can freely fuse with each other. In the end, this fusion method is the same as the beast calamity method. After deducing this, Fang Yuan wanted to obtain this transformation path method even more. I still have proper matters to attend to. Stop buzzing around like flies. After muttering to himself, Fang Yuan activated his time path method. His current time path killer move was no longer the same as before. Eagle Warrior was still probing when he suddenly realized that the surrounding time had become extremely slow. Time has actually become so slow. How can this be? Eagle Warrior was completely shocked. He was actually quite confident in his speed, but the problem was that time was affected. His speed specialty could not be used at all. Let's end this. Fang Yuan slowly stretched out his hand. His 10 fingers spread out as he slowly reached out, firmly grabbing onto Eagle Warrior's 2 eagle wings. Damn it, damn it. Move, move, move. Eagle Warrior roared in his mind, but he used all his strength to fly, but he could only fly an extremely small distance. Pucci! At the next moment, Fang Yuan exerted strength in his arms, directly tearing off Eagle Warrior's 2 wings. Ah! Eagle Warrior's face twisted as he screamed in pain. Blood spurted out crazily from the wound on his back like a fountain. Eagle Warrior! No! Countless people in the city screamed. Fear and shock replaced their surging battle intent. Some people fainted on the spot. Some directly closed their eyes and covered their faces. Fang Yuan slowly placed his 2 hands on Eagle Warrior's head. Eagle Warrior's heart jumped wildly. At this moment, he could fully sense the dense aura of death. So this is its battle technique? Slowing down time. What a terrifying battle technique. However, even if I were to die here, I would still be of some value. At least, I have investigated its background. Thinking of this, Eagle Warrior suddenly shouted, "Monster! Even if you kill me, what can you do? There are still many war beast warriors coming to kill you. You will definitely die." Pa! Fang Yuan's hands suddenly exerted strength in the middle, and Eagle Warrior's head fell to the ground like a watermelon, shattering into pieces, white and red mixed with the skull fragments. Fang Yuan released his hands. Thump! The headless Eagle Warrior's corpse fell to the ground, raising a small cloud of dust. Fang Yuan looked at the city. His body was too large. The towering city walls only reached below his knees. His expression was calm, but his bull-headed face made countless people afraid. White clouds were on his shoulders. It was a sunny day. The bright sun shone down, but his huge shadow deeply covered everyone's hearts. The city was filled with people, but no one made a sound. It was a dead city. Fang Yuan stepped forward, slowly walking towards the city. In the next moment, the city seemed to explode. Countless people began to hold their heads and scream, frantically running away like headless flies. Looking down from above, in Fang Yuan's vision, these mortals were like a group of ants piled together, following the city's 4 gates and began to disperse. Fang Yuan did not pay attention to them, heading straight for the city. Bang! His calf hit the city wall, causing the entire wall to collapse. He walked on the streets of the city. Even if the wide streets were expanded 5 or 6 times, they were still covered by Fang Yuan's feet. Chapter 1701. Moo. The Fang Yuan beast let out a bull's roar. Its huge body shuttled through the forest, easily knocking down countless towering ancient trees. Retreat, retreat quickly! The elk warrior held a long spear in his hand. As he spat out blood, he roared as he faced Fang Yuan, using his life to buy time for the residents of the Soul Spring Forest to retreat. But in the end, the elk warrior's neck was broken by Fang Yuan, and he died tragically on the battlefield. The video ended there, and the hall was filled with buzzing noises. Dozens of combat beast warriors, all of them spirited and ferocious, were discussing softly. Their words and expressions were filled with shock and anger. At this moment, on the high platform, a skinny old man coughed twice. The hall immediately fell silent. All the combat beast warriors looked up at the old man with respect in their eyes. The old man said, "You've all seen these videos just now. Ever since the ox-head demon god descended, it has destroyed Holy Eagle City, Qingming Valley, and the Soul Spring Forest." A red-haired boorish man shouted, "Combat Beast Wang Da, what are we waiting for? Almost all the combat beast warriors in the world are here, waiting for your order to eradicate this ferocious ox-head demon god." "Yes, sir. Please give the order. We can't wait any more. We've long heard about the ox-head demon god. The giant eagle warrior and the elk warrior both died tragically in its hands. We must avenge them." Many combat beast warriors echoed, and for a moment the hall was filled with excitement. The old man could only stretch out his palm and slowly press down. After the hall calmed down again, he continued, "Sai, it seems that you still haven't truly realized the seriousness of this beast disaster. I know that everyone here has an impressive battle record, but the beast this time is extraordinary. To be more precise, if we don't deal with it properly, I'm afraid it will bring about the end of the world." "What do you mean?" "This beast is indeed very strong, but it's not like there hasn't been a giant monster that killed a few combat beast warriors before. This beast is huge and has 2 combat skills, especially the timed deceleration combat skill. It is indeed very troublesome, but it's not like they can't be targeted." However, the old man shook his head slowly and said with a solemn expression, "This ox-headed demonic god's strength is unfathomable. It can be said to be the most terrifying monster in history. You should know how the first generation War Beast King died, right?" As soon as these words came out, all the beast warriors present were moved. "Beast Wang Da, you mean? It can't be. Could this monster be at that level?" The Battle Beast King nodded slowly and said in a heavy tone, "The Star Sea Snail Hall we are in now is the corpse of the Star Sea Snail Monster. The first generation War Beast King warrior was the strongest War Beast warrior in history, but in order to eradicate it, he paid the price of his life. This time the ox-headed demonic god is at the same level as the Star Sea Snail." The old man's reply caused everyone to be so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. So, the elder surveyed his surroundings and continued, "I have gathered everyone to take action together to encircle this ox-headed fiend celestial, but I actually do not have much confidence in victory. Everyone, you must do your best to have a chance of victory. Please be prepared to die in this battle. The resolve to die." Someone murmured, "He." Suddenly, someone laughed softly. The atmosphere became lively. The War Beast warriors' eyes were burning with a similar flame. Their fighting spirit soared. "For this home, I have long been prepared to sacrifice myself." "That's right. For family and friends, what is a life worth? We can't let this ox-headed demonic god continue wreaking havoc." "So what if it is comparable to the Star Sea Snail? I believe in my fists, and I believe in the big guy even more." "That's right. I believe in the strength of my comrades. The first generation War Beast King fought alone to the end, but we are different. We still have each other. We have comrades." Some shouted, Some waved their arms, and the morale kept rising. A gratified smile appeared on the elder's face. He nodded slowly and said, "That's good. Next, I will fuse with the star sea snail shell and teleport all of you over. We will encircle and attack the ox-headed demonic god, catching it off guard. You must remember, the safety of the entire world rests on your shoulders." "Understood." The star sea snail shell started to shake. Fang Yuan was walking on a desolate plain. He was still in the form of a bull head and human body. His body was tall like a mountain, clouds were wrapped around his shoulders, and pits were created under his feet. He walked over step by step, his giant feet stepping on the ground and creating loud noises that reverberated in the world. The first-generation Warbeast King should be the original owner of this immortal aperture, Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan was certain in his heart. He destroyed 3 locations and took away the inheritances of the original owner of Beast Calamity, Grotto Heaven. These inheritances were very complete. Even though they had existed for many years, they were not taken by other Warbeast warriors. The cultivation method of fusing with a Warbeast might be convenient, but it is not the righteous path of Gu cultivation. This path will only get narrower and narrower. Thus, these people did not even discover Beast Calamity Immortal's true inheritance. Who is it? Suddenly, Fang Yuan stopped moving. His gaze was filled with vigilance. At the next moment, starlight surged as Warbeast warriors appeared one after another, surrounding him. "Monster die. For the peace and tranquility of the world, even if I have to sacrifice my everything, it is not a pity. Everyone attack together, believe in yourself and your teammates, no matter how strong the monster is, it is not our match." A huge battle erupted. At the same time, somewhere in the depths of Eastern Sea. "Master, it's done. There are no more dream realms flowing out." Feng Kim Hong looked at the rank 8 immortal Gu House Dragon Palace as he said excitedly. Duke Long nodded slightly. These days of hard work were not in vain. The biggest obstacle is gone. Dragon Palace is covered in dream realms. Even though the framework is not messed up, the entire immortal Gu House should have lost its effectiveness. It is the best time to take it. As Duke Long thought of this, a scene from his memories surfaced in his mind. The red longevity character in the hall was extremely eye-catching. Duke Long sat at the main seat, surrounded by dragon men. "Grandfather, grandson wishes you a happy birthday." "I wish you happiness as boundless as Eastern Sea and longevity as long as Southern Mountain. This is a desolate beast that grandson personally hunted for you. I hope you like it." A dragon man youngster half knelt on the ground. Holding a plate with both hands, there was an exquisite little seahorse on the plate. This is the desolate Beast Joy Seahorse. It is extremely fast and hard to kill. 7th young master only has rank 6 cultivation level. It is already difficult to hunt it. To think that he managed to capture it alive. I heard that in order to capture this Joy Seahorse alive, 7th young master hid in the sea for a month without moving. His filial piety is truly touching. The surrounding people discussed. Some were human Gu immortals, but most were dragon men. These dragon men consisted of Gu immortals and mortal Gu masters. They were all descendants of Duke Long. Duke Long was the ancestor of the dragon men. He was the creator of the dragon man variant human race. Rank 6 dragon man Gu immortal 7th young master was Duke Long's most beloved grandson. Good. Grandfather will accept your gift. Duke Long had a loving smile on his face, surrounded by friends and grandchildren. This warmth filled Duke Long's heart. But now, Duke Long was dazed for a moment before coming to his senses. There was only the deep and cold seawater in front of him, as well as that desolate and silent dragon palace. The past was gone. The warmth that once filled his heart was long gone. "Who is it? Come out." Duke Long suddenly spoke. He had a calm expression. His gaze was like lightning as he looked around. As expected of the celestial court's Duke Long, Your eyes are truly sharp." An old woman smiled as she appeared. She had a hunched back and deep wrinkles on her face. The wrinkles were in a peculiar pattern. They formed purple, venomous python markings that extended from her face to her arms and even her whole body. "Duke Long, we must obtain this immortal Gu house." Another Gu immortal appeared. He had the appearance of a young man. He wore a white robe and had a handsome face. "Central Continent wants to take something from Eastern Sea." "Humph." The third Gu immortal snorted. He had a muscular body, and a pair of triangular eyes shined with cold light. The final Gu immortal slowly approached Duke Long. He wore a black robe, and his face could not be seen. He was silent and floated like a ghost, filled with a sinister aura. "Granny Rong, Yang Zihi, Shimiao, and Zhangyin, you are all lone and demonic immortals of Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Did you think it was easy for you to cultivate to rank 8? Why are you courting death in front of me?" Duke Long was surrounded by 4 rank 8 Gu immortals, but he was still calm. "No need to speak nonsense. Attack." Shimiao attacked first. Chapter 1702. Immemorial White Heaven. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. "Oxhead, take this." A golden-haired violent ape roared and charged at Fang Yuan. Oxhead, demonic god Fang Yuan, stood still and watched the golden-haired violent ape approach him. He only raised his hand slightly when the other party was in front of him. Whoosh! In the next moment, the right hand that was just raised from his knee suddenly appeared in front of his chest. He waved his fist and struck. It was a very ordinary action, but in Fang Yuan's current state, it had terrifying might. Before the golden-haired violent ape could react, it felt an incomparably powerful force that sent it flying. Rumble. After drawing a thick and short arc in the air, the golden-haired violent ape smashed into a mountain peak. Immediately, soil and rocks rolled, and a large amount of mountain rocks fell, burying it. What kind of terrifying strength is this? Even the golden-haired violent ape is no match for it. I have never seen this kind of strength paired with this kind of speed. As expected of a big monster comparable to a star sea snail, other than the buried golden ape, there were still some combat beast warriors lying on the battlefield. When they saw the golden ape's fate, they all felt a chill in their hearts. "Everyone, pull yourself together. This is obviously a kind of combat skill. If used too much, it will consume a lot of energy." One of the combat beast warriors, Thunder Lion, roared. Most of the combat beast warriors that were teleported here by the combat beast king had already been defeated by Fang Yuan. However, there were still 5 that maintained a certain amount of battle power. They were the 5 strongest combat beast warriors. The 2 lions were Thunder Lion and Doro Lion. The former had a lion head and a human body and could control the power of thunder and lightning. The latter had a lion body and a human head and had an extremely strong recovery ability. There was a river clam that was as huge as a mountain. It was called Stone Clam. When its 2 huge shells were opened, it could spit out countless meteor-like flying stones. There was a similarly huge rhinoceros that looked like it was made of steel. It was called Steel Rush. Finally, there was a rare pocket-sized frost butterfly that was only the size of an adult's fist. It had human-shaped butterfly wings and could release extremely intense cold air. He. Stupid bull, you fell into a trap. Unknowingly, the exquisite frost butterfly had arrived on top of Fang Yuan's head. Freezing air gushed out, enveloping Fang Yuan's head and shoulders, and then quickly spreading downwards. Roar! Steel Ben let out a howl and charged towards Fang Yuan. For a moment, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Have a taste of my new battle technique. All of a sudden, the stone muscle spun rapidly and burst out with a terrifying speed, catching up to Fang Yuan. The 2 shells opened up, and the stone clam firmly wrapped around Fang Yuan's entire lower body. At the next moment, Gang Ben ruthlessly knocked Fang Yuan to the ground. The cold air froze both of Fang Yuan's arms, covering them with a large piece of dark blue ice. Now, The Thunder Lion and Duo Luo Lion attacked Fang Yuan's head from both sides. Die! The 5 of them roared in unison. Their battle intent soared to the peak. Boom! The violent explosion set off an incomparable wave of air. The 5 war beast warriors were like small wooden planks in a hurricane. Each of them vomited blood and was blown away by the wave of air. Amidst the smoke and dust, a black silhouette as large as a mountain gradually appeared. Fang Yuan stood quietly on the spot. He looked at the 5 war beast warriors who were struggling on the ground and continued to move forward. Bang, bang, bang. Every step he took caused the surrounding ground to tremble violently, leaving behind a large footprint and deep pit. Damn it! Don't go! Stop it, stop it! The war beast warriors tried to stand up, but in the end, only the Thunder Lion managed to stand up. It's the Thunder Lion. Do your best. You must stop this monster. The Thunder Lion fearlessly charged towards Fang Yuan again. His eyes were filled with determination. If you want to kill another life, you have to step over my corpse first. Boom! No one saw how Fang Yuan made his move. They only saw the Thunder Lion being sent flying back at an even faster speed. The huge lion's body plowed through the ground, creating a 10-zhang wide ravine before stopping. The Thunder Lion fainted and no longer moved. Fang Yuan continued to move forward. He knew his limits and spared these people's lives. Different from when he first invaded this place, after receiving so many inheritances consecutively, his mentality had already changed. From his point of view, everything in this beast Calamity Grotto heaven would be his property. Of course, this included the war beast warriors. There's still one last inheritance ground left. As long as I receive this inheritance, I will be able to combine all the contents of the inheritance together and obtain the complete contents. Soon, Fang Yuan arrived in front of the Star Sea Snail. The Star Sea Snail was an immemorial, desolate beast, but in front of Fang Yuan, it was just a corpse of a Star Sea Snail. Previously, the beast Calamity Immortal was severely injured when he fought against the Star Sea Snail. This was a fatal injury that was difficult to heal. On his deathbed, he left behind his inheritance and made this Star Sea Snail the final inheritance ground. Ox-headed, demonic god, I have been waiting for you for a long time. This generation's war beast king stood at the top of the Star Sea Snail and looked at Fang Yuan. He was already very old, and compared to Fang Yuan, he was like an ant. But in the ant's eyes, there was a fire burning. Starlight suddenly flashed and enveloped the elder from the Star Sea Snail. A few breaths later, the starlight shone brightly and was so dazzling that one could not even open one's eyes. After the starlight dissipated, a heavily armored giant stood in front of Fang Yuan. He was only slightly shorter than Fang Yuan. Oh, so this method is not only limited to living beings. It can even be used on immemorial, desolate beast corpses. Fang Yuan was shocked. No matter what, he immediately understood. This transformation path method was based on Tao marks and not the difference between life and death. Although the Star Sea Snail was dead, its shell still had a large number of star path Tao marks. This was something that the elder could make use of. This should be the greatest trump card of this grotto heaven. Unfortunately, even a living Star Sea Snail would have to suffer a grievance in front of me, let alone a corpse that has been dead for a long time and lost a lot of star path Tao marks. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart as he charged towards the star-armored giant. Although the battle was intense, the result was within Fang Yuan's expectations. In the devastated battlefield, Fang Yuan was still standing proudly while the star-armored giant was lying on the ground, dying. There is no hope. During the battle, the other combat beast warriors that came as reinforcements all knelt on the ground with pale faces. Starlight flashed as the star-armored giant once again split into this generation's combat beast king and a cracked Star Sea Snail. Fang Yuan investigated for a while before discovering the secret hidden in the Star Sea Snail. He smiled and suddenly spoke. Beast Calamity, Heavenly Spirit, are you still not coming out? All the combat beast warriors were stunned. Their faces were filled with shock. What did I just hear? That giant beast spoke. It can actually speak the human language. Am I too old and about to die? That's why I am hearing things. This generation's combat beast king, Elder, had a dazed expression. But at the next moment, an even more shocking scene occurred. Beast Calamity, Heavenly Spirit, carried several immortal goo as it slowly arrived in front of Fong Yuan. The Heavenly Spirit was like a young Qilin beast. It spoke with a clear voice like a child's. "O foreign goo immortal, even though you came here and obtained all sorts of inheritances, you have not obtained my full acknowledgement. You killed the innocent and acted unscrupulously. Even though you are strong, you can only obtain my main body's immortal killer moves. As for the immortal goo and inheritance rights of this grotto heaven, don't even think about it." Oh, Fong Yuan laughed with deep meaning. The young Qilin beast had a solemn expression. "I know what you are thinking. If you use force, I will not be able to defeat you. But I can make the immortal goo self-detonate and the grotto heaven self-destruct. Your efforts will be in vain." Fong Yuan was silent. The young Qilin beast in front of him was very resolute. He felt troubled. Heavenly spirits were like land spirits. They would not lie. Fong Yuan could not find out where the immortal goo left behind by Beast Calamity Immortal were. And the killer, move, blood, light, spirit suppression was not powerful enough against the grotto heaven, Heavenly Spirit, because of its level. So that's it. The combat beast warriors here are a part of the inheritance. I understand Beast Calamity Immortal's intention now. After a long silence, Fong Yuan spoke. "It is too late for you to understand. Everyone only has one chance. But you will not be returning empty-handed. According to my main body's arrangements, the immortal killer moves will be given to you. The Heavenly Spirit had the intention to send him off." After Fong Yuan obtained these immortal killer moves, he did not stay or use force. He left Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven through the immortal aperture entrance that the Heavenly Spirit had opened. Eastern Sea. The battle of 5 rank 8 goo immortals was already earth-shattering. The sea surface was surging with huge waves. Dark clouds were rumbling and lightning was interweaving. Undercurrents were surging in the sea, poison path, water path, soul path. All sorts of terrifying methods had already killed all life in the surrounding 10,000 li. What other methods do you have? Use them all. Duke Long's expression was still indifferent. Feng Kim Hong was following him closely. She was unharmed and unscathed. But right now, her face was still filled with shock. After all, this was the first time she was witnessing a battle between rank 8 goo immortals at such a close distance. It was an eye-opener for her. Granny Rong, Yang Zihe, and the rest were in different directions. Their expressions were either solemn or bitter. After fighting for real, they finally tasted Duke Long's power. Even though Duke Long was alone and had the burden of Feng Kim Hong, the 4 Eastern Sea rank 8s were actually suppressed since the start of the battle. Even though the 4 immortals tried their best, they could not change the situation. By now, they were already on the losing side. He already has quasi-rank 9 strength, unless an immortal Venerable or demon Venerable appears. They cannot deal with him. Such strength, as expected of the Celestial Court, as expected of Duke Long, Granny Rongyangzi, and the rest morale had already fallen to rock bottom. Damn it, we schemed for Dragon Palace for so long, but in the end, it was still taken by the Celestial Court. Sai, let's go. We are not Duke Long's match. We are also on guard against each other. We cannot work together. What is the point of staying here? Seeing that the situation was hopeless, they retreated immediately. The 4 Eastern Sea rank 8s retreated, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Duke Long did not chase them. His target had always been the immortal Goo House Dragon Palace. It had never changed. Dragon Palace was corroded by the Dream Realm. It has already collapsed. Who knows how many Goo are left? How many core immortal goo were lost? Duke Long sighed internally. He started to take Dragon Palace. At the next moment, a shocking change occurred. Dragon Palace suddenly shined brightly. It flew into the sky. Duke Long stood on the spot. He could not stop it in time. He looked at the flying Dragon Palace as blood leaked out of his mouth. Shock could be seen in his eyes. Dragon Palace is actually intact, not just that, its core immortal goo has a dream path immortal goo. Ha ha ha, Duke Long, let's see how you fight us this time. The 4 Eastern Sea Rank 8s returned. Duke Long's expression turned grim. Things had become troublesome. Chapter 1703. Immortal Killer Move. Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. Fong Yuan muttered to himself. He sat on the auspicious cloud. Immemorial white heaven was empty and boundless. After leaving Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, he had been actively digesting his gains from this operation. Beast Calamity Immortal's supreme method was the Immortal Killer Move Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. After using this move, he could gain a vast number of transformation path Dao marks. At the same time, he could turn the Dao marks of other paths on the target's body into transformation path Dao marks. This move expended a lot of immortal essence. It also required rich emotions. These emotions had to be positive and bright. From this point, Fong Yuan finally understood the nature of the combat beast warriors in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Fong Yuan did not lack immortal essence. Over this period of time, even though the scale of advancing immortal goo was huge, Fong Yuan's gains were also huge, especially towards the later stages of goo refinement. Fong Yuan's progress was huge. The expenditure of goo refinement was constantly decreasing. Thus, Fong Yuan had a lot of rank 8 immortal essence left. He could fight 2 regular battles of rank 8 goo immortals. Fong Yuan also had rich emotions, positive and bright emotions. Fong Yuan could easily achieve them through wisdom path methods. His wisdom path attainment was also quite high. What Fong Yuan lacked were immortal goo. This move consisted of 4 immortal goo, among which the core was rank 8 immortal goo adaptation. Undeniably, this was a transformation path immortal goo. It was also Beast Calamity Immortal's vital goo. The other 3 immortal goo were all rank 7. Even if the Heavenly Spirit does not contribute these immortal goo, I can snatch them. Great Thief Ghost Hand has already been modified by me. It is more reliable. Now, I only need Heaven Form to investigate and find the hiding places of these immortal goo. I can use theft path methods to obtain them. However, it will be slightly troublesome to obtain the entire Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. For Fong Yuan, Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven itself had huge value, but the Heavenly Spirit had the ability to destroy Grotto Heaven. If he used force, he would lose more than he gained. In fact, from this immortal killer move myriad beings assimilation transformation, the goo immortals in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven might have another trump card. Desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts could use myriad beings assimilation transformation. The star sea snail's body could do the same. These goo immortals did not have myriad beings assimilation transformation. The reason was that Beast Calamity Immortal used this move on the whole of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. That was to say, the whole of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven could use myriad beings assimilation transformation to fuse with the goo immortals. This could create a temporary rank 8 battle strength. Of course, it was not that Fong Yuan did not have the confidence to defeat this rank 8, but Fong Yuan would still suffer losses in the end. Even if he won, the Beast Calamity Immortal Aperture that had gone through myriad beings assimilation transformation would suffer heavy losses. Therefore, I need to calculate how to restrain them from using the all things assimilation transformation to implicate the entire Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. At the same time, I will use Familiar Face to attack again. The Beast Calamity Heavenly Spirit had said that everyone only had one chance to inherit. But what about its investigative abilities? Could he identify Fang Yuan's true identity? According to Fang Yuan's deductions, the possibility of this was very small. However, just as Fang Yuan retreated and tried to deduce a way to restrain it, he unexpectedly obtained a piece of information. This information was very important. Dragon Palace has appeared, and even the celestial courts, Duke Long, could not take it down? Oh, is it because Eastern Sea's 4 rank 8 Gu Immortals work together to obstruct it? Interesting. Right now, the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace is flying in the sky of Eastern Sea without concealing its aura. It has already caused a huge commotion. Countless forces and Gu Immortal experts are paying close attention to it. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He knew about the existence of Dragon Palace. There were clues regarding Dragon Palace in Shadow Sect's true inheritance. But this clue was only superficial. It did not contain any crucial information. The most valuable information was, Dragon Palace had a rule that its inheritor had to be a dragon man. Even though Fang Yuan had coveted this rank 8 Immortal Gu House, he did not have the time or opportunity to do so. Even though he had Bai Ningbing as the key, it would be very difficult to find Dragon Palace. He would need to spend a lot of time and effort. According to the previous situation, even though the rank 8 Immortal Gu House was strong, if Fang Yuan took the risk to search for it and failed, he would be killed by the Celestial Court's attacks. The benefits were huge, but the risk was even higher. Thus, Fang Yuan had not made a move yet. So the Celestial Court has been searching for Dragon Palace. Secretly, they almost succeeded. Realizing this, Fang Yuan could not help but praise the 4 Eastern Sea rank 8s. Good job! Without thinking for too long, Fang Yuan left immemorial White Heaven and headed towards Eastern Sea. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was here. It would not be easily discovered. He could take some time. Dragon Palace was an urgent matter. It could not be taken away by the Celestial Court. This was a rank 8 Immortal Gu House with a mysterious dream path Immortal Gu. Several days later, Eastern Sea. Boom! Amidst the intense explosion, Gu Immortal Shi Miao coughed out large mouthfuls of blood as he retreated pathetically. Duke Long roared as he turned into a ray of light, charging towards the Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace ahead of him. Seeing that the distance between them was shrinking at the crucial moment, Granny Rong appeared in front of Duke Long. Her body was covered in purple qi. She was heavily injured, her body was weak, and her face was pale as paper. Duke Long had a ferocious aura, but seeing the purple poisonous qi around Granny Rong, his pupils shrunk as he turned around and circled around it. Granny Rong was a poison path Gu Immortal. This purple poisonous qi was her signature method. Even Duke Long did not want to be touched by it. Granny Rong's condition was not good. These few days of intense battles had caused her great losses, especially when one of her core Immortal Gu was destroyed. Her speed fell sharply, and she was in a passive state. She had relied on her tenacious willpower and the help of the other 3 Gu Immortals to persist until now. Duke Long circled around Granny Rong. It was the wisest tactic. Granny Rong could only look at Duke Long with a bitter expression. There was no way she could catch up to him. Among the 4 rank 8s, the other 2 were several li away. Boom! Duke Long flew above Dragon Palace and attacked fiercely, sending this rank 8 Immortal Gu House down with a heavy blow. Bam! The Immortal Gu House fell into the seawater, creating huge waves. Dragon Palace was very intelligent. It did not fly into the sky, instead diving deeper into the seawater. Duke Long was about to chase, but his body suddenly froze as he attacked towards his left. There was nothing on his left, but his attack suddenly stopped. It was blocked by a Gu Immortal. The Gu Immortal revealed himself and smiled at Duke Long. As expected of Senior Duke Long, you can see through my disguise. Duke Long frowned and smiled coldly. Song Qiyuan, you are the first Supreme Elder of Song Clan. You have rank 8 cultivation level. You actually sneak attacked? It was Song Qiyuan. It seems that Eastern Sea's righteous path has finally made their move. Who else is there come out? Duke Long looked at the seawater below him. Dragon Palace was gradually vanishing, but he did not chase, he hovered in the sky with intense battle intent. At the next moment, 2 more Gu immortals appeared. One was a middle-aged man in a green robe. He was Qin Yu clan's first supreme elder, Qin Yuan. The other was a young girl with bright eyes. A miniature rainbow cloud was coiling around her. She was Hua clan's first supreme elder, Hua Kaiyin. Lord Duke Long. Hua Kaiyin was about to speak. Too much nonsense. Duke Long shouted, taking the initiative to attack. Bam, bam, bam. After several immortal killer moves, the 3 righteous path rank 8s were at a disadvantage. Duke Long is truly amazing. He can easily suppress Eastern Sea's righteous path rank 8s even when fighting against 3 of them. Fang Yuan had transformed into a sea snake and was swimming in the sea, his heart shaking. Righteous path rank 8s and lone cultivator rank 8s were usually stronger because they had more complete immortal killer moves and abundant cultivation resources. If these 3 righteous path rank 8s worked together, they could definitely defeat Granny Rong, Yang Zihe, Zhang Yin, and Shimiao. But they were still not Duke Long's match. Duke Long was too ferocious. Even now, he was only using transformation path methods. He had not used his most proficient chi path killer moves. From this aspect, Zishan Makoto was able to force Duke Long to use his chi path killer move. It showed how strong he was. It is not that Zishan Makoto is too weak, but Duke Long is stronger. Fang Yuan followed Dragon Palace from afar, gradually leaving the battlefield. Since Song Qi Yuan and Qin Yuan appeared, it meant that Eastern Sea's righteous path had already finished their discussion. Among the 5 regions, Eastern Sea had the most resources and the highest number of rank 8 Gu immortals. Only 3 righteous path rank 8s have appeared now. There must be more people. Fang Yuan decided to bide his time. Sure enough, as he expected, 2 more righteous path rank 8s appeared and blocked Dragon Palace. Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, and the rest also followed, shouting and fighting fiercely as they faced the 2 righteous path rank 8s. The battle at the bottom of the sea also erupted. Chapter 1704. Swoosh! Accompanied by a sharp sonic boom, the Dragon Palace turned into an orange-gold ray of light and streaked across the sky at lightning speed. Where are you going? Die for me. You want to stop me? No way. Next, several rank 8 Gu immortals chased after Dragon Palace, using all of their abilities. An intense battle followed Dragon Palace's path, sweeping through everything. Everywhere they went, mountains crumbled and seas split. Heaven and earth changed colors. Countless lives were lost. Rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals could not avoid them. Only rank 8 Gu immortals were qualified to participate in this battle. It revolved around Duke Long, Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, Song Qi Yuan, and other rank 8s. No rank 7 Gu immortals could interfere, unless it was Feng Juga or Feng Yuan. But now, be it Feng Yuan or Feng Juga, they had already advanced to rank 8. Most of Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu immortals have already joined the battle. Only a few are still missing. Feng Yuan was far at the back, observing patiently, waiting for a good opportunity. More than 10 days had passed since he went to Eastern Sea. These last days, the battles between rank 8 Gu immortals were very exciting. They fought back and forth. New rank 8s joined from time to time, while rank 8s retreated temporarily. They formed alliances at times and fought against each other at other times. As long as one of them got close to Dragon Palace, they would be attacked by everyone else. Feng Yuan could not find a chance to attack, but he was very patient. He was not anxious at all. Staying behind and observing these rank 8 Gu immortals is also a huge source of wealth. This is a very precious opportunity. Duke Long is powerful. He is truly terrifying. These last days he is undeniably the strongest expert. It is just that he is restricted by that mysterious dream path immortal goo in Dragon Palace, as well as the joint attacks of the others, as well as Feng Jinhuang's safety. He has not truly succeeded. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a dark light. Not just the rank 8 immortal Goo House Dragon Palace. Feng Kim Hong, who was beside Duke Long, was also his target. This girl had a dream path immortal Goo. She was also Duke Long's disciple. Looking at how Duke Long protected her, it showed how important Feng Kim Hong was. But even though Fang Yuan had such plans, he had no chance to attack Feng Kim Hong. Chance it will definitely appear. The Eastern Sea's righteous path has clearly come to an agreement. If someone withdraws, someone else will participate. They'll take turns to maintain their combat power while maintaining control of the situation. This is to prevent Central Continent and Celestial Court from helping. Duke Long has been fighting alone, but he has the highest battle strength. If he has Heavenly Court support, he will definitely be able to break this stalemate. Even if the Heavenly Court doesn't send anyone, Granny Rong, Zhang Yin, these 4 itinerant cultivators and fiend immortals won't be able to hold on much longer. Among these 3, the righteous path is the most stable. The other 2 can topple the current balance. Once the balance is broken, there will be chaos. And during the chaos, I will have a chance to make a move. Fang Yuan could see the situation clearly. He was very clear about it. But right at this time, an explosion occurred in front of them. Song Chi Yuan was hit. He spat out a mouthful of blood, suffering light injuries. Zhang Yin, who was ahead, turned around and chuckled. I have already used fatal dark lightning. If you are not afraid of death, chase me. Song Chi Yuan's defense was comprehensive, but after being hit by this move, he was injured. His defensive methods were instantly torn apart. The killer move, dark water lightning, was not to be underestimated. Thus, the entire group split into 2, with a group at the front and a group of Goo Immortals at the back. Fatal Dark Lightning is Zhang Yin's signature method. It has a high price to use. It is formless and colorless. It cannot be sensed. It is spread in the sea and in the air. Once touched, it will explode. What do we do? The remaining 3 rank 8 Goo Immortals were all righteous path Goo Immortals. They looked at each other. We need to chase with just Hua Kaiyin here. She might be in danger. There is no time to take a detour. We can only control the beast group to charge into the lightning formation. The 3 righteous path Goo Immortals thought of a way. They released their ancient, desolate beasts. Song Chi Yuan waved his hand. These ancient, desolate beasts' auras surged. They were like immemorial, desolate beasts. Boom, boom, boom. Only by disguising as immemorial, desolate beasts could they trigger the fatal dark lightning. These ancient, desolate beasts continued to die, creating a path for the 3 righteous path rank 8s. The 3 rank 8s quickly passed through, charging ahead. This is bad, let's try our luck. Fang Yuan was uneasy. He also wanted to pass through the lightning formation. Boom! He was immediately hit by the fatal dark lightning. But he did not dare to use reverse flow protection seal. He could only take it head on. This dark lightning is really troublesome. Let's take a detour. Fang Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood. He changed his mind. Boom! Another one was triggered by him. Damn it, the fatal dark lightning actually moved here. It is so fast and has such a wide range. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, swallowing a mouthful of blood. Boom, boom, boom. Fang Yuan continued to trigger the fatal dark lightning. His luck path methods seemed to be useless. 15 minutes later, Fang Yuan endured the pain and finally caught up to the rank 8 Goo Immortals. Come, eat my plague red seal. Granny Rong screamed, using all her strength to shoot out a red seal. Hua Kaiyin snorted coldly. She pushed with her palms, pushing out a lump of cloud. The cloud was black as ink. It was shaped like the bottom of a pot. It had a strange appearance. It rotated rapidly, absorbing the red seal. Granny Rong's expression changed. She lost control of the plague red seal. Next, the cloud continued to rotate, throwing the plague red seal away. Hua Kaiyan said smugly, "With my pot-throwing cloud, you can forget about using your plague red seal. I can only throw it away casually, I won't be hit." Damn it! Fong Yuan cursed internally. The plague red seal coincidentally pounced at him. Dodge! Fong Yuan was disguised as a sea snake. He could not increase his speed casually, he could only dodge. Just as the plague red seal was about to reach him, the latter suddenly exploded. The surrounding 1,000 li of sea area was destroyed. All life was lost. Countless fishes and prawns were corroded into lumps of rotten meat. Fong Yuan was also hit. He had to endure the rank 8 killer move while turning into a sea snake corpse to continue his disguise. Fong Yuan followed them all the way. It was not easy. He was often caught in the crossfire. Thankfully, he was far away. The other rank 8 Gu immortals were focused on Dragon Palace and each other. They did not discover him yet. But good times did not last long. A few days later, Fong Yuan's identity was exposed. The one who discovered him was an Eastern Sea lone cultivator called Yang Jun. He was driving the immortal Gu House fragrant horse carriage. When he chased after Dragon Palace, he accidentally found Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan fought with him fiercely before retreating. This commotion attracted the attention of the other rank 8s, but Fong Yuan escaped very quickly. Even if Duke Long wanted to do anything to him, he could not. Central Continent, infallible blessed land. The formation's radiance gradually faded. After inspecting it, Fairy Myrtle nodded in satisfaction, thinking, "With this formation here, who can destroy infallible blessed land? Even if Fong Yuan comes here, he will also be trapped." Fairy Myrtle was very confident in this formation. A mystical light suddenly descended from the sky, landing in front of her and revealing itself. "Fong Jioga greets, Lady Ziwei." The person who came was Fong Jioga. He had rank 8 cultivation level now. His tone carried a trace of being on equal footing with Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle smiled. "Fong Jioga, I called you here for one thing. Now that Eastern Sea Dragon Palace has appeared, Lord Duke Long is chasing after it, but is obstructed by Eastern Sea's rank 8s. Go to Eastern Sea and reinforce Lord Duke Long. Protect your daughter, Feng Kim Hong, and help my celestial court obtain Dragon Palace." Fong Juga thought about it, but rejected. Huang Er has Lord Duke Long's protection. She will not be in danger. But when I advanced to rank 8, I suddenly had an inspiration and wanted to create another song. This time, I want to enter the river of time again, to observe the tumultuous world of mortals and experience the life of all living beings. Such a shocking change attracted the attention of 5 Elements Grandmaster, Bull Demon, and Flower Lady. 5 Elements Grandmaster was a lone cultivator in Northern Plains, but after being trapped after invading Longevity Heaven, he felt hopeless after struggling for a while. He surrendered to Longevity Heaven and was stationed in Longevity Heaven for a long time now. The combination of Bull Demon and Flower Lady was the North Desolation Immortal. Bull Demon was a boorish man with a full beard. He had a thunderous voice. He was 8 feet tall and had a stocky build. He had an aggressive aura. Flower Lady was a girl with a huge pink flower on her head. She sat on the boorish man's shoulder and giggled. She had a tender face. She was innocent and had bright eyes. What is going on? 5 Elements Grandmaster was shocked and uncertain. Bull Demon and Flower Lady looked at each other. The latter giggled. West Desolation Immortal being Sai Chuan has awakened. Longevity Heaven was different from Celestial Court. It had 4 Desolation Immortals and 8 extremities, 12 high positions. Among them, 4 Desolation Immortals had to be rank 8 Gu Immortals, while the 8 extremities had at least rank 7 cultivation level, and they were elites among rank 7s. Bing Sai Chuan. 5 Elements Grandmaster's brows rose. He felt this name was familiar, but he could not think of any more information after thinking about it. Right at this time, There was a loud roar, light rippled in the sky, rainbows flowed like rivers, piercing through the sky. A figure stepped on the river. He was tall and had a gentle expression, but his gaze was sharp and cold, emitting a cold light. From his right ear to the left corner of his mouth, there was an ugly scar. It was shining with white light, emitting the coldness of 1,000-year frost. Seeing this face, 5 Elements Grandmaster's eyes shined with bright light. He was deeply shocked. I remember now, Bing Sai Chuan was from the same generation as Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, who was a rank 8 legend, a time path great expert. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had to make 3 moves to subdue him. He did not die. He is West Desolation Immortal of Longevity Heaven. West Desolation Immortal was from the same generation as Giant Sun Immortal. Even though he lost to Giant Sun Immortal, it was not a humiliation. After all, Immortal Venerables and Demon Venerables were invincible in the world. They were the number 1 in their generation. In contrast, Giant Sun Immortal had to attack 3 times to subdue West Desolation Immortal. It showed his incredible strength. Greetings to Senior West Desolation. Bull Demon and Flower Lady greeted. 5 Elements Grandmaster also followed with a respectful attitude. West Desolation Immortal Bing Sai Chuan's seniority was simply too high. Bing Sai Chuan came to the 3 immortals and looked around, nodding slightly. I am awake, but I do not have much lifespan left. My time is limited. Give me information. I want to see the current situation in the world. Longevity Heaven's information was very comprehensive. Not only did it have the complete records of the collapse of 88 Point Jinyang Tower, it also had the appearance of Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, Central Continent Celestial Court's preparations for the Refinement Path Convention. 88 Point Jinyang Tower collapsed. Bing Sai Chuan sighed. It was Fang Yuan who did it. This demon was reborn from Spring Autumn Cicada. He is already rank 8 now. 5 Elements Grandmaster gritted his teeth. Bing Sai Chuan suddenly laughed. Fang Yuan, what a demon. He destroyed 88 Point Jinyang Tower. Well done. 5 Elements Grandmaster was stunned. What? Bull Demon looked at Flower Lady. Flower Lady looked at Bull Demon. The 3 immortals had stunned expressions. Next, Bing Sai Chuan continued. Fate Gu is about to be repaired. It seems that this Refinement Path Convention will be the final one. Time waits for no one. We need to contact Fang Yuan and cooperate with him. 5 Elements Grandmaster, Bull Demon, and Flower Lady's expressions changed. Was this Bing Sai Chuan really West Desolation Immortal? Was he a fake West Desolation Immortal? Longevity, Heaven wants to cooperate with me? Fang Yuan received this information and was shocked. Land Spirit of Langya had the method to contact him. Bing Sai Chuan used Land Spirit of Langya to find Fang Yuan and said directly, I am West Desolation Immortal, the current leader of Longevity Heaven. Fang Yuan, you are an otherworldly demon, but you have not obtained Red Lotus True Inheritance, right? If Celestial Court repairs Fate Gu, it will not benefit you. Similarly, my Longevity Heaven does not want to see Celestial Court succeed. If Fate Gu is repaired, it will be a huge help to Celestial Court. It will go against the luck path true meaning that I, Immortal Venerable Giant Sun, left behind. Let us put aside our past enmity and resist this strong enemy together. Fang Yuan was silent for a while before asking, Who are you? Bing Sai Chuan. Soon, Fang Yuan learned of the other party's identity. This identity should be real. Fang Yuan could not help but sigh at Longevity Heaven's foundation. Even a legendary rank 8 like Bing Sai Chuan could hide it until now. And in Longevity Heaven, among the 4 Desolation Immortals, East Desolation Immortal had the highest status. The great Bing Sai Chuan was only second? Who was East Desolation Immortal? Longevity Heaven's sudden change in attitude caught Fang Yuan off guard. But thinking about it, against a terrifying existence like Celestial Court, it was entirely possible for Longevity Heaven and Fang Yuan to work together. After all, Feng Yuan was a rank 8 Gu immortal, the leader of Shadow Sect. He had obtained Dream Path research results. He was a famous person in the world. Some time ago, Celestial Court had invaded Northern Plains and Langya Blessed Land. They had clashed with Longevity Heaven several times. Wasn't there a saying, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend"? If they could work together, Feng Yuan naturally wanted to work with Longevity Heaven. After all, Celestial Court was his main enemy. But the problem was, how could they trust each other? To gain Feng Yuan's trust, Longevity Heaven purposely made their inventory public, trading immortal materials and even immortal goo with Feng Yuan. From the looks of it, they were really sincere. Since we want to work together, why don't Lord Bing Saichuan work together with me to seize Dragon Palace? Feng Yuan had a thought as he suggested. Chapter 1706. Ever since rebirth, Feng Yuan's strength had been rising rapidly. His speed was shocking. Especially during this period of time, his cultivation level rose to rank 8. His immortal goo were extremely abundant. They were rare in the world. However, his current strength was not enough to take Dragon Palace. The ones fighting for the rank 8 immortal Goo House Dragon Palace were Duke Long, who had pseudo-immortal Venerable strength, as well as many Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu Immortals. They could be said to be the strongest Gu Immortal experts in Eastern Sea. Feng Yuan had risen up too recently, in front of the peak experts of a region. In front of Duke Long, Feng Yuan could not snatch the immortal Gu House, especially when this immortal Gu House had the ability to retaliate. But Feng Yuan knew that he could not stand by and watch. If the Celestial Court obtained Dragon Palace, it would be like adding wings to a tiger, especially that mysterious Dream Path immortal goo. It was not simple. It was likely created by the luck of heaven and earth. It was the catalyst for the Dream Path era that the heavenly Tao gave to Eastern Sea. At this time, if the power of Longevity Heaven was drawn in, the situation would become even more chaotic. But only with more chaos could Feng Yuan take advantage of the situation. Feng Yuan had advanced to rank 8 now, but against any rank 8 Gu Immortal in Eastern Sea, he did not dare to be careless. Rank 8 Gu Immortals had deep foundations. They could be hit by their killer moves if they were careless. As for Duke Long, Feng Yuan knew that his battle strength could not compare to him. After all, Feng Yuan had personally witnessed how Duke Long defeated Zishan Makoto. In order to protect Feng Kim Hong, Duke Long did not use his full strength. I have never seen him use Chi Path methods. Even so, with just his transformation path methods, he is still the strongest expert here. He is constantly being attacked by the combined forces of others. Bai Ningbing and the rest are still cultivating on Red Lotus Island. Even with Future Self, they have peak rank 7 battle strength. It is a pity that I lost the incomplete immortal Goo House. If I had it, after this period of development, it would definitely have rank 8 battle strength. It would be of great help to me. If I can steal adaptation immortal Goo from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, I can use Myriad Beings assimilation transformation. It will also temporarily increase my battle strength. Unfortunately, the timing is too late. Heaven form is still being investigated. Feng Yuan felt regretful. However, this was the reality. Not everything could go smoothly and be just right. Dragon Palace did not show any signs of fatigue. Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu Immortals were not all out yet. Duke Long was clearly waiting for reinforcements from the Celestial Court. Thus, the final contest for the Immortal Goo House would take some time. Naturally, Feng Yuan's attitude toward Longevity Heaven had changed drastically. However, even if they harbored ill intentions towards him, luring them into this battle would do more good than harm to Feng Yuan. This would help him obtain Dragon Palace, deal a blow to the Celestial Court, and even probe Longevity Heaven. It was killing many birds with one stone. But a few days later, Feng Yuan did not wait for Bing Saichuan. He only received a crucial piece of information. Celestial Court found a stone lotus island in the River of Time. It was now under their control. Bing Saichuan suggested to Feng Yuan, "You have spring-autumn cicada. You are the legitimate inheritor of Red Lotus true inheritance. If the celestial court takes away your fortuitous encounter, it would be detrimental to you, but it would also be a huge boost to them." Red Lotus demon, Venerable, damaged Fate Gu. It is likely that his true inheritance contains a shortcut that can help us destroy fate. Bing Saichuan's words were not wrong. He did not know that Feng Yuan had already obtained a Red Lotus true inheritance. Feng Yuan did not obtain any shortcut. But what if another Red Lotus true inheritance had it? That was hard to say. Of course, this could also be fake information from Bing Saichuan. It was a trap for Feng Yuan. Right now, Feng Yuan had two choices. One was to continue paying attention to Dragon Palace. The other was to go to the River of Time and fight for Red Lotus true inheritance with the Celestial Court. The former was chaotic and filled with danger. The latter was the same, it was risky. Feng Yuan acutely sensed that this was a crucial choice. He could not help but think, in this situation, what should he choose? Southern border, moral paradise. Two rank 8 Gu immortals ascended the mountain side by side. Their auras were concealed. They were like mortals. The one on the left wore a gray hemp robe. It was very simple. He had a strong physique, like a bear. He wore a conical hat. It was wide and large. It covered his face. Only his chin was exposed. He was famous in Southern Border's Gu immortal world. The current generation inheritor of Paradise Earth, Lu Wei-yin. The one on the right was a woman. Her skin was white as snow. Her hair extended to her waist. Her eyes were like deep pools. Her brows were filled with sorrow. She wore a purple silk dress. She was beautiful and mysterious. It was the leader of the Celestial Court, the person in charge of Star Constellation chessboard. She was probably the #1 wisdom path, great expert in the world. Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle actually appeared in Southern Border, silently. She even interacted with Lu Wei-yin. Why? Along the way, Lu Wei-yin and Fairy Myrtle conversed. Even though they did not speak much, the atmosphere was harmonious. After a turn on the mountain path, a red pavilion appeared in the lush greenery. Lu Wei-yin pointed at the red pavilion and said, "Lady Ziwei, we have climbed the mountain all the way here. Why don't we rest in the pavilion before setting off?" Good suggestion. Fairy Myrtle smiled, moving forward happily. The two entered the red pavilion. There were stone stools in the pavilion, but Fairy Myrtle did not sit on them. She stood at the side of the pavilion, looking at the vast mountains and rivers. This pavilion was built at the edge of the mountain. It had a good view. Fairy Myrtle looked over at this moment. She saw that Virtue Paradise was filled with green mountains and clear waters. There were tree houses and villages at the foot and waist of the mountains. There was smoke coming from chimneys. Chickens were crowing and dogs were barking. It was a peaceful atmosphere. And in the sky, there were many small mountains floating. These mountains were made from floating soil. They could float in the sky naturally. They had their own unique characteristics and environments. Some were intertwined with vines that hung down like hair. Some were drizzling, reflecting rainbow-colored red lights. There were also waterfalls that poured down. Water flowed down until it merged into a wide river on the ground. White cranes flew. Spirit apes cried. It was full of vitality. All kinds of immortal materials were dazzling. Desolate plants and desolate beasts could be seen everywhere. But what made Fairy Myrtle the most concerned was the harmonious coexistence of the mushroom men and humans in the villages. The children played with each other. The husbands and wives took care of each other. The elders were kind and filial. This is truly a paradise in the mortal world. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wants such a world. But unfortunately, humans are the orthodox race. How can variant humans be on equal footing with humans? But even so, I still admire Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Because for this dream of his, he has completely dedicated himself. He has never had any desire for benefits. Fairy Myrtle said slowly, "The Celestial Court had humans as the main race, they were superior to the other variant human races. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, however, wanted equality for everyone. In his opinion, not just variant humans and variant humans, all life forms in the world should be equal. Precisely because of this difference in ideals, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not stay in the celestial court. He created a paradise in the 5 regions, creating his ideal homeland. Lu Wei-yi nodded. Even though we have different ideals, we have the same attitude towards the demonic path that is wreaking havoc in the world. Lord Ziwei is here to borrow gu. It would be fine if it were other immortal gu, but to borrow benevolence, gu to benefit the world. Why would we stop you? But if outsiders want to borrow gu, according to the rules left behind by the Immortal Venerable, they need to climb the mountain and reach the peak to have the qualifications to borrow gu. Climbing the mountain is tough. The higher the cultivation level, the more difficult it is. I hope Lord Ziwei can understand. This mountain is not easy to climb, but this is also because of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's good intentions. Reaching the peak is also very beneficial to me. Fairy Myrtle smiled lightly, her eyes shining with rippling light. All right, let's continue. The River of Time. The 4 immortal gu houses of the celestial court were in different directions, surrounding the immortal formation. The atmosphere among the gu immortals was very lively. Lord Fengjuge, we have already trapped this Red Lotus Island. We only need to explore it. Shang Xianzi reported. Fengjuge nodded. He had wanted to use the River of Time to consolidate and strengthen his inspiration towards Destiny Song. But not long after he entered, a stone lotus island appeared and was trapped by the celestial court. The Red Lotus Island was personally created by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. I should go personally and see the methods of this world-shocking Demon Venerable. Fengjuge was about to enter the immortal formation. Boom! With a loud sound, the immortal gu house he was in shook intensely. Enemy, who is so daring to attack our celestial court? The immortals were shocked and furious. The newcomer appeared. Who else could it be but Fang Yuan? The heavenly court's side was stunned. Someone immediately shouted, "What a demon! You escaped last time, but you still dare to come back this time. Then come and die." Fang Yuan smiled lightly. After thinking about it, he decided to come to the River of Time and stop the celestial court from getting Red Lotus true inheritance. After all, Dragon Palace's situation was very chaotic. Everyone was not using their full strength. There were too many variables. As for the Red Lotus Island, if he did not stop them, the celestial court would definitely succeed. Fang Yuan had Spring-Autumn Cicada. He had a huge advantage in inheriting the Red Lotus Island. Fang Yuan, we meet again. Fengjuge's voice came from the immortal gu house. It was filled with emotions. Chapter 1707. Fang Yuan, we meet again. Fengjuge's voice came from the immortal gu house. It was filled with deep emotions. It has been a long time indeed. Fang Yuan sighed. After so many years, Fang Yuan and Fengjuge met again. They were like old friends. There was no emotion in their tone. But they were not old friends. After saying that, they became silent. At once, only the sound of the River of Time's water could be heard. It surged forward. Fengjuge still remembered the first time he met Fang Yuan. Back then, Fang Yuan had not even become a gu immortal. He was only immortal, but he obtained hu immortal blessed land. Right now, Fang Yuan was famous in the world. He had rank 8 cultivation level. His growth speed was unprecedented in history. It was shocking. No matter what, Fengjuge had also become rank 8. His battle achievements were even more impressive. His strength was no longer the same as before. He had rank 8 Fate Armor Immortal Gu. He knew that as a Dao Guardian, he was greatly supported by Heavenly Court. Fang Yuan had once saved Fengjuge's life. Fengjuge had returned the favor. Because of their different factions, Fengjuge chased after Fang Yuan but failed time and time again. After fighting many times, Fang Yuan and Fengjuge knew each other very well. They had a deep understanding of each other. Both sides were wary of each other, but they admired each other's abilities and talents from the bottom of their hearts. Fang Yuan, you loser! I let you escape last time in the River of Time. To think that you would dare to come back and court death again! A voice broke the silence. The person who spoke was wearing blue star armor. He had a rough appearance. His body was overflowing with rank 8 aura. He was standing on shark flow lever. Fang Yuan took a glance and recognized that this was the person who chased after him last time. But last time, he did not know this person's origin, but now he knew about it. This person had also awakened from the Celestial Court's immortal graveyard. He was a veteran rank 8 star path expert, Xingyi Wang. Fang Yuan then scanned the Celestial Court's lineup. The three Xuanzi occupied the present and past pavilion and looked at Fang Yuan with eyes that seemed to be spewing fire. Their faces were filled with hatred. Last time, Fang Yuan had used the time-flying blade to kill Sun Guozi, causing the four Xuanzi's revival method to fail. Now only 3 of them remained. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Qingyi had the same status as Xingyi Wang. He controlled Eternal Yacht with a grim expression. Hoshino Wang stood on the shark flow lever and glared at Fang Yuan. Feng Joga, on the other hand, was guarding the 3 autumn yellow crane terrace and did not reveal himself. 4 time path immortal Gu houses, 3 rank 8 Gu immortals, and many rank 7 Gu immortals, led by the 3 Xuanzi, as well as this super formation. Fang Yuan assessed their strength. Overall, it was not bad, because the Celestial Court did not send any more manpower. Thinking about it, Central Continent's earth veins were moving. Other than maintaining stability, the Celestial Court's focus was on repairing rank 9 Fate Gu. It involved a lot of manpower and resources. To the Celestial Court, Fang Yuan was not their main enemy. The Celestial Court's strategy did not include Fang Yuan. Thus, Fairy Myrtle had once tried to recruit Fang Yuan in Lang Yibless land. The Celestial Court's goal was the whole world. It was the great era of Dream Path. It was the overlord of human path. This was the Celestial Court's magnanimity. Thus, the Celestial Court's focus had always been on repairing Fate Gu. Moreover, last time, Fang Yuan escaped in a sorry state and narrowly escaped death. Afterwards, Fairy Myrtle used the Celestial Court's foundation to purchase Time Path immortal materials. She severely suppressed Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had been concealing his tracks. Even when the earth veins moved and countless immortal Gu and immortal materials appeared, he did not show himself. Because of all these reasons, the Celestial Court did not send more troops into the River of Time. Of course, there might be other forces lying in ambush. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. No matter what, as long as the battle continued, the Celestial Court's trump cards would be revealed one by one. Roar! With a loud roar, Fang Yuan used Familiar Face and turned into the immemorial year, Monkey again. The year Monkey's body was like a mountain as it charged towards the nearest 3 autumn yellow crane platform. Feng Joga was guarding it. Such a brave demon, let me fight you. Xingyi Wang moved shark flow lever at an astonishing speed as he intercepted. Fang Yuan moved on the water as he pointed with his finger. Immortal Killer moved Spring. Scissors flew out. Spring Scissors was green and agile. It was as large as an elephant, but it shrunk in front of Shark Flow lever. Xingyi Wang was slightly shocked. He was already familiar with Spring Scissors, but it had such a transformation. The shrunken Spring Scissors charged down, but when it got close to the giant sharks in front of Shark Flow lever, it grew bigger again. Crack! With a soft sound, the scissors closed cleanly and cleanly, cutting off the head of a giant shark. Crack! With another soft sound, another giant shark lost its head. Xingyi Wang was shocked. He quickly stopped Shark Flow lever. He could not care about obstructing Fang Yuan anymore. He was thinking about how to block Spring Scissors. Fang Yuan blocked Xingyi Wang with one move. He moved like the wind and arrived in front of 3 autumn yellow crane platform. Inside the immortal Gu house, Feng Joga had an indifferent expression as he controlled it calmly. 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform burst out with a bright light. Blocking Feng Yuan's attack, he felt like he had crashed into a metal board. His momentum was completely nullified. Feng Yuan turned into an immemorial year monkey. He snickered as he punched with his fist. The fist landed on 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform, causing the pavilion to shake. Debris flew everywhere as it was pushed back. This Feng Yuan's strength has increased by leaps and bounds again. That's right, at least he modified spring scissors and winter coat. The former changes in size, it is hard to defend against, while the latter fused with his immemorial year beast transformation. His monkey skin is like ice, his fur is like frost, his defense is incredibly thick. 30 Xuanzi sat in present and past pavilion. They discussed with shock on their faces. Ever since Feng Yuan escaped pathetically and exposed all of his trump cards, Celestial Court had deduced all of his killer moves. To think that in this battle all of their deductions were outdated. Feng Yuan's modification far surpassed Celestial Court's estimation. Celestial Court was caught unprepared. Not just that, Feng Yuan had also made many deductions about the 4 immortal Gu houses. The fact that he had easily dealt with the shark flow lever and forced the 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform to retreat was proof of this. Feng Yuan's wisdom path attainment was high, and most importantly, he had Wisdom Gu's secret help. Celestial Court's side had not deduced this. Feng Yuan, who had the light of wisdom, used his information to deduce the background of Celestial Court's 4 time path immortal Gu houses. He made great progress. In the previous battle, Feng Yuan exposed his trump cards, but at the same time Celestial Court's trump cards were also exposed. Feng Yuan understood all of them. It was not easy for Gu immortals to create immortal killer moves. Modifying them was even harder. And what were immortal Gu houses? Immortal Gu houses were the combination of countless immortal killer moves. Thus, modifying immortal Gu houses was even harder. Feng Yuan could modify immortal killer moves because he had Wisdom Gu. Celestial Court's modification of immortal Gu houses did not have Wisdom Gu. It was even harder. Thus, these 4 immortal Gu houses did not have many changes. They maintained their current state. Feng Yuan had gained a lot from his previous defeat. He now had a way to deal with these immortal Gu houses. This was also one of the reasons why he gave up on Dragon Palace and chose to attack the River of Time. Northern corner is destroyed. We cannot retrieve the Gu worms. 3 layers of autumn light shield have been broken. Only 1 layer is left. Immortal Gu autumn light has cracks on its surface. Several Gu immortals in 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform reported. They had anxious expressions. Feng Joga was sitting at the main seat, but his expression was calm. He did not show any signs of taking action personally, because he knew that his sound path cultivation was useless in the River of Time. Only by relying on time path immortal Gu houses could he resist Feng Yuan. Feng Joga thought, Feng Yuan can suppress 2 immortal Gu houses, but Celestial Court still has 2 more. This battle has just begun. Feng Yuan's barrage of attacks caused him to pant heavily. Even though 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform's exterior was damaged, its base was undamaged. It only lost a large number of mortal Gu. Moreover, the rank 7 Gu immortals inside the immortal Gu house were trying their best to repair it. After the initial burst of energy, 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform got through the early stages. Feng Yuan's fierce attacks weakened rapidly. Xingyi Wang, who was on Shark Flow lever, had already dealt with Spring Scissors' killer move. He rushed over again. At the same time, present and past pavilion and eternal yacht formed a net from the left and right. Feng Yuan, I want to see how you deal with the alliance of 4 immortal Gu houses. Xingyi Wang shouted. Feng Yuan saw that he was surrounded. His eyes shined with bright light as he suddenly laughed. Bing Saichuan, are you still not going to make a move? Before he finished speaking, Bing Saichuan's figure appeared behind present and past pavilion. Who is it? The 3 Xuanzi were shocked. because present and past pavilion was most proficient in investigative methods. They still found Fang Yuan, but not Bing Sai Chuan. Bing Sai Chuan shouted lightly as he pushed with both palms. Cold winds blew as frost energy surged, enveloping present and past pavilion. At the next moment, the entire present and past pavilion was sealed in a huge piece of profound ice. The three Xuanzi did not move in the ice. Their expressions were frozen with fear. They looked extremely lifelike. On the deck of Eternal Yacht, the calm rank 8 Gu Immortal Qing Ye's expression finally changed. This immortal killer move is instant freeze. You are the time path great expert of Giant Sun Immortals era. Bing Sai Chuan. Bing Sai Chuan cultivated time path. He was most proficient in stopping time. His time path killer moves could imitate the power of ice path. He was a rank 8 legend. His battle strength was at the peak of rank 1, on par with Li Huang. But now that Li Huang was sent away, he was replaced by the newly advanced rank 8 Feng Jioga. And most importantly, this was the River of Time. Even if Li Huang was here, he would not be Bing Sai Chuan's match in a one-on-one battle without using a time path immortal Gu House. Bing Sai Chuan had been preparing for a long time. His first move was earth-shattering. He attacked the weakest enemy, sealing a time path immortal Gu House and eliminating the battle. Good moves. Fang Yuan could not help but praise. Bing Sai Chuan looked at Qingyi. I am Bing Sai Chuan of Longevity Heaven. To think that someone in this era can recognize me. He said this with a smile on his face, but he did not hold back as he attacked the rank 8 Gu Immortal Qingyi on Eternal Yacht. With Bing Sai Chuan's help, Fang Yuan suppressed the remaining 3 immortal Gu houses of Celestial Court. At the next moment, the 5th time path immortal Gu house appeared. This was a gatehouse. It had a simple structure, but was beautiful. The pillars were red in color. It was very festive. The plaque on the door had 2 shining golden words, New Year's End. Chapter 1708. Year-end Gatehouse's appearance in the River of Time shocked not Fang Yuan's side, but Celestial Court. This was because Celestial Court only had 4 time path immortal Gu houses here. This 5th time path immortal Gu house, year-end gatehouse, came from Northern Plains. It was owned by one of the Huang Jin tribes. When did an immortal Gu house sneak in? Oh no! What is it trying to do to the river suppression lotus sealing formation? Quickly stop it! Celestial Court's side shouted. Even the rank 8 Gu immortals had shocked expressions. Bing Sai Chuan laughed loudly. Frost energy burst out from his body as he slammed Eternal Yacht to the bottom of the river. Fang Yuan shouted loudly, using all his strength to attack 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. His fists danced like a torrential storm, forcing the latter to retreat again and again. Present and past pavilion was already frozen. It had sunk into the River of Time, vanishing without a trace. Xingyi Wang, who was on shark flow lever, had an ashen expression. He tried to go back to stop year-end gatehouse, but it was too far away. Under the gazes of the immortals, year-end gatehouse approached the river suppression lotus sealing formation. The gate started to shine with a pure white light. Next, a voice could be heard from inside. Watch closely. This is my 5 elements, profound light. Buzz! With an ear-piercing buzzing sound, a 5-colored light shot out of the gatehouse, hitting the river suppression lotus sealing formation. The 5-colored light was like 5 streams of light that fused with each other wherever it went. The river suppression lotus sealing formation dissolved layer by layer. A huge hole was formed in the blink of an eye. Quick, quick, repair the formation. What method is this? The river suppression lotus sealing formation has no resistance at all. The rank 7 Gu immortals controlling the super formation were shocked and furious. Feng Jiuge's pupils shrunk. He recognized it. The one who attacked should be a Northern Plains rank 8 lone immortal. 5 elements Grandmaster. This person cultivates formation path. He is skilled in imitating metal. Wood, water, fire, earth, the 5 paths. He is a formation path, great grandmaster. He was actually recruited by Longevity Heaven. After 5 elements grandmaster used this move, he gasped for breath, and his momentum suddenly fell to the bottom. His 5 elemental mystic light was best at breaking immortal arrays. He had prepared this move for a long time, and when it was unleashed, the results were shocking. A small part of the entire river suppression lotus ceiling array was destroyed, and it was on the verge of collapse. Of course, it was also because Fang Yuan had given Longevity Heaven crucial information. Fang Yuan had a deeper understanding of the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. After all, he had been locked inside and had personally broken the formation to break out. With this information, the 5 elements grandmaster was able to modify the 5 elements cave light, which happened to be able to restrain the river suppression lotus ceiling array. Once the formation was broken, the stone lotus island was immediately exposed to the immortals. Fang Yuan laughed heartily and leaped up. Boom! He used all his strength and stomped the 3 autumn yellow crane platform into the river, causing a huge wave. After that, he shot into the formation like a cannonball towards the stone lotus island. The Gu immortals inside the river suppression lotus ceiling array were in chaos. They were covered in sweat as they tried to maintain the formation and prevent it from breaking apart. Once this super formation breaks apart, the person controlling it would suffer a huge backlash. These Gu immortals were maintaining the formation. They were also saving themselves. The formation was busy trying to save itself. It could only look at Fang Yuan, who had come in. Red Lotus True Inheritance. Fang Yuan looked at the stone lotus island as his eyes shined with bright light. Spring Autumn Cicada was shaking inside the Time Path clone. It was no longer the same as before. Spring Autumn Cicada was rank 7 now. With the immortal killer move that Fang Yuan designed personally, he could immediately determine the authenticity of the stone lotus island. It couldn't be any more real than this. Last time, Red Lotus True Inheritance gave Fang Yuan huge gains. He managed to turn Fang Yuan's situation around. If he were to obtain the true inheritance of the Red Lotus sect, just how much would he improve? Fang Yuan, don't think you can escape. At this time, Xingyi Wang shouted as he moved Shark Flow lever to attack Fang Yuan's back. Get lost! At the crucial moment, Bing Sai Chuan appeared and blocked Shark Flow lever. Fang Yuan, quickly go and obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance. Bing Sai Chuan shouted at Fang Yuan while fighting. Fang Yuan looked at Bing Sai Chuan deeply. It seemed that Longevity Heaven was very sincere in cooperating with him. He did not stop for even a second. He got closer to the stone lotus island. Don't even think about it. Eternal Yacht carried the rank 8 Gu Immortal Qingyi as it circled around Bing Sai Chuan and Xing Yi Wang's battle, charging towards them. You want to chase? Hee hee, you'll have to get past me first. The Year's End Gatehouse suddenly appeared without any warning, blocking Qing Ye's path. Qing Yi frowned as he sneered. My eternal yacht is the fastest it can travel through the river of time. Your Year-End Gatehouse can stop me? Suddenly, Qing Ye's expression changed as he looked at Eternal Yacht. An immortal formation appeared around it. He created a time path formation so quickly. Qing Ye's heart shook. He finally experienced 5 elements Grandmaster's shocking formation path attainment. This Red Lotus True Inheritance is mine. With Longevity Heaven's help, Fang Yuan obtained the most crucial time. He got close to the stone lotus island and was about to step on it. But at this moment, a change occurred. The stone lotus island burst out with a formless force that pushed Fang Yuan far away. What's going on? Fang Yuan was suspicious. I have Spring Autumn Cicada. Don't tell me if this stone lotus island accepts me, the island's defenses will fail? Or will there be a loophole that others can take advantage of? Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a storm of attacks rained down on Fang Yuan's mountain-like immemorial year monkey body. The river suppression lotus ceiling formation was finally stabilized. Even though it was still damaged, The hole was shrinking rapidly at the same time. The rank 7 Gu immortals controlling the formation had the strength to deal with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was obstructed by the formation. He could not get close to the stone Lotus Island like before. This formation was likely designed by Celestial Court to deal with the stone Lotus Island. The stone Lotus Island resisted me earlier because of this formation? Fang Yuan was thinking when 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform, which was guarded by Feng Jiuge, finally arrived in front of him. The formation between the two erupted again. They fought back and forth, attacking and defending. The situation fell into a stalemate. At the same time, Eastern Sea, Li Huang pays respects to Lord Duke Long. In the sky, flames scattered as an old man appeared. It was Celestial Court's reinforcements, the rank 8 Gu immortal expert Li Huang. Duke Long nodded as he patted Feng Kim Hong, who was beside him. Feng Jin Huang's entire body was shrouded in a spherical qi wall. At this moment, she slowly floated to Li Huang's side. Protect Huang Air. If anything happens to her, I will hold you accountable. Duke Long said plainly. Li Huang had a solemn expression as he said confidently, Lord Duke Long, please don't worry. I have Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. Who in the world can injure Feng Kim Hong? Duke Long did not look at him. He looked at the horizon. In order to take care of Feng Kim Hong, there was a slight delay. Dragon Palace had already flown out of sight. Duke Long smiled lightly. He was not nervous at all. He clenched his fists. It was time to show his skills. At the next moment, he vanished on the spot. Dragon Palace was obstructed by Qin Yuan again. The other rank 8 Gu immortals were still fighting each other. The opportunity is fleeting. I need to grab it. Qin Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. It had been so many days since he joined the battle. This was the 4th opportunity he had been waiting for. But just as Qin Yuan was about to get close to Dragon Palace, a huge force surged towards him. The aura of death was so dense that it made him suffocate. He quickly turned around and blocked the fatal attack. But his whole body was like a sandbag. He spat out blood and was sent flying. Duke Long, it's you. Qin Yuan's voice was hoarse. His face was filled with anger. Duke Long floated in the sky indifferently. The 2 horns on his forehead were shining with purple gold light. His long hair was fluttering in the wind. His body was like a boulder. His dragon eyes were shining with a cold light. Qin Yuan struggled to stop his flying body. He wanted to counterattack Duke Long, but suddenly his expression changed. A dragon-shaped energy suddenly rose up from his chest and suddenly exploded. Boom! The explosion was not loud, but Qin Yuan's defensive methods were like paper. Qin Yuan was filled with disbelief and panic as he retreated. Blood spewed out of his mouth. His ribs were broken. His entire chest was almost destroyed. His heart and lungs could be seen from the outside. Duke Long, take this. This immortal Gu house is mine. Song Qiyuan and Zhang Yin flew over. The 2 gave up on fighting. They worked together to deal with Duke Long. Duke Long smiled plainly. Roar! The dragon roared. Song Qiyuan and Zhang Yin were sent flying with confusion and shock. They suffered a heavy blow. But before they could even see what happened, they were defeated by Duke Long. Be careful. Duke Long is no longer a burden. He is about to go all out. Is this his true strength? Everyone, attack together. Don't let him succeed. Duke Long's powerful performance made the other rank 8 Gu immortals feel a huge threat. They turned around and surrounded Duke Long. Duke Long breathed in deeply. He slowly closed his eyes. He did not move at all, only when the killer moves came from all directions. Did he suddenly open his eyes? Immortal killer move, qi engulfing mountains and rivers. At once, the rank 8 Gu immortals' bodies and minds shook. They felt an unparalleled pressure pressing down on them from all directions. Not just them, even the immortal killer moves that they activated, even the surrounding tens of thousands of li of sky and sea were under immense pressure. Many killer moves broke apart. The rank 8 Gu immortals and Dragon Palace fell into the water like dumplings in a pot. All living beings turned silent. Heaven and earth became silent. Only Duke Long was left. He stood proudly in the sky, using his indifferent dragon eyes to look at the pathetic figures of the immortals. At this point in the fight for Dragon Palace, he finally displayed his true strength. Pseudo-immortal, venerable battle strength suppressed his opponents. He had the upper hand. Kill. Duke Long, I will kill you. I don't believe you can defeat all of us. A few breaths of time later, huge waves rose in the sea. The rank 8 Gu immortals who were humiliated by Duke Long had ruthless expressions. They attacked Duke Long together. Duke Long snorted coldly. A dragon tail grew out from his back. His body was covered in dragon scales. The dragon horns on his head were as sharp as swords. He roared. It was the immortal killer move dragon roaring wave. Next, his figure flickered around his opponents. His dragon fists smashed their faces one by one. His dragon claws tore through their defenses, causing a storm of blood. Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu immortals were not his match. They were furious and shocked. Their immortal killer moves were constantly interrupted. Even if they succeeded, they could not do anything to Duke Long. After fighting for so long, other than protecting Feng Kim Hong, Duke Long had also been collecting information. He had already grasped most of the details of Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu immortals. Old scoundrel, you are going too far. Take my killer move. Restrain him. I have even more powerful methods. Eastern Sea's rank 8s were furious. They were about to use even more powerful methods. Immortal killer move, Qi engulfing mountains and rivers. Puff, puff, puff. At the next moment, Eastern Sea's rank 8s were pushed into the depths of the sea again. Chapter 1709. Withdraw. Duke Long suddenly appeared above the roof of Dragon Palace. A huge suction force was exerted. The rank 8 immortal Gu house resisted it as it was dragged into Duke Long's phantom aperture inch by inch. The other rank 8 Gu immortals saw this and quickly rushed over, attacking Duke Long with all sorts of killer moves. Duke Long sighed as he suddenly vanished on the spot. Dragon Palace lost its restraints and shot out from the bottom of the sea, flying into the sky again. Eastern Sea's rank 8s were about to give chase when Duke Long suddenly appeared in the sky, blocking their path. Dragon roars resounded again. Duke Long moved like lightning, weaving through the Eastern Sea, rank 8 Gu immortals. The rumbling of the fierce battle was like a ceaseless thunderclap. A myriad of innocent lives suffered calamity, and enormous waves that were hundreds of meters tall and over 1,000 meters tall arose on the surface of the sea. Without Feng Kim Hong burdening him, Duke Long displayed astonishing battle strength. None of the rank 8 Gu immortals present were his match. However, these Eastern Sea Gu immortals could cultivate to rank 8. They had deep foundations and some skills. Even though they could not defeat Duke Long and were showing signs of losing, their lives were not in danger for the time being. Even though they were wary of each other, against Duke Long, they cooperated when they could. At once, Eastern Sea's righteous path, demonic path, and lone cultivators worked together to deal with Duke Long. Duke Long felt increasing pressure. Earlier, when he erupted and suppressed everyone, it was because he had been enduring and did not make a big move. Thus, Eastern Sea's rank 8s were caught unprepared. As the battle continued, Duke Long's methods were gradually familiarized by Eastern Sea's Gu immortals. They quickly found the correct methods to counter or deal with him. In this world, there were no invincible immortal Gu or invincible immortal killer moves. There were only invincible Gu immortals. Any immortal killer move, no matter how complex and mysterious, had its traces, it had advantages and weaknesses. Duke Long was indeed strong. None of the Eastern Sea rank 8s present were his match. But the current situation was special. Everyone was fighting for the immortal Gu house. Nobody wanted to fight to the death with Duke Long. The immortal Gu house continued to fly. The battlefield was moving around. Duke Long could not set up a battlefield to restrain the enemy. Dragon claws swept out, forcing back many Eastern Sea rank 8s. Duke Long crashed into Dragon Palace and grabbed with his hand. In an instant, a pair of giant dragon claws appeared and held onto the Dragon Palace tightly. The Dragon Palace's body shook violently. It shattered the illusory dragon claw and broke free. Duke Long sighed. This situation had happened many times. It was not easy to take the Dragon Palace. He had to fight for a while and temporarily defeat all the competitors. Then he would have a good opportunity to try to take the Dragon Palace. But Dragon Palace was a rank 8 immortal goo house with great strength. It was very difficult to take it. Duke Long had tried many times, but all of them had ended in failure. Duke Long is too strong. What do we do? When he attacks, we will not have a chance to get close to Dragon Palace, not to mention taking it. Duke Long is the only one attacking. Thankfully, this immortal goo house is strong enough. We can't let this go on. Dragon Palace's resistance is getting weaker. It will be subdued by Duke Long sooner or later. Eastern Sea's rank 8 goo immortals were all injured. They communicated with each other. They wanted others to use their trump cards to deal with Duke Long. At rank 8 level, who did not have trump cards, these immortal killer moves were definitely powerful or mysterious, but no one was willing to expose them. No one could guarantee that in this complicated battle environment, these immortal killer moves would not fail. The stronger the killer move, the greater the backlash. Duke Long was also holding on to triple chi retraction. He did not use it. It was not that he did not want to use it, but it was very risky. He might injure himself. Earlier, when he fought against Zishan Makoto, he tried all ways to probe him. After feeling that the other party did not have any special methods, he found a chance to use triple chi retraction. In this situation, if Duke Long rashly used triple chi retraction and was countered by the enemy, what would happen? These Eastern Sea rank 8s had a lot of people. They had deep foundations who knew what methods they were hiding. It was like an arrow on a bow, hanging in the air without being shot. It was very worrying. When goo immortals hid their killer moves, they were often a form of deterrence. River of Time. Immortal killer move, Summer Fan. Fong Yuan was still in the immemorial year monkey form. He successfully used his killer move, grabbing at the air with both hands. A huge palm leaf fan with a long handle suddenly appeared out of thin air and was grasped in his hand. Bing Sai Chuan, move aside. Fong Yuan twisted his waist. His arm muscles bulged as he fanned. Whoosh! Winds blew, sweeping forward. The intense winds swept 3 autumn yellow crane platform and even shark flow lever into it, binding them and sending them out of the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. But at the crucial moment, Feng Joga and Xing Yi Wang flew out of the immortal goo house, pouncing towards Fong Yuan and Bing Sai Chuan. Even though they did not cultivate Time Path, the river suppression lotus ceiling formation did not collapse inside the formation. Time Path was suppressed while other paths were strengthened. The rank 7 goo immortals sent by the Celestial Court were all elites. During this period of time, they had worked together to repair the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. Even though the hole was still there, it had shrunk by a lot. 5 elements, Grandmaster. Quickly use your profound light. Fong Yuan shouted. 5 elements, Grandmasters. Voice came from the year's end tower. I won't be able to use the Dongxian light again in a short amount of time. This formation has changed a lot. Using the Dongxian light again won't be as effective. Immortal killer move, Song Warrior. Feng Joga's body flickered as 4 Song Warriors appeared, surrounding Fong Yuan. Xing Yi Wang's body shined with starlight as he pounced towards Bing Sai Chuan like a porcupine. Bing Sai Chuan and Fong Yuan looked at each other before flying into the sky, abandoning their opponents and attacking the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. This was the wisest tactic. As long as the river suppression lotus ceiling formation broke, be it Feng Joga or Xing Yi Wang, they would have to hide in their immortal goo houses. Feng Zhouge and Xing Yi Wang quickly stopped them, while Five Elements Grandmaster controlled the immortal formation to trap Qing Ye's eternal yacht. In the intense battle, the river suppression lotus ceiling formation shook more and more intensely. Enduring Fang Yuan and Bing Sai Chuan's attacks, more and more cracks appeared. However, on Celestial Court's side, 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform and Shark Flow lever, which were taken away by Fang Yuan, entered the battle again. Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven's side gradually fell into a disadvantage. Fang Yuan, you still don't trust me now. The situation was disadvantageous. Bing Sai Chuan shouted anxiously. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He snorted coldly as he approached Bing Sai Chuan. Bing Sai Chuan's arms shook as a spherical light membrane covered himself and Fang Yuan. This was his immortal killer move. It was used for defense. Anything that landed on the light membrane, be it living beings or killer moves, would be frozen in time. Break it! Feng Zhouge and Xing Yi Wang shouted at the same time. 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform and Shark Flow lever also unleashed killer moves, attacking Bing Sai Chuan's light membrane. But any killer move that landed on the light membrane would be frozen in time. They would stop. At once, the entire light membrane seemed to be covered in a layer of colorful fireworks. It was extremely beautiful. Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth. His body shook as he held on to the light membrane. Even though he had peak rank 8 battle strength inside this formation, time path was suppressed. He was facing the attacks of 2 immortal Gu houses and 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. It was very taxing. Fang Yuan saw this chance. He dispelled his immemorial year monkey transformation and activated Yama Emperor. At this point, he finally had the chance to change his battle style. Feng Zhouge and Xing Yi Wang had too much battle experience. They did not give Fang Yuan any chance to transform. He was constantly interrupted. After Fang Yuan transformed into Yama Emperor, he immediately activated his killer move. His aura rose rapidly from weak to strong, and from strong to a terrifying level. Feng Zhouge and Xing Yi Wang had solemn expressions. They were very vigilant. At this point in the battle, Fang Yuan finally had the time to use his trump card. Immortal killer move, Luo Pasil. Pay attention. Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth. He dispelled his defensive killer move and charged at the front. Without any obstruction, the attacks that had stopped earlier surged towards Bing Sai Chuan and Fang Yuan like a tidal wave. Bing Sai Chuan stood at the front. He forcefully opened a path for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan held Luo Pasil as he charged toward Xing Yi Wang while enduring the aftermath. Xing Yi Wang retreated. Feng Zhouge went to the right and attacked Fang Yuan from the side. Fang Yuan smiled coldly as he flew up. Luo Pasil flew out and landed on the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. The formation's activation stopped. Several rank 7 Gu immortals inside died on the spot. Bing Sai Chuan felt the pressure on him lessening. Swish, swish, swish. Large amounts of water from the river of time flowed into the formation through the opening. Then, with a series of crisp cracking sounds, the river suppression lotus ceiling formation fell apart piece by piece. 5 Elements Grandmaster was extremely shocked. Fang Yuan's Luo Pasil actually attacked the core of the formation and destroyed the core immortal Gu. How did he deduce that? Boom! Feng Zhouge attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's attention was on breaking the formation. He could only take Feng Zhouge's attack head-on. Even in Yama Emperor's state, Fang Yuan coughed out 3 mouthfuls of blood. A large number of Soul Path Gu worms died, and several immortal Gu were injured. Without the formation's help, the battlefield changed. Fang Yuan and Bing Sai Chuan gained the upper hand again. Both sides fought for a while longer. The river suppression lotus ceiling formation was left with a third of its original strength. The remaining rank 7 Gu immortals tried their best to hold on, but the formation was just a step away from breaking apart. They had no hope. Protect me, Fang Yuan said to Bing Sai Chuan. Bing Saichuan used a spherical light barrier again, covering Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan used this chance to cancel Yama Emperor and use Immemorial Year Beast Transformation. Protect me! Feng Juga shouted. Xing Yi Wang and the two immortal Gu houses surrounded Feng Juga. Immortal killer move, Winds of Assimilation. Feng Juga took a huge risk and successfully used the number 1 wind in the world. Bing Saichuan's forehead was covered in sweat. He shouted to Feng Yuan, "Oh no, my defensive killer move cannot block the winds of assimilation. We need to retreat." But out of their expectations, the winds of assimilation did not attack the defensive light barrier. They attacked the stone, Lotus Island, instead. Under Feng Yuan's shocked gaze, the stone Lotus Island was engulfed by the winds of assimilation. It broke into pieces and turned into wind. The winds of assimilation were getting stronger. Whoever went to the island would have to face this destructive tornado. Feng Juga you. Bing Saichuan was exasperated. Feng Yuan's expression was also slightly dark. Chapter 1710. The winds of assimilation rampaged in the river of time. When Feng Jiugu used the Song of Gale, it would cause the sound of howling winds. But when the true winds of assimilation blew, it was very calm, there was no sound at all. The silent winds of assimilation made all of the Gu immortals present feel a bone-chilling coldness. The stone Lotus Island was continuously eroded by the winds of assimilation, before vanishing completely. The winds of assimilation got stronger. Initially, it was quite large after destroying the stone Lotus Island. It expanded by several times. It was like a pillar that supported heaven and earth. However, it could not display its might in the river of time, even though a lot of river water was turned into the winds. The entire river of time was still unaffected. The amount of river water that was lost was negligible. Even though the winds of assimilation were powerful, compared to the entire river of time, it was too small. It was like a bug on an old cow. All of the Gu immortals and immortal Gu houses carefully distanced themselves from the winds of assimilation. Even Feng Juga was not an exception. The stone Lotus Island was really destroyed. Feng Yuan was deeply shocked. He wanted to enter the island earlier, but was repelled by the defensive force of the stone Lotus Island. To think that the stone Lotus Island could not resist the winds of assimilation at all. Don't tell me this formation played a crucial role in suppressing the stone Lotus Island? Or is the stone Lotus Island already at the end of its tether? It could not resist the might of the winds of assimilation? Feng Yuan looked at the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. It was still collapsing. Feng Juga had a heavy mood. Even though he destroyed the stone Lotus Island, in his opinion he had failed. In order to find Red Lotus True Inheritance, the Celestial Court had expended unimaginable resources and manpower. They finally found a stone Lotus Island and used the river suppression lotus ceiling formation to trap it. But to think that Feng Yuan and Longevity Heaven's power would obstruct it. Feng Juga had no choice but to destroy the stone Lotus Island. All of his previous efforts went to waste. With regards to his actions, no one could reprimand him, because the situation was clear. The river suppression lotus ceiling grand array had suffered a blow from Feng Yuan's Luo Pasil. It was destined to collapse. Once the formation broke, Feng Juga, Xing Yi Wang, and the rest could only return to the immortal Gu house obediently. In this way, the Celestial Court's battle prowess would definitely plummet. On the other hand, Feng Yuan and Bing Saichuan were like fish in water in the river of time. Without the restriction of the formation, their battle strength rose once again. The enemy was strong while he was weak. Feng Juga wasn't confident that the stone Lotus Island would be taken away by Feng Yuan's side sooner or later. So, Feng Juga seized the opportunity to cut his losses and brazenly destroy the stone Lotus Isle. Good decision. A sharp light flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes as he praised. Bing Saichuan heaved a long sigh, showing a dejected expression. He had placed his hopes on Red Lotus True Inheritance. He wanted to find a shortcut to destroy Fate Gu. But now, Fang Yuan only had the key to Spring Autumn Cicada, while the Stone Lotus Island was destroyed by Feng Joga. He was greatly disappointed. He did not know that Fang Yuan had already obtained a true inheritance in secret. Fang Yuan naturally would not tell Longevity Heaven about the secret. The celestial court was also kept in the dark. Rumble. With a series of explosions, the damaged river suppression lotus ceiling formation broke apart. Most of the immortal goo were destroyed. The goo immortals controlling it died one after another. The river flowed in reverse, creating huge waves. The river of time was restored to its former state. Let's retreat. Feng Juga gritted his teeth as he spoke. The situation was very disadvantageous to the celestial court. Even though they had 3 rank 8 goo immortals, in this situation, even if Duke Long came, he would not be able to do anything. Feng Joga and the rest were not time path goo immortals. They could only hide in their immortal goo houses and fight using the time path immortal goo houses. And these time path immortal goo houses were only rank 7. If they had a rank 8 time path immortal goo house, the celestial court would have a chance of winning. Even though the celestial court had an extremely deep foundation, it was not without limits. Firstly, after Lord Huangshi died, the celestial court could not take out a time path rank 8 goo immortal goo house. Even though they created 4 time path immortal goo houses, they were only at rank 7 level. To create a rank 8 time path immortal goo house in a short period of time, the celestial court could not do anything about it. Actually, there was no problem with Fairy Myrtle's arrangements. Even though Fang Yuan obtained Red Lotus True Inheritance, his killer moves were mostly modified. A large number of immortal goo were also refined. His battle strength rose by a lot. But it was very difficult for Fang Yuan to obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance alone. The Celestial Court did not expect that Longevity Heaven would suddenly cooperate with Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower. There was deep hatred between Longevity Heaven and Fang Yuan. This hatred was not simple. Fang Yuan did not just destroy a rank 8 immortal goo house. He also destroyed Giant Sun Immortals arrangements, the symbol of the Golden Tribe's glory. Longevity Heaven actually gave up on hatred and cooperated with Fang Yuan. Is this a change brought by Bing Saichuan? Feng Joga returned to 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform and looked at Bing Saichuan with a frown. The 3 immortal goo houses of Celestial Court were retreating rapidly. Fang Yuan roared as he turned into the immemorial year monkey, chasing after them. Bing Saichuan fought alongside him. The 2 attacked fiercely, attacking the 3 immortal goo houses of Celestial Court. Even though Heaven's Stairway had 3 rank 8s, they could only defend themselves now, enduring the enemy's attacks as they escaped. Present and past pavilion finally broke free from Bing Saichuan's killer move. It flew out of the river of time, leaving the river. The 3 Xuanzi were holding their breaths. They wanted to teach Fang Yuan a lesson, but they saw their 3 immortal goo houses escaping in panic. The river suppression lotus ceiling formation broke apart. The rank 7 goo immortals controlling the formation were all dead. Only a few were struggling in the river of time. They were not far from death. Retreat! Feng Juga transmitted. The 3 Xuanzi gulped. They quickly joined the escaping group. Fang Yuan and Bing Saichuan, as well as 5 Elements Grandmaster's Year and Gatehouse, chased after them. These 4 immortal goo houses were very sturdy. They protected each other and were slippery. Fang Yuan and Bing Saichuan got stronger as they fought. In the river of time, they could display extraordinary battle strength. The tributary of the river of time is nearby. We are about to escape. Qin Yi shouted, raising the morale of the Celestial Court's goo immortals. You want to leave? Not so easy. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly, closing the distance. You guys retreat. We will block the enemy. The 3 Xuanzi came to a realization. They moved the tattered present and past pavilion and stayed behind. Under the 3 Xuanzi stalling, the other 3 immortal Gu houses successfully escaped along the tributary of the River of Time. Now that present and past pavilion was destroyed by Fang Yuan, the 3 Xuanzi also died. Not a single rank 8 Gu immortal was left behind. Fang Yuan was filled with regret. This was a rare opportunity. Fang Yuan did not want to chase them. In the outside world of the 5 regions, Feng Zhouge and the rest could attack freely. He cleaned up the battlefield and stored his immortal aperture, annexing them one by one. Bing Saichuan and 5 Elements Grandmaster did not make a move. They only watched from the side. There were many rank 7 Gu immortals who died, because they did not have the qualifications to join Celestial Court. They all had rank 7 immortal apertures. After Fang Yuan annexed his aperture, he gained a lot. Let's go to Eastern Sea. After cleaning up, Fang Yuan took the initiative to suggest. Longevity Heaven had shown sufficient sincerity in the contest for Red Lotus True Inheritance. They were reliable allies for now. Both sides had the same goal. They did not want Celestial Court to completely repair Fate Gu. If Celestial Court had Fate Gu, it could regain its former glory. It would be a huge threat to the other 4 regions. After staying in the River of Time for a while, Fang Yuan and Bing Saichuan confirmed that Red Lotus was truly destroyed. Even though they did not obtain the true inheritance, they stopped Celestial Court from succeeding. It was a draw. Soon, Fang Yuan and the rest left the River of Time, heading to Eastern Sea to stop Duke Long. But along the way, they received news that Eastern Sea's side had come to an end. There was a result. In this contest for Dragon Palace, the final victor was Duke Long. Duke Long had outstanding battle strength. He suppressed many of Eastern Sea's rank 8s. Next, Celestial Court's new rank 8 Gu Immortal Qin came to reinforce with an Immortal Gu house. At the crucial moment, Eastern Sea's lone Immortal Yang Jun suddenly helped Duke Long, allowing Duke Long to suppress the rank 8 Immortal Gu house's resistance and take it. But Duke Long himself was also heavily injured. At the final moment, Eastern Sea's rank 8s no longer held back. They used their trump cards. Unfortunately, it was too late. After Duke Long obtained the Immortal Gu house, he did not continue fighting. He left immediately. To think that this rank 8 lone Immortal Yang Jun was recruited by Celestial Court. 5 Elements Grandmaster shook his head. He was once a lone immortal, but now he was a member of Longevity Heaven. That might not be the case. Yang Jun might be a pawn of Celestial Court in Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan thought of Northern Plains Prince's Impatience. Prince's Impatience was a rank 8 Gu immortal that Celestial Court placed in Northern Plains, but his identity was not exposed. Chapter 1711. Inside Central Continent's Regional Wall. Go, quickly go. Follow us, don't fall behind. A group of Western Desert Gu masters shouted as they ran. Behind them, the ground split open like a huge beast opening its mouth to devour them. Ah, save me! Amidst the screams, a small group of people fell into the earth trench. Most of them would be crushed to death. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, they would most likely be dead. Father, I can't hold on anymore. Zhang Ping was still a youngster. He had just advanced to rank 2 Gu Master. He was panicking now. The primeval essence in his aperture was almost depleted. Oh no! Zhang Quan was a rank 3 Gu Master. He was sweating profusely now. He had used all his strength. The killer move not only moved him, but also his son Zhang Ping. If Zhang Ping did not have primeval essence, Zhang Quan's killer move would be ineffective. By then, Zhang Ping's speed would fall. Zhang Quan would be helpless. He could only watch as his son fell into the abyss. What do I do? Zhang Quan was helpless. He was extremely anxious. He was filled with regret. If he knew this would happen, he would not have brought his son to the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Earlier, he saw his son's refinement path talent. He wanted to bring him to broaden his horizons and temper his abilities. But to think that when they passed the regional wall, they encountered an earth vein disturbance. Just as Zhang Quan and Zhang Ping were about to despair, their vision cleared up. Zhang Quan was stunned. He reacted. They had passed through Central Continent's regional wall. They were in Central Continent now. The earth vein was shaking. Other than creating an earth trench and losing large amounts of goo materials and goo worms, the 5 regional walls were also shrinking. Right now, goo masters needed less than half of the time to cross the regional walls. But what use is this? Zhang Quan sighed deeply. Zhang Ping's primeval essence and stamina were expended. Zhang Quan could only carry him. But this way, their speed fell. They were about to be devoured by the earth trench. At the crucial moment, a mystical light shone, enveloping the surviving goo masters and bringing them to the sky. The earth trench continued to expand under their feet. Soon, a bottomless abyss formed below them. Only when they landed at the edge of the earth trench did the mystical light on these goo masters fade. What's going on? Who saved us? Such an unimaginable method saved all of us. The goo immortal must have taken action. The goo masters were very excited after surviving the calamity. They discussed among themselves. High up in the sky where they could not see, a spirit butterfly valley, Goo Immortal smiled kindly as he retracted his gaze from these goo masters. The Goo Immortal quickly flew away, continuing his patrol. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention had already begun. Large numbers of goo masters had arrived from the other 4 regions. The Goo Immortal was a member of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. He had received a mandatory mission from the sect to patrol this area and prevent the demonic path from causing trouble. There were many Goo Immortals with the same mission as him. These people were mostly from the 10 great ancient sects. But there were also other sects, slave Goo Immortals who were recruited by the 10 great ancient sects, as well as some lone immortals who were close to the 10 great ancient sections. This time the Celestial Court was holding the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. The security was unprecedented. Zhang Quan and Zhang Ping's group luckily received help from Goo Immortals and escaped with their lives. After entering Central Continent, they rested for a while before heading to the nearest registration location. There were many registration locations for the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. They were evenly distributed all over Central Continent. A few days later, Zhang Quan, Zhang Ping, and some Goo masters with the same goal arrived at Scorpion Needle Sect. This sect was only an ordinary force. It was most proficient in raising and using scorpion-shaped goo worms. The most famous one was Scorpion Needle Goo. This was an offensive goo worm. Once activated, it could shoot out scorpion needles. The scorpion needles were sharp and fast. They also carried poison. They were not to be trifled with. Scorpion Needle Sect had already made preparations. Zhang Quan and Zhang Ping walked into the registration hall, seeing that it was filled with people. Most of them were natives of the Central Continent, and a small number were like them, from the Western region. Scorpion Needle Sect's location was close to Western Desert, thus many Western Desert Goo masters came to register. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention attracted countless Goo masters to participate. It was a grand occasion every time. According to the procedures, Zhang Quan and Zhang Ping were brought to the side hall to participate in the examination. The examination only had 4 questions. It was not easy, but not difficult either. It tested the basic skills of Goo refinement. Goo masters with a certain level of experience could often pass. Those who came just to make up the numbers would be eliminated. It would save manpower and resources. Unsurprisingly, Zhang Quan and Zhang Ping both passed the test and successfully registered for the academy. When they walked out of the hall, they each held a token in their hands. The token had the names of the participants, the sect, the path, and the time and place of registration. When Goo masters register, they could choose any name they wanted. Their path and sect could also be kept secret. Precisely because of this leniency, every Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, large numbers of lone cultivators, demons, and even Gu immortals would come to participate incognito. 100 yuan stone for one registration. This is too expensive. Zhang Ping kept the token and grumbled. That's why you have to perform well this time. Don't let our efforts go to waste. Zhang Quan looked at Zhang Ping expectantly. Zhang Ping nodded. All right, Father, I saw many Central Continent Gu masters registering directly. They do not need to participate in the examination. Zhang Quan smiled. These people obtained a ranking in the previous Refinement Path Convention that can directly participate in it. Then, Father, didn't you also obtain a ranking in the previous Refinement Path Convention? Why did you have to pay for this? Zhang Ping asked in confusion. Zhang Quan shook his head. That is because I am not a Central Continent Gu Master. Only Central Continent Gu Masters have this privilege. So that's it. Zhang Ping nodded. This was clearly biased towards the locals. It was unfair, but the young Zhang Ping quickly accepted it. After all, this was Central Continent's territory. The convention was also organized by a Central Continent force. Shouldn't they take care of their own people? And this slight unfairness was not overboard all, because in the registration test, as long as a Gu Master had Refinement Path attainment, they could pass it. The Refinement Path Convention has begun. In Celestial Court, Duke Long used his investigative killer move to observe the registration scenes in Central Continent. At this moment, his face was still pale. His injuries from fighting for the Dragon Palace had not healed much. This Refinement Path Convention is the most crucial. Red Lotus, do you know, after this Refinement Path Convention, Fate Gu will be completely restored. Duke Long's gaze suddenly turned perplexed. Scenes of the past quietly appeared in his mind. Spring Autumn Cicada? You actually designed such an unfilial immortal Gu. Hong Ting, what are you trying to do? After learning of the secret, Duke Long immediately went to find Red Lotus immortal Venerable Hong Ting. Hong Ting clenched his fists, saying to Duke Long, Master, I have already said it. I want to revive them. I want everything to start over again. You. Duke Long pointed at Hong Ting, his body shivering from anger. Hong Ting lowered his head. Master, scold me if you want, hit me if you want, but I will not give up. Duke Long stared at Hong Ting angrily, but did not scold him. Instead, after a long silence, he suddenly heaved a long sigh. Hong Ting, my disciple, you are too naive. Even if you are an immortal venerable, what can you do to fate? Go ahead and try, I will not stop you. You will definitely fail, but I hope that if you fail enough, you will wake up. Many days later, Master, Hong Ting had injuries all over his body, but his expression was very excited as he arrived in front of Duke Long. I finally found my only hope. I am about to succeed. I will definitely succeed in changing fate. How can this be? Duke Long did not believe it at all. I am relying on this, Love Gu. This is the inspiration I got from the Legends of Renzu. The book says, love is also a part of fate. Since that is the case, love can also change fate. Hong Ting became more excited as he spoke. Duke Long was extremely shocked and furious. Outrageous! Outrageous! Hong Ting, don't forget your identity. You are an immortal venerable of the righteous path. But you want to change history. Do you know what kind of unimaginable consequences your unscrupulous actions will cause? Oh, Master! Hong Ting suddenly raised his head, his gaze shining as he looked at Duke Long. Do you still not understand? Understand what? Times have changed. People's hearts have also changed. Our generation does not need restraints. Before Hong Ting finished, he was rudely interrupted by Duke Long. Enough! You actually said Fate Gu is a kind of restraint? Hong Ting, enough is enough. If you continue like this, you will fall into the demonic path. Master does not want to punish you in the name of righteousness. Taking a deep breath, Duke Long's gaze became clear again. The memories in his mind had already been collected, but Duke Long still felt a sense of self-blame. "Oh, Red Lotus, you still don't understand." Duke long muttered. "No matter how times change, Fate Goo will always be the protective umbrella of our human race. You disregarded the big picture of humanity for your own selfish desires. It was my mistake in teaching you. You are my disciple. As your master, I will make up for your mistake. I do not have much time left. But it does not matter. It is enough to repair Fate Goo completely. I will not allow anyone to destroy this refinement path convention." Boom! At the same time, a shocking explosion occurred in Scorpion Needle Sect. Countless Goo Masters who were participating in the Refinement Path convention died instantly. Dust clouds surged. An ancient, desolate bestiar snake was roaring in the ruins of Scorpion Needle Sect. Looking at the ancient ear snake that was rampaging and slaughtering Goo Masters, Fong Yuan smiled coldly as he left. An immortal killer moved with fixed immortal travel as the core activated, bringing him to the next location. Celestial Court wanted to repair Fate. They needed to hold the Refinement Path Convention to obtain success Dao marks. How could Fong Yuan let Celestial Court get what they wanted so easily? Chapter 1712. Gue East Sect. As one of the registration locations for the Refinement Path Convention, it was also filled with people. The Refinement Path Convention is finally starting. To think that I would get a second chance in this life, I am truly thankful to heaven. The middle-aged Goo Master sighed. Some of the Goo Masters around him recognized him and started to discuss. "Look, it is Refinement Path Master Luo Shang. In the previous Refinement Path Convention, he lost due to an unexpected situation. He is making a comeback this time. The Refinement Path Convention is held once every 100 years. Luo Shang should not have a chance. Who could have thought that after 10 years, the 10 great ancient sects would hold it again?" The middle-aged Goo Master heard all of these discussions, but his expression was calm. He was past the age of vanity. He only wanted to prove himself now. The opponents this time cannot be underestimated. Even though I have been working hard and accumulating resources, Central Continent is too big, the 5 regions are too big. There will always be geniuses. Just here alone, there are already many new geniuses. The middle-aged Goo Master looked around. His attention was mainly on 3 Goo Masters. One was an old man. He had been famous for many years. He was also a Refinement Path Master. The other was a young man and a young girl with bright eyes. The former had shone brilliantly in the previous Refinement Path Convention, while the latter was a rising genius in the last 10 years. The competition in this Refinement Path Convention is going to be so intense. I need to make good use of this opportunity. I cannot miss it. I need to prove myself. I need to make my wife and son raise their heads high. Boom! In the next moment, a huge ancient ear beast descended from the sky, crushing the entire registration hall into smithereens. All of the middle-aged Goo Masters' grand ambitions vanished into thin air, vanishing into thin air. Those young Goo Masters with bright futures, the talented young girl who was the center of attention, died on the spot. They were crushed into meat paste, their blood and bones mixed together. Even their corpses could not be identified. Next location. In the sky, Fong Yuan's figure flashed. This was the 15th location that he had attacked. Central Continent's Goo Masters had suffered huge losses. These were only mortal Goo Masters. How could they deal with ancient ear beasts? Even rank 6 Goo Immortals might not be able to match these ancient ear beasts. Fong Yuan mercilessly slaughtered the lives of these Goo Masters, creating a huge tragedy. More and more elite Goo Masters were sacrificed. The Celestial Court's Immortals felt a trace of heartache. That devil Fong Yuan is truly vicious and evil. He really came to cause trouble. Damn it. Are we just going to sit back and watch? Lord Ziwei, I wonder. Fairy Myrtle shook her head. Fong Yuan is very cautious. Every time he attacks, he only releases wild ancient ear beasts to wreak havoc in the world and slaughter Goo Masters. he rarely takes action himself. Fairy Myrtle sighed deeply. His wisdom path attainment is very deep. He knows that the more he attacks, the more clues he will leave behind, and the easier it will be for us to discover and track him. It will be very difficult for me to determine his location. I need more clues, and it will take a long time. But where did he get so many ancient year beasts? Agu Immortal frowned. According to Southern Borders information, there is a year essence pool in Xia Cha's immortal aperture. It should be because of this pool that Fang Yuan secretly gathered so many year beasts. Fairy Myrtle said. Even though her expression was calm, she felt anger in her heart. As a Gu Immortal, Fang Yuan actually attacked mortals without any restraints. He was bullying the weak. He was truly too shameless. He had no bottom line. Most demonic path Gu Immortals would not do this. This was the tacit understanding between Gu Immortals. But Fang Yuan directly broke it. Fang Yuan is the greatest calamity to all living beings. Fairy Myrtle was furious, but also felt pity for those innocent lives. The longer he lives in this world, the more living beings will be harmed and harmed by him. Duke Long, however, was truly calm. His heart was like an ancient well without any ripples. All right, Fang Yuan's appearance. Isn't this something we already expected? Let's follow the plan. This time, even if we have to pay a huge price, we need to repair fake Gu. Duke Long's tone was firm. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals listened to his orders, they felt. Nothing in this world could shake Duke Long's resolve. Fang Yuan was indeed a problem. Celestial Court could not ignore him. Thus they had a plan to deal with him. Several days later, the people who were shocked by Fang Yuan's attacks obtained concrete information and evidence. Everything pointed to Fang Yuan. He was the culprit. The crowd was in a frenzy. Fang Yuan has already become a Gu Immortal. There are really immortals in this world. Fang Yuan, you killed my father. I will definitely take revenge for this blood debt. Even if I am rank 5, if I am not a Gu Immortal, I will still be an ant. Fang Yuan is clearly trying to ruin the Refinement Path Convention. For the sake of my life, I will not go. Go. Why not go? If we do not go, won't we fall into Fang Yuan's trap? That's right. Even though I am a mortal Gu Master, and am not Gu Immortal Fang Yuan's match. But to take revenge for my wife's death, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I cannot let this demon Fang Yuan get what he wants. Some were fearful, some sighed, some retreated, while some were firm in their confidence. Time passed, days passed. The Refinement Path Convention continued. Fang Yuan was alone. Central Continent was filled with registration locations for the Refinement Path Convention. Even though he had fixed immortal travel, he could not exterminate all of these Gu Masters, because many places were secretly guarded by Central Continent Gu Immortals. Especially after Fang Yuan's attack, Celestial Court immediately made a move. They sent out missions. Countless Gu Masters received the relevant missions and moved around, testing people's participation qualifications and giving out tokens. This way, Central Continent's forces split up. No one went to one location to register. Fang Yuan's killing efficiency fell greatly. Even though Fang Yuan was working hard and over 10,000 Gu Masters died at his hands, he could not stop the Refinement Path Convention from starting. The registration phase was over. The competition had already started for many days. Fang Yuan suddenly appeared at a certain place in Central Continent. He was about to attack when his brows suddenly rose. Fang Yuan, where are you going? Hand over your life. A Central Continent rank 8 Gu Immortal charged at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan looked at the other party. He had no desire to fight. He activated his killer move again and retreated. These last few days, Central Continent's Gu Immortals are getting faster and faster. Is it because I used fixed immortal travel too many times they deduced it? But even so, they seem to be able to predict where I will appear. What investigative method is this? Time path? At the next moment, Fang Yuan's surroundings changed. He was hundreds of thousands of li away from his previous location. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. He acutely sensed that 3 rank 8 Gu immortals were approaching him from 3 directions. Fang Yuan, where do you think you're going? Celestial Court has prepared more than 10 investigative killer moves for you. You cannot escape. Especially one of them. It was created by primordial origin immortal Venerable. It is called People's Accusation. Ha ha ha, demon, you did not expect this, right? The more people you kill, the more people will hate you. The hatred of these mortal Gu masters will continue to mark your location. The 3 rank 8s charged towards Fang Yuan. Immortal Battlefield Killer Move, Rumor Cage. Suddenly, a 4th rank 8 Gu immortal appeared above Fang Yuan. An immortal Battlefield Killer Move enveloped Fang Yuan. We caught Fang Yuan. Lord Zhou Xiong Xian's Rumor Cage is indeed the fastest battlefield killer move to activate. Even Fang Yuan could not react in time. The 4 Gu immortals were overjoyed. Lord Duke Long, Fang Yuan has been trapped by us. Within Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle had an excited expression. Duke Long replied plainly. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined. Lord Duke Long, this is a rare opportunity. I suggest you take action personally and eliminate Fang Yuan without fail. Duke Long shook his head. Fang Yuan is just a clown. Repairing Fate Gu is the important matter at hand. It is not time for me to take action yet. Lord Duke Long. Fairy Myrtle was about to persuade him again when her expression suddenly changed. At this moment, all parts of Central Continent, especially the Refinement Path competition, were attacked by Gu immortals. In fact, not only Refinement Path venues, even some famous resource points in Central Continent were attacked by Gu immortals. Chapter 1713. Fang Yuan floated in the air, as if he had been standing in a snowstorm for several minutes. His body was covered in a layer of white snow. From afar, it looked like he was wearing a thick fox fur sweater. This was the modified time path killer move, Winter Coat. Fang Yuan had many defensive killer moves. The strongest was Reverse Flow Protection Seal. But because Reverse Flow River was almost dried up, this move could not be used anymore. Other than that, Fang Yuan also had defensive methods like Yama Emperor, Winter Coat, Bloodstained Conqueror's Robe, Purple Thought Light Protection, Hair Armor, Lion Fur Armor, Divination Tortoise Transformation, Ghost Official Garment, and so on. Hair Armor and Lion Fur Armor were mortal killer moves. Even though Fang Yuan had used them for a period of time, they were no longer useful. Purple Thought Light Protection was Zishan Makoto's method. It had once blocked Duke Long's fist during the battle. Its power was not to be underestimated. But Fang Yuan only had this killer move. He did not cultivate it. He lacked the crucial immortal Gu. Bloodstained Conqueror's Robe was Fang Yuan's method. He had used it before. Even though the core immortal Gu were rank 7 killer moves were still too weak. Divination Tortoise Transformation was also a defensive method. But similarly, it was an ancient, desolate beast divination tortoise. It could not participate in battles between rank 8s. Ghost Official Garment had a huge origin. It was designed by spectral soul demon Venerable to defend against wisdom path deductions. With Ghost Official Garment, Soul Beast Token, and Ghostly Concealment, Yama Emperor had incredible defense. It could be used to fight against rank 8s. But its defensive power could not compare to Winter Coat. Yama Emperor was a comprehensive method. It had both offense and defense. Together with Yama Children, it had incredible power in group battles. Winter Coat was focused on defense. Fang Yuan devoured Xia Cha's immortal aperture, causing his time path Dao marks to increase sharply. He had the most Dao marks. It greatly increased the power of Winter Coat. And most importantly, after some modifications, Winter Coat's defensive power was even more outstanding than before. Without Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Winter Coat Killer move became Fang Yuan's substitute. Boom, boom, boom. 3 Central Continent rank 8s attacked Fang Yuan one after another. but Fang Yuan did not dodge. He used Winter Coat to block all of their attacks. What killer move is this? It looks like Xia Cha's Winter Coat. How is this possible? Xia Cha's Winter Coat isn't like this. The 3 rank 8s had different expressions. They conversed secretly. They were shocked by the defensive power of Winter Coat. Then they all turned their attention to Zhou Xiongxin. These 3 rank 8s came from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. But Zhou Xiongxian was different. He was a member of Celestial Court who had just woken up. Zhou Xiongxian had already activated the immortal battlefield rumor cage. In this battle environment, all other paths were suppressed. Only information path was amplified. Fang Yuan's Winter Coat killer move was suppressed. The 3 rank 8's offensive methods were also suppressed. While the 3 rank 8s looked at Zhou Xiongxian, Fang Yuan was observing this immortal battlefield rumor cage. Rumor cage was made of countless silver words. Some were as large as horses and carriages. Some were as small as ants. They weaved together to form a huge sphere that covered Fang Yuan and the other 4 rank 8s. Because there were gaps between the words, the entire sphere seemed to be connected to the outside world. It was not completely closed. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, his time path clone was bathed in the light of wisdom, deducing the profundities of this immortal battlefield. But regarding information path, Fang Yuan was not proficient at all. If it was a time path or refinement path immortal battlefield, Fang Yuan could use time path and refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level to decipher it in minutes. But against information path, he was at a loss. He could only rely on the light of wisdom to deduce it. Undeniably, the Celestial Court sending information path, go immortal, Zhou Xiongxian, to deal with Fang Yuan was a wise move. If it were any other Gu immortal expert, as long as Fang Yuan had seen them before, he would have prepared a set of methods to deal with them. But this Zhou Xiongxian was the first time Fang Yuan had seen him. Zhou Xiongxian wore a white robe. He had a square face and a righteous expression. He had a strong physique. Those who could become members of the Celestial Court were elites and experts among rank 8s. Ignoring everything else, just that rumor cage earlier was too profound for words. It was extremely fast. It was the fastest immortal battlefield killer move that Fang Yuan had ever seen. Fang Yuan, since you are trapped by me, don't think of leaving this place alive. You have committed so many crimes. How many innocent lives have died in your hands? Now, I will let you taste the consequences of your actions. Zhou Xiongxian spoke righteously. His aura surged as he activated 2 immortal killer moves. Immortal killer move, fearsome gossip. Immortal killer move, 3 men becomes tigers. In an instant, every single silver character in the rumor cage began to emit a bright radiance. The dense light seemed to turn into flowing water, floating in the air as it flowed and gathered. Then ferocious silver-white tigers jumped out of the silver light. As the tiger group attacked, Fang Yuan's body shot out like lightning, charging towards them. Strength Path Giant Hand. Fang Yuan charged towards the silver tigers and tried to attack, but the giant hand only blocked for a moment before the silver tigers broke it. Fang Yuan's eyebrows rose. The silver tigers were quite strong. Immortal killer move, spring scissors. Jade green scissors flew around with extraordinary agility. Wherever they went, the scissors would open and close. The silver tigers would either be beheaded or cut in half. Their corpses would turn into silver specks of light that scattered everywhere. Spring Scissors was unstoppable. A peculiar light flashed in Zhou Xiongxian's eyes as he thought, "This is different from the information." Ever since the battle for Red Lotus True Inheritance, Fang Yuan's Spring Scissors killer move seems to have been modified again. Its power has increased by at least 20%. Zhou Xiongxian was an information path Gu immortal. He could notice and collect even the slightest change. Spring Scissors did not change for hundreds of years in Xia Cha's hands, but in Fang Yuan's hands, it keeps changing. Is Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment really so high? Maybe his time path attainment level is quite high. After all, this is a rank 8 killer move. It is not easy to modify it. Zhou Xiongxian was inwardly shocked. Right now, under the suppression of Rumor Cage, Spring Scissor's killer move was still unstoppable. Countless silver tigers were cut by it. However, Zhou Xiongxian was not flustered. The situation is still under my control. Slowly, you will experience my power, Fang Yuan. Zhou Xiongxian sneered in his mind. A moment later, Fang Yuan's brows furrowed imperceptibly. The silver tigers are endless. They are clearly one with this Rumor Cage battlefield. No matter how many are killed, they will regenerate. And most importantly, these silver tigers are getting stronger. Strange, normally speaking, methods like the silver tigers relied on numbers to fight a battle of attrition against the enemy. But the silver tigers were getting stronger and stronger at a shocking speed. It surpassed the limits of such methods. Earlier, Spring Scissor's killer move was unstoppable, but now it seemed to be very tired. The silver tigers were not only tougher, they were also much more agile. They often escaped from Spring Scissors and missed. At this time, the Time Path clone finally deduced some results. Fang Yuan looked at Zhou Xiongxian as he said, "So that's it, this is the combination of information path and human path methods. You use the resentment of the people in Central Continent to use this move, right? Just like the previous people's accusation killer move." Zhou Xiongxian's eyebrows twitched. Fang Yuan discovered the profundity so quickly his heart shook. Since you saw it, there is no need to hide it. Indeed, the foundation of this killer move is primordial origin Immortal Venerable's method. He mobilized the will of the people in Central Continent. Fang Yuan, you slaughtered so many people. The will of the people is in a frenzy. Even though immortal strength is small, what if millions of people have their strength stacked together? This strength is unimaginable to you. Thus, struggle as much as you want. You cannot defeat the united will of the people. This is the result of your actions. You reap what you sow. Fang Yuan was silent. He started to bombard the Rumor Cage. But this immortal battlefield, before he understood the profundity of its operation, even if he used Luopacile, it would have little effect. It would be a waste of rank 8 immortal essence. At the same time, somewhere in Central Continent, Fang Yuan is trapped. He is likely trapped in an immortal formation or an immortal battlefield. My connection to him has already become very vague. It is about to be cut off. Shen Songsheng muttered. He was an Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortal, the first supreme elder of a superforce, Shin clan. He cultivated sound path. When Fang Yuan went to Dragon Palace in Eastern Sea, he unknowingly fell into his investigative method. Now, even though he was trapped in Rumor Cage, Shen Songsheng could sense some of Fang Yuan's movements. Brother Songsheng's investigative method is truly admirable. At the side, Song Qi Yuan's side, back then I was targeted by Brother Tsongsheng relentlessly. I suffered a lot. Haha, Shin Tsongsheng laughed. That was when we were young, who asked you to sneak away and steal the inheritance. We spent so much effort, but ended up empty-handed. Fang Yuan taking action and obstructing the refinement path convention is within expectations. After all, he and the Celestial Court have a deep grudge. That's right. Several years ago, he and the Celestial Court exposed each other in jewel yellow skies. The Celestial Court wants to restore fate. Even if he is an otherworldly demon, he will not let the Celestial Court succeed. If that happens, the Celestial Court will have too much of an advantage. The surrounding Gu immortals agreed. Some had cold expressions, they were unmoved. Looking at them, these Gu immortals were all rank 8. Song Qi Yuan, Qing Yuan, Shen Songsheng, Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, Shimiao, and others. This was an unprecedented lineup. All right, isn't this a good situation? Fang Yuan is not a good person. If he and the celestial court fight, they will expend their energy. We will have fewer variables. Dragon Palace is nearby. There is no doubt about it. Xin Tsongsheng had been walking in front, leading the way. As it turned out, Duke Long snatched the rank 8 immortal goo house in Eastern Sea, causing Eastern Sea's rank 8s to lose face. Chapter 1714. A group of Eastern Sea rank 8 goo immortals were flying in Central Continent's mountain range at a low altitude. After Duke Long snatched the immortal goo house Dragon Palace, Eastern Sea's righteous path, demonic path, and even lone immortal rank 8s allied together. It should be here. Shen Tsongsheng suddenly stopped. He looked at the green mountain below him with a puzzled expression. This green mountain was very ordinary. It was inconspicuous among the surrounding mountains. Here. Hua Kaiyun frowned, shaking her head. I did not find anything strange. I feel that this mountain is different. Qing Yuan said. This is the place. Granny Rong said with certainty. The surrounding goo immortals took a look at her. Granny Rong was a poison path goo immortal. How could she have such high attainment in investigative methods? There is an illusion formation here. Song Chi Yuan's eyes shined with a crystal light. He said solemnly, but we do not have anyone who cultivates formation path. Hua Kaiyin said. Zhang Yin sneered. What are you hesitating for? Break the formation and enter. Earlier in Eastern Sea, because we were on guard and hindered each other, Duke Long succeeded. Now that we have an agreement, we will advance and retreat together. So what if Duke Long is lured out? Ha, that's right. Let's charge in. Song Chi Yuan laughed loudly, attacking immediately. Boom, boom, boom. A rank 8 goo immortal's methods were extraordinary. After a series of explosions, the illusion formation shattered like glass, revealing the real scene. At the foot of the Green Mountain, there was a huge cave. There were natural dragon patterns in the cave. It was like a group of dragons dancing around, entangling with each other. The Eastern Sea immortals only took a glance before losing interest in the cave's dragon patterns. They flew into the cave and found a huge hole in the ground. They followed the hole and flew down. After passing a long underground tunnel, the immortals' vision cleared up. There is a natural earth trench below this cave. This is not a new earth trench. It should have existed for tens of thousands of years. Is Dragon Palace at the deepest part of this earth trench? Duke Long took the immortal goo house. Why did he place it here? The Eastern Sea immortals discussed among themselves. The earth trench was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. Compared to the earth trench, they were as small as mosquitoes, completely inconspicuous. Roar! Suddenly, a strong hurricane swept up from the depths of the earth trench. At the same time, the entire earth trench shook violently and rocks fell from the cliffs of the earth trench. The expressions of the Eastern Sea immortals changed. They all felt a strong sense of threat. The tremor left as quickly as it came. After a dozen breaths, the entire earth trench became peaceful again. What's down there? No matter what it is, to be able to make so many of us sense danger, it's definitely not simple. I want to see what Duke Long is up to. The Eastern Sea immortals were about to move deeper into Earth Trench. But suddenly, Earth Trench flickered with bright lights. A super immortal formation appeared and enveloped all the goo immortals. So there was an ambush. What a powerful immortal array. Who is it? An old Central Continent rank 8 goo immortal appeared in front of the Eastern Sea immortals. He wore a gray robe. His entire body was shrouded in a deep sense of sorrow. Eastern Sea's rank 8s were very knowledgeable. They immediately recognized this old Central Continent rank 8. Oh, you are Wind Cloud Manor's Old Man Beifeng? Old Man Beifeng sighed. That is me. Fellow immortals coming together to attack the hidden dragon cave is not a wise move. With me here, no matter what you want, you will not be able to succeed. Hidden Dragon Cave. This is Hidden Dragon Cave. Many Eastern Sea Goo immortals were shocked. Hidden Dragon Cave imprisoned the legendary, immemorial, desolate beast Dizongxing. It was known to everyone, but its exact location was not exposed. Old man Bei Feng could have become a member of the Celestial Court, but because of his grandson Feng Chanzi's mistake, old man Bei Feng took the blame. The two of them guarded Dizongxing together in Hidden Dragon Cave. Because of some reason, Duke Long placed the rank 8 immortal Goo House Dragon Palace here. The Eastern Sea Goo immortals searched for clues and found their way to Hidden Dragon Cave. Boom! Old man Bei Feng's body shook as he activated the Super Immortal Formation. This Super Immortal Formation could imprison Dizongxing. It naturally had great power. The Eastern Sea Goo immortals were swept away by the Immortal Formation's power. Their vision blurred. When they looked again, they saw that the immortals were separated and sent to a certain formation space. At the next moment, the Eastern Sea immortals attacked the surrounding battle. A battle between rank 8s unfolded. At the same time, immortals appeared all over Central Continent. Mountain Tortoise Valley. The valley was huge. The mountain walls were steep and almost vertical. Demonic Path, Goo Immortal 9, Ghost Finger snuck here. He looked at the mountain tortoises in the valley with a greedy gaze. There were many mountain tortoises. They covered the entire mountain. Among them were many huge, desolate, beast mountain tortoises. Mountain tortoises are rare in Eastern Sea, but they are common in Southern Border and Central Continent. This mountain tortoise valley is the largest mountain tortoise breeding ground in Central Continent. Hee. 9 Ghostfinger laughed smugly. This was originally a resource point controlled by Spirit Butterfly Valley, one of the 10 great ancient sections. But now, the Goo immortals guarding this place were sent away to protect the venue of a refinement path convention. However, even though they left behind a warning method. 9 Ghostfinger did not enter rashly. He investigated for a while and found some clues. This was an immortal killer move. It was of Earth Path. Let me deduce how to break this. 9 Ghostfinger's eyes shined with bright light. His 10 fingers moved rapidly as he deduced. The shadows of his fingers flew about, both real and fake. Originally, there were 10 shadows of fingers, but they gradually shrank to 9 shadows of fingers. 9 Ghostfinger's wisdom path inheritance was such a unique sight. The missing finger was one of them. It represented the vague, heavenly secret. 9 Ghostfinger only cultivated wisdom path on the side. He mainly cultivated soul path. As his fingers danced in the air, he muttered something under his breath. As he deduced, the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. Meanwhile, on the Moonlight Mound that was 108,000 kilometers away, a fierce battle had already begun. Rank 7 lone immortal Xia Bao Shu floated in the air with an imposing aura. He bombarded Moonlight Mound continuously. He wore a blue robe, he had a handsome face, and was gentle like jade. He had the appearance of a noble young master. Meanwhile, his opponent, the female immortal guarding Moonlight Mound, was in a sorry state. She said angrily, "Xia Bao Shu, you are a famous lone immortal in Eastern Sea's Goo immortal world. You actually dare to commit such a demonic act and rob my Moonlight Mound. If you have the ability, go rob the 10 great ancient sects. We are both lone cultivators, yet you are making things difficult for each other. Back then, I bought your Year Goo and took care of your business." Xia Bao Shu sighed. "Fairy Moonlight, unless it is absolutely necessary, I do not want to use such a method. My Year Goo business exists only in name. The only way is to change it. If you can give me half of the moonlight mushrooms, I will leave without a second word." The Central Continent female immortal was about to cough blood from anger. "These moonlight mushrooms are the result of my hard work and effort. I nurtured them for 30 years. You want to take half of them right away. Wishful thinking." Even if I cannot defeat you today, I will not give the moonlight mushrooms to you. Before I escape, I will destroy this entire moonlight mound. Can you destroy it?" Suddenly, a soft voice resounded behind the central continent female immortal. An ambush! The female immortal was shocked. Someone had actually snuck up behind her without her noticing. "Who is it?" The female immortal wanted to turn around, but at the next moment, her vision turned black as she fainted. Yu Xian Zi stood at the top of Moonlight Mound, looking at the fainted central continent female immortal before looking at Xia Baoshu in the air. He grinned. Yu Xian Zi cultivated theft path. He was the Gu immortal most skilled in collecting earth trench black oil in Eastern Sea. He had an ugly appearance and a wretched aura, but he was very close to Xia Baoshu. They were good friends. Xia Baoshu came to Central Continent to obtain resources. Yu Xian Zi had to help him. Inside Rumor Cage, Fan Yuan shouted as he used the immortal killer Move Myriad Dragon. The flood dragons soared into the sky and tangled together with the thousands of silver-white tigers. At once, dragons and tigers fought. Silver light shone in the eyes as killing intent surged. After a few breaths of time, the dragon group shrunk. They were not the tiger's match. Fan Yuan's expression was grim. He continued to use Myriad Dragon to support the situation. Lord Zhou Xiong's methods are truly amazing. The most amazing thing is that these three moves can be used together. Rumor Cage, rumors are fearsome, and three people become tigers. They get stronger as they fight. The longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it is for Fan Yuan. But unfortunately, he is in a desperate situation now. He cannot escape. The three Central Continent rank 8s had been watching from the sidelines, watching from a corner. Just Zhou Xiong alone was able to suppress Fan Yuan. Any one of Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals was an expert with outstanding talent and shocking talent. Honestly speaking, my battle strength is only at rank 8 upper stage. I am inferior to Li Huang. But with the advantage of Information Path and Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's killer move as a foundation, I can borrow the power of Central Continent's millions of people. My battle strength will continue to grow. As long as the situation continues, Fan Yuan will definitely be exhausted to death. Even though Zhou Xiong had the upper hand, he was not careless for a moment. Even though he had just woken up, his abundant information gave him a deep understanding of Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's strength, Fan Yuan's craftiness, and Fan Yuan's threat were deeply engraved in Zhou Xiong's mind. Information Path and Human Path. Celestial Court truly has deep foundations. Just by restraining themselves a little, they are already making things difficult for me. Fan Yuan looked at Zhou Xiong as he sighed internally. The enemy in front of him did not have any flaws. He was extremely vigilant against Fan Yuan. He was extremely skilled in investigation. He was extremely sensitive to even the slightest movement. This caused many of Fan Yuan's tactical plans to fail. Even though Fan Yuan had advanced to rank 8 for a short period of time, he relied on Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Luopa Seal, and other profound methods to stabilize his battle strength at rank 8 upper stage. Previously, in the 5 regional walls, in the 5 regional mountain range, or in the River of Time, Fan Yuan made use of geographical advantages or borrowed the strength of others to greatly reduce the difference in battle strength between him and the enemy. But now that he was deep in Central Continent and fought against a rank 8 expert, he was countered. In terms of Information Path, his attainment was too shallow. There was no need to mention Human Path. Forget it. Let's stop probing here. It is time to make use of geographical advantages. Fan Yuan's lips curled into a strange smile. At the next moment, he activated his ambush method. Rumble. A great formation suddenly rose outside the Central Continent. Rumor Cage was like an egg. It was crushed by the terrifying power of the formation. Why is there a formation? The 4 Central Continent immortals were furious. Take a guess. Fong Yuan laughed loudly, turning into the immemorial year monkey. He jumped and arrived in front of Zhou Xiong Xan, his fist slamming down like a meteor. Rumor cage broke. The backlash caused Zhou Xiong Xan to spit out blood. Time path methods were activated to slow the surrounding time. Zhou Xiong Xan could not dodge in time. He was hit by Fong Yuan's fist. With a loud sound, he crashed to the ground. Quick! Save Lord Zhou Xiong Xan! Attack together! The other 3 Gu immortals quickly pounced towards Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan snickered as the formation activated again, stalling the 3 rank 8s for a breath of time. Using this chance, Fong Yuan's huge body landed in front of Zhou Xiong Xan, who was like a toy. Immortal killer move, Spring Scissors. A huge pair of scissors was held by the giant ape Fong Yuan. The blades, which were dozens of feet long, were first deeply inserted into the ground on both sides. Next, the huge scissors gathered together. In front of the sharp scissors, the thick ground was as fragile as tofu. Crack! With a soft sound, the huge scissors finally gathered. The 2 halves of the scissors fused together. Blood splattered. Zhou Xiong Xan's head drew an arc in the air before falling to the ground with a loud sound. Chapter 1715. Prisoner Valley's southern flower vines were stolen by a mysterious Gu immortal. More than half of them were lost. The immortal formation at the Red River Beach was destroyed. The red fire rocks inside were all plundered by 3 Gu immortals. Someone wanted to steal the primordial sand in the middle section of falling Heavenly River, but was repelled by an immortal killer move left behind by Heaven's Envy Manor. Fairy Myrtle sat in the celestial court, looking at the situation of Central Continent. As the news came in, her brows furrowed even tighter. She was furious. The huge Central Continent was rich in resources and people. The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, led by the leaders of the Celestial Court, had gone through countless years and countless days and nights of hard work to create this place. But now it was being robbed by thieves from all over. The place was in a foul state. Meanwhile, Duke Long was still sitting at the main seat, listening to Fairy Myrtle's reports with a calm expression. No matter, so what if we lost some resources? It's just a minor ailment. Duke Long said as he closed his eyes and rested his chin on his hand, pretending to sleep. Fairy Myrtle breathed in deeply, telling herself to calm down, but at the next moment her eyes opened wide as she shouted in anger. Fong Yuan has escaped. Our 3 Central Continent rank 8s are all injured. Senior Zhou Xiong Xan was killed by Fong Yuan. A sharp light flashed in Duke Long's eyes. He stopped pretending to sleep and sat up, muttering. Zhou Xiong Xan and the others were specially arranged to deal with Fong Yuan. Among them, Zhou Xiong Xan was the strongest, but he was actually killed by Fong Yuan. But the others were only injured and retreated. There must be a reason behind this. Where is the detailed battle report? Here. Fairy Myrtle immediately handed an information path Gu worm to Duke Long. The battle report was very detailed, because other than Zhou Xiong Xan, the other 3 Central Continent rank 8s were still alive. After reading the battle report, the hall fell silent. After a while, Fairy Myrtle spoke. I thought that Fong Yuan used Luo Pasil to kill Senior Zhou Xiong Xan. I didn't expect him to use Spring Scissors' killer move. According to this battle report, Spring Scissors has been modified again. Most importantly, when Fong Yuan transformed into the immemorial year monkey, his battle strength had already reached the peak of rank 8. Fairy Myrtle let out a deep sigh. She had known for a long time that Fong Yuan was a threat. If he was allowed to grow freely, he would definitely become a great threat. Fairy Myrtle had expected this, but she did not expect this day to come so soon. How long has it been since Fong Yuan became a Gu immortal? In the blink of an eye, he became a rank 8. In the blink of an eye, he actually had peak rank 8 battle strength. Even I only have rank 8 upper stage battle strength. At once, Fairy Myrtle felt disheartened. Duke Long took a look at Fairy Myrtle. His tone was still deep and slow. Ziwei, don't look down on yourself. Fang Yuan rose up rapidly. Other than his own talent, he also had the help of various forces. He has Spring-Autumn Cicada. He is Red Lotus Demon Venerable's target. He also obtained Spectral Soul's true inheritance and inherited the position of Shadow Sect leader. He even has Ghostly Concealment. That is a Thieving Heaven true inheritance. Don't forget, with the collapse of 88 Point Jinyang Tower, how many benefits did Fang Yuan obtain from Giant Sun Immortal? We have placed enough importance on Fang Yuan. There is nothing wrong with your actions against him. It is just that we have failed repeatedly. Other than Fang Yuan, there are also the influences behind him. We are not just trying to get rid of Fang Yuan. We are also fighting against the forces around him. There are many immortal venerables and demon venerables among them. They allowed Fang Yuan to grow to his current level. Fairy Myrtle had an ashamed expression. I heard this news. My heart was shaken. Thank you, Lord Duke Long, for your consolation. Duke Long smiled lightly. I am not consoling you. I am merely stating a fact. However, even though Fang Yuan has peak rank 8 battle strength, as long as he is not rank 9, he cannot overturn our celestial court. Zhou Xiong Xian's death is clear in the battle report. It was because Fang Yuan activated the immortal formation and destroyed Rumor Cage. Fang Yuan is crafty and sinister. He purposely stalled for time, causing Rumor Cage to become stronger and stronger due to the support of Central Continent's people. It greatly surpassed its original power. After Fang Yuan destroyed the Rumor Cage, Zhou Xiong Xian's backlash became extremely strong. It surpassed his limits. He was heavily injured on the spot. Even though the other 3 rank 8s tried to save him, Fang Yuan was already prepared. He used the formation to disrupt their reinforcements. He suddenly turned into an ancient year monkey. His battle strength rose to peak rank 8. Catching the 3 immortals off guard, he killed Zhou Xiong Xian. Fang Yuan had been feigning weakness. He used Rumor Cage to harm our Gu immortals. Even though Zhou Xiong Xian was vigilant, he still fell for Fang Yuan's tricks. Actually, if they fought openly, even if Fang Yuan had peak rank 8 battle strength, he would not be able to kill Zhou Xiong Xian. The subsequent battle proved this. Our 3 rank 8s supported each other and retreated together. Fang Yuan could not stop them. Fairy Myrtle nodded. Duke Long's analysis was exactly what she was thinking. She agreed. There is no strongest immortal Gu. There is only the strongest Gu immortal. Fang Yuan is well developed. He has great strength. And more terrifyingly, he is crafty and ruthless. He often has extraordinary battle achievements. Right now, he has peak rank 8 battle strength. Our previous arrangements have been disrupted by him. Should we send Li Huang to deal with Fang Yuan? Duke Long shook his head. Li Huang still needs to defend the Refinement Path Convention. Repairing fate is the center of the situation. We cannot send anyone away during this period. If we send Li Huang to deal with Fang Yuan, not to mention that Fang Yuan has fixed immortal travel, even if his teleportation method fails and he gets pestered by Li Huang, that is something Fang Yuan would like to see. Fang Yuan wants to deal with us and destroy Fate Gu's repair. Don't tell me the others don't want as well. We cannot lose our footing now. Yes, Lord Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle had already calmed down. Even though Duke Long was not a wisdom path Gu immortal, he presided over the celestial court. He had an extraordinary presence. He was like a giant pillar that supported the heavens. He controlled the situation steadily. Not to mention that Fang Yuan had peak rank 8 battle strength. Even if he was a pseudo-immortal venerable and had the same battle strength as Duke Long, what could he do? Duke Long believed that with Celestial Court's foundation, they could definitely ensure the repair of Fate Gu. No matter how much Fang Yuan jumped around, as long as he was not a rank 9 venerable, he would not be able to turn the situation around. Duke Long was most concerned about the refinement path convention's progress. He looked at another person in the hall, asking, "Lord Genuan, how is the activation of enemy hatred united going?" The person being asked was an old man. He had many age spots and wrinkles on his face. His body was thin and dry. He looked like an old man with one foot in the grave. He was sitting on a stone bench. Because his back was hunched, it was as if his entire body was curled up. His breathing was very light. His aura was so weak that it would not be strange, even if he died at the next moment. But his seniority was higher than Duke Long. He had a lot of seniority. He only had rank 7 cultivation level, but he was a member of Celestial Court. He was Old Man Genuan. Because of the repair of Fate Gu, he had awakened from the immortal graveyard. Normally speaking, Celestial Court only recruited rank 8 Gu immortals, and they were all elites and experts among rank 8s. But Old Man Genuan had rank 7 cultivation level. He was recognized by Celestial Court and was recruited. The main reason was that Old Man Genuan chose to cultivate a special path, human path. The concept of humanity had been put forward a long time ago. It came from the Ren ancestor, who was known to everyone. The legends of Ren Zhu, left behind by the human ancestor, could be said to be the largest, longest-lasting, and most unique inheritance in the history of the human race. The legends of Ren Zhu contain the profundities of human path. Many talented people read it and obtained some results. Often, these results had amazing effects and shocking power. Celestial Court had always thought of itself as the leader of humanity, the orthodox of human path. Celestial Court's accumulated human path methods were one of Duke Long's greatest reliance. Old Man Genuan replied with a weak aura. Back then, the 18 variant human demonic immortals attacked Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, who was invincible. The 18 demonic immortals lost miserably, but they were unwilling to accept it. They used demonic words to confuse the immortal Venerable. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was troubled. He sat in the killing formation for 3 days and 3 nights. His thoughts were in a mess, and he could not control himself. After reading the legends of Ren Zhu, Immortal Venerable saw through the obstacles in his heart. He created countless living beings, people's united hearts, common hatred for a common enemy, and many other human path killer moves. I am only a key to activate the methods left behind by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. I do not deserve the title Lord. Duke Long, you can call me by my name. Old Man Genuan was very humble. Right now, myriad living beings has already been activated. The killer move common hatred for a common enemy has also covered the whole of Central Continent. As long as the human will accumulate to a certain extent, we can use people's united hearts. Good. Duke Long smiled. That's good. With the common hatred for a common enemy, Central Continent's people will be united. They will be filled with righteous indignation and hatred. The Refinement Path Convention will definitely continue. Central Continent Dharma Body Sect. This sect was created by Wind Cloud Manor's Supreme Elder Wu Fa. It was also the competition venue of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. After the qualifiers, those who could compete here were all experts in Gu refinement. There were thousands of Gu masters in the square. Each of them occupied an area and refined Gu. The whole square was covered in a thick layer of light. The rank 7 Gu Immortal Wu Fa was personally guarding it, protecting everything. Half of the time had already passed. Those who were not Gu masters had already failed. Some had black faces. Some were in a worse state. Their hands were destroyed. Their chests were corroded. Bloody holes were formed. Gu refinement was a very dangerous process. If one was not careful, they would meet with a disaster. Another Gu master met with an accident while refining Gu. He fainted on the ground. The formation under the tiles of the square activated, teleporting this Gu master out of the square. Several healing Gu masters quickly gathered and treated him. It turned out that this person had made a mistake when handling the Gu materials. The poison in the Gu materials invaded his body, causing him to faint. Soon he was treated properly and woke up. His life was spared. Even though you woke up, Your limbs are sore and your mind is muddled. You cannot participate in the competition. The healing Gu master felt pity for him. This person was not weak. Many people thought highly of him. This person laughed. So what if I fail? According to the words of the superior immortals, even if I fail in the refinement path convention, it is beneficial to Central Continent. It is beneficial to the righteous path. Those demonic immortals tried all ways to destroy our refinement path convention. They killed so many innocent lives. Even though we are mortals, we cannot give up on resisting, participating in the refinement path convention and allowing it to continue. That is the best revenge for them. Even though his tone was weak and powerless, his words were firm and intense, like swords colliding. Good man. The healing Gu master beside him gave him a thumbs up. I think so too. Those murderers are unworthy of being immortals. They have no compassion or benevolence. We need to resist to the end. We cannot let them get what they want. Right at this time, there was a change in the square. 2 young Gu masters stood up at the same time, holding Gu worms in their hands. One of them was Hong Yi, he shouted. I succeeded. Good. Both of you succeeded at the same time. You are at the top of this round. According to what I said earlier, both of you can get a small prize that I left behind. Gu Immortal Wu Fa's voice came from the square. Everyone was envious. The 2 young Gu masters looked at each other. They were not far from each other. One was at the center of the square, while the other was at the northeast corner. You too report your names. Wu Fa said again. He did not show himself, but he had already observed these 2 winners. The more he looked at them, the more he liked them. These 2 young Gu masters were handsome and had high cultivation level. I am Hong Yi. Hong Yi replied. I am Yi Fan. The other young man also spoke. Chapter 17:16. White clouds flew around him. Winds howled in his ears. Fong Yuan flew rapidly in the sky. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his lips. He had paid a price in the battle with the 4 rank 8s earlier, especially at the end when he killed Zhou Xiongxan. The remaining 3 rank 8s decided to retreat. They cooperated and destroyed Fong Yuan's formation. This formation was not created by Fong Yuan. Shadow Sect had secretly combined the natural Tao marks of the surroundings to form a super formation. This super immortal formation had extraordinary power. It was similar to the one Fong Yuan used to harm Xia Chao's group. This immortal formation was usually concealed without any traces. Shadow Sect created it so that when the time was right, it would provide Defy with a base of operations. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects each occupied an area. They occupied the most resources. The rest of the righteous path, lone immortals, and demonic immortals lived in the cracks of the 10 great ancient sections. But the sect system was not like the clan system. It was good at finding talents. Many cultivation geniuses did not lack talent. It was often because they did not have enough cultivation resources. They could not progress further. As time passed, these people naturally became enemies with Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. There were many conflicts between them. Shadow Sect sensed this. They secretly contacted the Gu Immortals who were dissatisfied with the Celestial Court and the 10 great ancient sects. They united and formed a very secretive Defy with a loose structure. Defy was similar to Zombie Alliance. It was a subordinate sect of Shadow Sect. It was like how Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were subordinate sects of the Celestial Court. Shadow Sect had high hopes for Defy, but unfortunately, no matter how well it concealed itself, it was not Fairy Myrtle's match. Right now, Defy had already been destroyed. Fairy Myrtle had made great contributions here. She had completely wiped them out. Since Fong Yuan appeared and destroyed the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention's competition locations, he had already considered the pursuit and encirclement of the Celestial Court. This superformation was his trump card. When he sensed something amiss, He escaped to this place without going anywhere else. When Zhou Xiong Xian used Rumor Cage to trap Fang Yuan, he was overjoyed, but he did not expect that he had already fallen into Fang Yuan's ambush. The super formation did not let down Fang Yuan's expectations. When he activated it, Rumor Cage was cut off from the outside world. He forcefully destroyed this immortal battlefield. Next, the immortal formation blocked 3 rank 8s for a breath of time, giving Fang Yuan the chance to kill Zhou Xiong Xan. Finally, with the immortal formation's help, Fang Yuan fought against the remaining rank OF, the 3 rank 8s of the immortal battlefield. Also, this immortal formation of the imif of the 3 of Fang Yuan Fang of the immortal formation. The 3 central continent rank 8s saw this and attacked, destroying the immortal formation. But the immortal formation was like this: the stronger it was, the greater the backlash after being broken. This was a double-edged sword. Immortal killer moves were like this: the stronger they were, the greater the backlash after being broken. This was a double-edged sword. But thankfully, Fang Yuan was mentally prepared. He was completely different from Zhou Xiong Xian, who was caught off guard. Fang Yuan did not have an immortal battlefield or an immortal formation to stop them. He could only let them escape. His battle strength was at the peak of rank 8. He could defeat these 3, but it would be hard to kill them. His battle strength was at the peak of rank 8. He could defeat these 3, but it would be difficult to kill them. Normally, Fang Yuan relied on Luo Pasil, Spring Scissors, Winter Coat, 5-Finger Fist Heart Sword, and other methods to stabilize his battle strength at rank 8 upper stage. Normally, Fang Yuan relied on Luo Pasil, Spring Scissors, Winter Coat, 5-Finger Fist Heart Sword, and other methods to stabilize his battle strength at rank 8 upper stage. And when he transformed into the Ancient Year Monkey, his battle strength would rise to the peak of rank 8. When he turned into the Ancient Year Monkey, his battle strength would rise to the peak of rank 8. And when he transformed into the Ancient Year Monkey, his battle strength would rise to the peak of rank 8. In the contest for Red Lotus True Inheritance, Fang Yuan did not win or lose. In the contest for Dragon Palace, Fang Yuan lost. But after that, Heaven Form did not disappoint. It found the location of the crucial immortal goo in Beast Calamity, Grotto Heaven. During this time, Fang Yuan also raised his transformation path attainment level through the Dream Realm. Fang Yuan first used Familiar Face to disguise himself as another person and sneak into the Grotto Heaven. Next, he used Theft Path methods to steal all the immortal goo. Even though that Beast Calamity heavenly spirit was clear-headed, how could it be the crafty Fang Yuan's match? At this point, Fang Yuan had no more worries. He went out with a new identity and inherited the Beast Calamity True Inheritance. The pitiful Beast Calamity heavenly spirit was deceived by him. Even when the entire Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was annexed, it did not discover Fang Yuan's true identity. This Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was the key. On average, an earthly calamity could give a goo immortal 250 Dao marks, a heavenly tribulation 750, a grand tribulation 7,250, and a myriad tribulation even more at 86,750. Of course, this was the average. Sometimes calamities and tribulations were fierce. If the goo immortal could survive them, their gains would be much higher. Rank 7 goo immortals faced an earthly calamity every 10 years. Rank 8 goo immortals faced a heavenly tribulation every 10 years. Rank 7 goo immortals faced a heavenly tribulation every 50 years. Rank 8 goo immortals faced a grand tribulation every 50 years. Rank 7 goo immortals faced a grand tribulation every 100 years. Rank 8 goo immortals faced a myriad tribulation every 100 years. A myriad tribulation gave over 80,000 Dao marks. A grand tribulation gave less than a fraction of the former. Rank 8 goo immortals could often suppress rank 7 goo immortals because the difference in Dao marks was too huge. The Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven that Fang Yuan annexed had already gone through one grand tribulation. Even though the Grotto Heaven's original owner, Beast Calamity Immortal, died after passing the first Grand Tribulation, the Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven that he left behind survived many more calamities and tribulations. It was not far from the second Grand Tribulation. That was to say, ignoring the other Tao marks in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. There were over 100,000 transformation path Tao marks. Fang Yuan himself had close to 100,000 transformation path Tao marks. Originally, he only had 50,000, but in the River of Time he killed many rank 7 celestial court. After devouring a large number of immortal apertures, he obtained the Tao marks of many paths. Thus, after Fang Yuan annexed Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, he had over 200,000 transformation path Tao marks. This was a terrifying number. Rank 8 Gu Immortals who cultivated transformation path had to go through at least 2 grand tribulations to obtain so many transformation path Tao marks. Bo Qing was a rank 8 Gu Immortal who had gone through 2 grand tribulations. So was Duke Long. And when Fang Yuan transformed into the immemorial year monkey, these transformation path Tao marks would turn into time path Tao marks. Don't forget, after Fang Yuan devoured Xia Cha's Grotto Heaven, he had over 70,000 time path Tao marks. In the River of Time, after killing the 3 Xuanzi and annexing their immortal apertures, he had over 100,000 time path Tao marks. 200,000 plus 100,000. When Fang Yuan transformed into the immemorial year monkey, he had over 300,000 time path Tao marks. What did that mean? Rank 8 Gu Immortals who cultivated time path would have to go through the 3rd Grand Tribulation if they did not have any fortuitous encounters. And after going through the 3rd Grand Tribulation, they would become a rank 9 Venerable. Of course, a rank 9 Gu Venerable's Tao marks were not just 300,000. This was only the starting point of a Venerable. Even so, Fang Yuan had already reached pseudo-immortal Venerable level with just time path Tao marks. Together with rank 8 time path Immortal Gu and many powerful rank 8 time path killer moves, his battle strength naturally rose to the peak of rank 8. Earlier, when Fang Yuan fought against Li Huang, he used Luo Pasil but could not break through Li Huang's verdant sun flame cloak. But now, when Fang Yuan transformed into the immemorial year monkey, he was looking forward to the clash between Spring Scissors and verdant sun flame cloak. But against Duke Long, it will be difficult. Fang Yuan had a deep gaze. There were many factors that affected battle strength. Tao marks were one, Immortal Gu were another, the Immortal Aperture's foundation was another, and methods were another. Fang Yuan did not lack Tao marks. He had 3 time path Immortal Gu, which was passable, but his immortal killer moves were lacking. Even though Spring Scissors and other methods had been modified many times and became stronger, the foundation was not changed. Back and forth, it was just these few moves. As for Duke Long, Fang Yuan had seen his battle with Zishan Makoto. He knew that be it transformation path or chi path Tao marks, he had at least 300,000. Duke Long definitely had more rank 8 Immortal Gu than Fang Yuan's 3 time path Immortal Gu. Duke Long's immortal killer moves were plentiful and endless, especially killer moves like triple cheer attraction. They were earth-shattering killer moves that were extremely difficult to defend against. All these factors created Duke Long's pseudo-immortal Venerable battle strength. Pseudo-immortal Venerable, it was not so easy to reach the level of Venerable. Precisely because of this, Duke Long was able to snatch Dragon Palace in front of almost all the Eastern Sea rank 8s. This was enough to show how powerful he was. Of course, he was also injured. Pseudo-immortal Venerable was not an immortal Venerable after all. The difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Fang Yuan did not lack confidence. He had always been very confident in himself. But the foundation of this confidence was that he knew himself. He was very clear about his own strength. Thus, Fang Yuan was wary of Duke Long. There was no helping it, he could not match him in battle strength. This people's accusation of the people's human path method is getting stronger. Even though I do not know much about human path, I can feel that something is amiss. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. Don't forget his wisdom path attainment was so deep that even Fairy Myrtle did not dare to underestimate him. The emotions of wisdom path Gu-immortals were never groundless. They were always an indication of something. Just Yama Emperor's killer move cannot resolve people's accusation. The more I appear in Central Continent, the longer I stay, the stronger people's accusation gets. But now it has not been truly ignited. Even though there are many incidents in Central Continent, they are all small skirmishes. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan made up his mind. Soldiers are trained for a long time to be used in a single moment. It is time to let them out. Earlier, when fighting against Zhou Xiong Xan, Fang Yuan waited patiently for a while, but Duke Long did not appear. Now that the super immortal formation was destroyed, Fang Yuan did not have the confidence to fight Duke Long alone. Needless to say, Duke Long did not appear from start to finish, but he gave Fang Yuan an even greater threat. He forced Fang Yuan to conceal himself and shift the risk to him. Chapter 1717. Central Continent. Carefree Island was floating in the sky. This was Mahayana Pavilion's territory. The Gu refinement competition was coming to an end. The 3 Gu immortals guarding Carefree Island also relaxed. One of them looked at the clouds outside the island, stretching his back. It is finally over. This refinement path convention is the most tiring one I have ever been in charge of. Haha, that's right. There is no helping it. That demon Fang Yuan caused too much trouble. Many people from other regions also have ulterior motives. Thankfully, the mission is over. I will treat you two to a drink. Oh, I have heard of your 9-flow jade wine for a long time. To think that I would be able to taste it today. Ha ha ha, you are too kind, too kind. The Gu immortal who was praised waved his hand, but his expression suddenly froze. Ugh, his face was filled with shock, and his body was as stiff as stone. He fell backward, and when he hit the ground, he was completely dead. Alert! Enemy attack! His soul has dissipated. The remaining 2 rank 7 Gu immortals turned pale with fright, quickly activating their defensive methods. Next, they watched as the participating Gu masters fell to the ground one after another, dying on the spot. The 2 Gu immortals watched with bloodshot eyes. They were extremely furious. Just as they were about to succeed, they encountered a sneak attack. They are actually so cruel, attacking mortal Gu masters, so ruthlessly. Quickly come out, which demonic path scoundrel is it, only knowing how to sneak attack. The 2 Gu immortals shouted. The competition was in chaos. People continued to fall to the ground. You want me to come out? Laughter could be heard. As you wish. While laughing, Ing Wuxia appeared. Demonic path cultivator die. The 2 Gu immortals gritted their teeth, charging over. Ing Wuxia stood on the spot without moving. He looked at them with a mocking smile. The 2 Gu immortals were charging over when their expressions changed. Their speed fell rapidly. We were actually hit. Just now, what method is this? The 2 rank 7 Gu immortals fell to the ground, looking at Ing Wuxia getting closer. Ing Wuxia smiled, keeping the 3 Gu immortal corpses. Lord Sect Leader needs all of your immortal apertures. He turned around and took one last look at the entire arena. There was no one left standing, only a pile of corpses. After a moment, Ing Wuxia leisurely flew out of Carefree Island. The entire Carefree Island was deathly silent without a single living being alive. At the same time, upstream of Phosphorescent River, Hey Lulan roared. A mere immortal array wants to stop me? Her voice hadn't finished resounding in the air when her imposing aura rose explosively. It filled the heavens and the earth, and it radiated towards the surroundings and swept up a boundless storm. Boom! With a killer move, The defensive immortal formation that had reached its limit was completely destroyed. Pu, piu, piu. Several Gu immortals guarding this formation coughed out large amounts of blood. They suffered backlash. He Lulan laughed sinisterly. Layers of strength path phantoms appeared on her body as she charged towards the Gu immortals. 100-knot forest. Bai Ningbing stepped on the snow and walked leisurely. The originally lush bamboo forest had already been frozen by frost. It was like an insect in amber, motionless. The grass was also covered in snow. There was no sign of life left. In the competition arena at the center of the bamboo forest, hundreds of mortal Gu masters were frozen into ice sculptures. None of them survived. Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and Ing Wuxia had been cultivating on the Stone Lotus Island. They used Future Self Killer, Move to borrow the future state. Their battle strength rose sharply. They were elite, rank 7 experts. Ordinary people were not their match. Seeing their results, Fang Yuan was quite happy. With the support of their future selves, the 3 of them finally advanced by leaps and bounds, gaining the qualifications to participate in the great battle. These 3 are all geniuses. They have outstanding talent. Once their battle strength rises, they will overshadow other Gu immortals of the same level. Now, let's see how Celestial Court reacts. Celestial Court. A new battle report came. Fairy Myrtle's expression turned grim. She ordered Celestial Court to pay a huge price to collect the Time Path immortal materials in jewel yellow skies. In the end, not only did she not restrict Fang Yuan's growth, even Fang Yuan's 3 subordinates had such strength now. The battle report was handed to Duke Long. Duke Long looked at the battle footage as his eyes shined with sharp light. He was deeply moved. Fairy Myrtle could not recognize it, but Duke Long could. He was silent for a while before saying, "What of Fang Yuan? I underestimated you." Fairy Myrtle was puzzled. "Lord Duke Long, why do you say that?" The reason why their strength rose sharply is because of the killer move, Future Self. Duke Long said solemnly, "Future Self? This was created by my eldest disciple. Back then, he used Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth and lost his immortal Venerable cultivation. To make up for it, he created the killer move Future Self." Duke Long answered. This time, it was Fairy Myrtle's expression that changed. She frowned as she said in disbelief, "I have checked Spectral Soul's memories. The Red Lotus True Inheritance that he obtained definitely did not include Future Self. This means that Fang Yuan has already obtained a Red Lotus True Inheritance? Otherwise, how did he do it with Future Self? We've already sealed off the River of Time." Duke Long shook his head. "There is no need to talk about this now. It seems that we need to pay close attention to Fang Yuan's movements. He might have some special methods in his hands." Duke Long did not dare to underestimate Fang Yuan anymore. Or rather, he did not dare to underestimate Red Lotus Demon Venerable. At once, Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Zhang Yuan felt heavy in their hearts. The shadow of Red Lotus Demon Venerable shrouded their hearts once again. But next, Fang Yuan did not show up again. Only Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and Ing Wuxia continued to attack. They won more than they lost, causing havoc in Central Continent. What is Fang Yuan doing? Is he secretly continuing, trying to make a big scene? Fang Yuan did not make a move. It was the Celestial Court's turn to feel uncomfortable. This threat was like a drawn bow. The arrow had yet to be released. It was very worrying. Fang Yuan was waiting, but he did not see Duke Long show up. The situation is getting more troublesome. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth as he felt something amiss. Duke Long still did not show up. Even though the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was repeatedly destroyed and sacrifices were made, it was still being carried out. Especially when the competition continued, there were fewer and fewer Gu masters left. The locations of the competition also decreased. Central Continent's Gu immortals had a clear increase in numbers and strength. Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and the rest started to move together. They could not do anything to the competition alone. Fang Yuan also did not see anyone from Longevity Heaven. On the eve of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Bing Sai Chuan contacted Fang Yuan. He wanted to work with him to destroy this Refinement Path Convention and prevent Celestial Court from succeeding. But now, there was no news from Longevity Heaven. With just me and Shadow Sect, we cannot stop the competition, unless a stronger force intervenes. Fang Yuan was clear about this. Shadow Sect had indeed slaughtered many lives and obstructed the progress of the convention. But Duke Long did not budge. He continued to push the convention forward. If Duke Long did not show up, the Gu Immortals of the other 4 regions would be wary and not dare to make a move. This was Duke Long's wisdom. Thus, Fang Yuan had no choice but to be the vanguard. But now, even though Fang Yuan's gains were glorious, the situation was still firmly in Duke Long's control. For Fang Yuan, Central Continent's situation had not opened up yet. What should he do? After thinking about it, Fang Yuan decided to change his strategy. He no longer ordered by Ningbing and the rest to attack the competition venue. He changed his target to loot the resource points. Central Continent was rich in resources. They had a lot of reserves. Every time Bai Ningbing and the rest looted a place, Fang Yuan would display the relevant video in jewel yellow skies for other Gu Immortals to watch. This strategy was not effective in the first few days. Even though Bai Ningbing and the rest had great gains, it did not make Fang Yuan happy. But a few days later, more chaos began to occur. Northern Plains lone immortal sleeping lady suddenly appeared and destroyed combat immortal sex formation, looting a resource point. 2 Gu Immortals suspected to be Xiao Huqi and Xiao Shirang attacked Colored Glass Mountain Range and exterminated a super force. 3 Gu Immortals belonging to the force died. The immemorial immortal materials that were being transported to Crane Gate's headquarters were attacked by a group of mysterious Gu Immortals along the way. The immemorial immortal materials were all looted. Another few days passed, and the chaos became more and more intense. Fire beacons were burning in all directions, and chaos was everywhere. All sorts of famous resource points were being looted, or were about to be looted. Gu Immortals seemed to be active in every corner of Central Continent. Ha ha ha, the people's hearts are finally in chaos. Fang Yuan laughed heartily in secret. His plan was vicious. It played into other people's dark thoughts. If he instigated other forces, or Gu Immortals to attack and destroy the Refinement Path Convention, they would hesitate and watch from the sidelines. But if he made them attack and loot some resource points to avoid a direct confrontation with the Celestial Court, it was not difficult for them to do so. At the same time, the looted resources would stimulate these Gu Immortals. They would become more daring and greedy. As for those Gu Immortals who were watching from the sidelines, how could they not be envious when they saw others looting so many resources? How could they not be frustrated? After all, many resources were taken by others. They would not have a share anymore. Fang Yuan's change of tactic showed great results. The whole of Central Continent fell into chaos. Gu Immortals from Western Desert, Southern Border, Eastern Sea, and Northern Plains came one after another. Even some lone and demonic immortals of Central Continent were trying to take advantage of the situation. Fang Yuan, I will make you die a horrible death. Fairy Myrtle gritted her teeth in hatred. Duke Long sighed. The hearts of the people are not what they used to be. Even so, Duke Long did not change his original intention. He wanted to continue the Refinement Path Convention. Those competition locations were heavily guarded by a large number of Gu Immortals. Precisely because the Celestial Court gathered these forces, the resource points in the outside world had weak defenses. Others could sneak attack them again and again. It could be said that Fang Yuan was beating them at their own game, using Duke Long's tactic as a foundation. He purposely changed his own tactic. Duke Long's determination did not waver. Even if Central Continent's situation was terrible, he would firmly guard the Refinement Path Convention. His tactic made Fang Yuan grit his teeth. He could not do anything about it. Duke Long did not change his tactic. He forced Fang Yuan to attack his own side. Fang Yuan would not attack rashly. He knew that he was not the Celestial Court's match. Moreover, the other forces had not appeared yet. If he attacked now, he would only become a stepping stone for them. Chapter 1718. Central Continent, Earth Chi Stone Forest. Puff, 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 waves of surging earth energy gushed out from the cave in the stone forest. There were stone pillars of varying sizes. The small ones were like bamboo shoots, while the large ones were like ancient trees reaching into the sky. Western Desert Earth Path, Gu Immortal Shi Gan Dang sized up the Earth Chi Stone Forest with a complex expression. This Earth Chi Stone Forest produced a vast amount of Earth Path cultivation resources. Among them was round Kuan stone, which Shi Gan Dang desperately needed. Unfortunately, this round Kuan stone had never been sold in large quantities in jewel yellow skies. Because this place was controlled by one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, they needed round Kuan stones internally. In jewel yellow skies, I did not hesitate to raise the price, but the Gu Immortals here did not relent. They even made fun of me. Hee hee, now that I have destroyed this place and taken away all the round Kuan stones. I have taken revenge for that day. Shi Gan Dang breathed in deeply. His aura burst out and rushed to the sky. Immortal killer move. Heavenly descent 3 mountains. Boom, boom, boom. 3 mountains crashed down from the sky, destroying the stone forest's formation. Most of the stone forest was crushed into pieces by the mountains. Shi Gan Dang did not feel any heartache. He breathed heavily as he rushed to the scene with a pale expression, sweeping all the round Kuan stones and other immortal materials into his immortal aperture. Central Continent, Spirit Marsh Spring. Which scoundrel dares to covet this place? I have already found you. Why aren't you showing yourself? The one guarding this place was Ancient Soul Sex, Rank 7 Gu Immortal Expert, Yang Feng. He had a broad back and a thin waist. His whole body was emitting a valiant aura. He had short white hair. A pair of golden eyes flickered with a sharp light. He wore a martial outfit with a blue-silver belt around his waist. His calves and arms were covered in bright silver armor. Spirit Marsh Spring was not an ordinary resource. It was very unique. Ancient Soul Sect specially sent Yang Feng to guard it, not wanting to lose it. Under Yang Feng's shout, a Gu Immortal slowly walked out. He was an old man with a hunched back, holding onto a walking stick as he hobbled over. Yang Feng snorted coldly. Old man, you are already so old. You should cherish the few days you have left. You're still so stubborn that you came here to court death? The elderly Gu Immortal chuckled. I have no choice. I want to ask for some Spirit Lake spring water. Yang Feng sneered. Even the great elders of the Ancient Soul sect don't have enough spring water for their own use. How can I give it to you? The elderly Gu Immortal sighed deeply. In that case, I will have to snatch it myself. Yang Feng raised his head and laughed loudly. Old man, you've got guts daring to attack me. What's your name? State your name. The elderly Gu Immortal smiled, saying with deep meaning, I have already forgotten my name. However, most people call me Forgotten Taoist. You're the Forgotten Taoist. Yang Feng's body shook and his eyes flashed with surprise. Then his expression froze. Wait, what did you say your name was? The elderly Gu Immortal was silent. He stood on the spot and smiled at Yang Feng. Yang Feng had a dazed expression. He looked at the old Gu Immortal and frowned deeply. Who are you? What are you doing here? A moment later, the Forgotten Taoist took away the Spirit Lake spring water. Yang Feng looked at his departing figure and reacted. Who are you? You're sneaking around. Stop right there. The Forgotten Taoist vanished. Yang Feng looked at the dried-up Spirit Lake. He was shocked and furious. He was filled with doubts. Damn it! Who stole the Spirit Lake spring water? I was on guard. How did the other party do it? No, I need to report this to the sect. But at the next moment, Yang Feng was stunned. What did I do? Oh, right. I accepted the mission to guard the spirit Lake Spring. I cannot let outsiders succeed. Humph. With me here, I want to see who dares to court death. Central Continent in a mountain range. After a battle, the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great sects retreated with hatred. Remember this! Get lost, losers. Xiao Huqi sneered. He looked at the people around him with a cold gaze. Beside him was a Northern Plains Gu immortal. He was so thin that his bones could be seen. His skin was wrinkled and stuck to his bones. Veins could be seen all over his skin. He was Northern Plains' demonic path, rank 7, Pai Shuihan. Not long ago, he and Xiao Huqi had their eyes on this resource. They worked together and chased away the Central Continent Gu immortals guarding this place. Only the two of them were left. The atmosphere became strange. Friend, how do you think we should split this resource? Xiao Huqi pretended to be polite. Pai Shuihan snorted coldly. He said without hesitation, "You can get lost too." Xiao Huqi was stunned. He laughed from extreme anger. "I am a rank 7 expert of Western Desert Xiao clan. Who are you? You are so short-sighted, but have such an arrogant personality." So much nonsense. Pai Shuihan had a disdainful expression as he attacked Xiao Huqi. Xiao Huqi's expression sank. He charged at Pai Shuihan without fear. The two fought for more than 10 rounds. Xiao Huqi could not hold on anymore. Right at this time, Xiao Shirang's figure appeared in the sky. Xiao Huqi was overjoyed. He quickly gathered with Xiao Shirang to deal with Pai Shuihan. But a moment later, Xiao Huqi and Xiao Shirang retreated in anger. Who in the world is this person? For this little bit of cultivation resources, he is fighting with no regard for his life? Xiao Huqi gritted his teeth. He was a brave person, a rank 7 expert of Western Desert's super force Xiao clan. But he had seen Pai Shuihan's craziness in battle. He had been suppressed. If I am not wrong, he is Northern Plains' demonic path Gu immortal, Pai Shuihan. Xiao Shirang said plainly. Xiao Huqi was stunned. So he is a Northern Plains barbarian. No wonder. Forget it. Central Continent has so many resources. There is no need to fight with such a person. As time passed, the earth veins shook. The 5 regional walls continued to melt. The fusion of the earth veins caused a huge commotion in Central Continent, but it was far inferior to the plundering of Gu immortals. The vast Central Continent was a beautiful land, but now it was in a state of desolation. Fires were burning everywhere. Things like forgotten Taoists who only took the resources were still fine. But most of the Gu immortals acted like Shirgondang, directly destroying the resource points. Their intentions were very vicious. Several days later, Celestial Court. It's done. The accumulation of human will is enough. In the hall, old man Zheng Yuan suddenly spoke. Fairy Myrtle heard this and immediately let out a sigh of relief, her expression becoming more spirited. These last days, countless bad news had been coming. Central Continent suffered huge losses all over. Fairy Myrtle felt a lot of pressure. Oh, then please go ahead. Duke Long's expression was still calm and indifferent. Old man Zheng Yuan nodded his head and stood up shakily. Then a majestic and mighty aura suddenly exploded from his body. Immortal killer move, people's united hearts. The accumulated human will was quickly expended. Not much was left. At the same time, all of Central Continent's Gu immortals, Gu masters and mortals were covered in a layer of light. The light flashed for a moment. It was like an illusion. But Central Continent's people soon found out something special. What does it mean? Such a mystical feeling. It feels like I am closely connected to the people around me. I can directly sense their thoughts. After the shock, people soon found out the profundity of people's united hearts. It could connect everyone together. They could understand each other's thoughts. Because of the fear of being attacked, the pain and hatred caused by the death of their friends and family, the worry for their lives, and the anticipation for their future. There had never been a moment like this where the hearts of Central Continent's people were tightly connected. Who are you? Why do you have such terrifying, evil intentions towards us? In a competition venue, a Northern Plains Guamortal was discovered. He was like a torch in the darkness. His true thoughts could not be hidden. They were known by everyone. He had a handsome face. He wore a white robe. He was thin and had a scholarly aura. He was a Northern Plains, rank 7 demonic path Guamortal, free scholar. Such an amazing human path killer move. Even with my disguise, I was still discovered. Free scholar suppressed his shock. He showed a sinister smile towards the people around him. Several rank 7 experts guarding this place appeared and surrounded Free Scholar. You disguised yourself and joined the Gu refinement competition to obtain success Dao marks? Leave this place. We will not make things difficult for you if you leave voluntarily. The leading Gu immortal said. Free Scholar laughed. He said to the leader, So you were really here. I did not come here for nothing. His tone was filled with killing intent. The leading Gu immortal was puzzled. Who are you? What grudge do we have? Humph, so you have already forgotten. But I have not. Back then, you exterminated Qin tribe. Today, Qin tribe's descendant is here to take your life. Free Scholar erupted. He activated his killer move. It was his signature killer move. 1,000 disintegrations. An hour later, Free Scholar dragged his crippled body as he flew into the sky with tears in his eyes. No one was left alive in the competition venue. At another competition venue, Friend, please come out for a chat. The defending Gu immortal said in a polite tone. He had a warm attitude. I was discovered. Southern Border secluded immortal Zheng Qing shook his head. He cooperated and walked out of the venue. I have no ill intentions. I just want to experience the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. After all, this is likely to be the last one. Zheng Qing smiled bitterly. He was a secluded cultivator of Southern Border. He had obtained a Genesis Lotus True inheritance by chance. He did not have much enmity towards Central Continent. The defending Gu immortal nodded. Through people's united hearts, we can sense your intentions. However, it's a pity that you won't be able to continue participating in this year's competition. I understand. If you are interested, you can stay. We can have an exchange. No need. Zheng Qing shook his head. He left quietly. Some caused a huge commotion, while others maintained a polite stance. But no matter what, people's united hearts was very profound. It could distinguish between friend and foe. The unstable factors hidden in the competition were all eliminated. Central Continent's side no longer had any internal worries. Duke Long was firm in his strategy. As time passed, the finals of this refinement path convention arrived. This is the final chance. Is no one making a move yet? What are they waiting for? Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He could only watch as Celestial Court succeeded. But there was no news from Longevity Heaven. It is time. We need to make a move. At a certain corner of Central Continent, Wu Yong suddenly appeared. Behind him were many Southern Alliance Gu immortals. Wu Yong looked around. Everyone, the situation is like this. There is no need for me to say anything. We cannot let fate Gu be completely repaired by Celestial Court. Otherwise, Celestial Court's advantage will be too huge. Follow me. Let us destroy infallible blessed land and take away all the success Dao marks. We will make Celestial Court fail. Chapter 1719. Oh no! Wu Yong is leading a large group of Southern Border Gu immortals. They have suddenly appeared near infallible blessed land. In the Celestial Court's hall, Fairy Myrtle's expression changed as she shouted. Oh, they finally appeared. Duke Long said plainly. He was still sitting at the main seat without any expression. Fairy Myrtle breathed in deeply. She frowned as she felt an unusual pressure. Because Southern Border's Gu immortals were very united this time, They were different from the other 4 regions, Gu immortals, who spread out to cause chaos. And most importantly, their target was very important. It was infallible, blessed land. If infallible blessed land was taken down, it would be a terrible situation for Celestial Court, because they had paid such a huge price to forcefully hold the Refinement Path Convention. All of their gains would be intercepted by the deities of Southern Frontier. Don't be anxious. Infallible, blessed land's location was leaked. This was one of the situations we predicted. We have already set up a super immortal formation nearby. Right now, the initiative is still in our hands. We will proceed according to plan. Duke Long instructed. Fairy Myrtle respectfully acknowledged. She activated her method. The scene of infallible blessed land appeared in the hall. Next, she hesitated for a moment before secretly sending a message to Wu Yong. Wu Yong, don't forget you have secretly cooperated with Celestial Court before. If you want to continue being the Southern Border Alliance leader, you should know what to do. Wu Yong received the message and sneered, disdain flashing in his heart. The great Ziwei, even a wisdom path great expert, is only so scheming. He did not even bother to reply to Fairy Myrtle's message. Almost all of his attention was concentrated on his killer move. Immortal killer move, Unlimited Wind. A dark green gale suddenly rose and swept in all directions. Soon, the winds grew stronger, forming a tornado that resembled a heavenly pillar. It rumbled loudly as it charged forward with an imposing aura. Along the way, it uprooted trees and sent rocks flying. It had an imposing aura that was unstoppable. Seeing that the wind was approaching with malicious intent, the Celestial Court Gu immortals guarding the area had no choice but to sigh as they activated the super immortal formation. Creak, creak. The halo formed by the immortal formation was continuously crushed by the unlimited wind. Soon, it gave out creaking sounds that made one's scalp numb. Central Continent's Gu immortals quickly activated the immortal formation's methods, but all methods to weaken the unlimited wind had limited effect. It's useless. I have never used this move casually because it will consume over 10,000 of my wind path Dao marks. However, with such a price, it will last for a long time. Only special methods can restrain it, Wu Yong said. His expression was calm, but his eyes flashed with a fierce, cold light. Such determination, such willpower. Seeing this, Fairy Ziwei, who was far away in Heavenly Court, could only sigh deeply in her heart. Wu Yong paid such a price to use unlimited wind. It showed his unwavering determination and fighting spirit. Wu Yong was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. He had a strong body and thin eyebrows. He gave off a sinister aura. Right now, he was at the front of the immortals, standing proudly in the sky. He was the leader of the immortals. He had an awe-inspiring aura. Fairy Myrtle engraved his appearance deep in her heart. She realized that she had still underestimated this person. Southern Border's Wu Yong, an ambitious and ruthless person. He had the valiant nature of Wu clan, but also the quality of enduring silently. When Wu Duxiu was in power, he did not have a reputation. He kept a low profile. Even Wu Duxiu looked down on him. Only at the moment of her death did she understand her own son's methods. When he first took over, Southern Border was in chaos. They pressured Wu clan and lost a large amount of territory. Wu Yong relied on his own strength and clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo, building to turn the situation around. After the Battle of the Dream Realm, Wu Yong took a risk and cooperated with Celestial Court, taking back the deities of Southern Frontier's immortal Gu and returning them all. This gave him great prestige. He wanted to get rid of Fang Yuan in 5 Elements mountain range, but was slightly thwarted. But after that, even though Lu Wei-yin had the title of Paradise Earth's inheritor, he could not win against him. In the end, he became the alliance leader of the Southern Alliance. Right now, Celestial Court was at the most crucial moment in repairing fake Gu. Wu Yong led the Southern Alliance elites and attacked, ignoring Fairy Myrtle's threats. Because he knew clearly what the big picture was. He could not let Celestial Court have the complete fate immortal Gu again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Unlimited wind continued to blow and grinded the formation. The defending celestial court Gu Immortals tried many methods, but had little effect. This move was very powerful. It was Wu Yong's trump card, but this was the first time it was used in public. Not just celestial court sighed. Even the deities of Southern Frontier were moved when they saw this wind. Their joyful expressions hid wariness and fear. Soon, a gap was opened in the formation. Wu Yong waved his hand. "Everyone, it is time to use your lives. Follow me in." The deities of Southern Frontier entered one after another. The defending celestial court Gu Immortals became nervous. "They are in. Quick! Activate the second layer formation." The Southern Border Immortals only felt the scene before them change drastically. The blue light suddenly rose up, transforming into countless pink petals that spun rapidly, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. There were hundreds of millions of them, enveloping the Southern Border Immortals. A rank 7 Gu Immortal stood up. He had a beard like a halberd. He had a powerful aura. He was a pillar of Tai Clan. His name was Tai Gon Ge. He had peak rank 7 battle strength. Facing the formation's attack, he was fearless. He shouted as golden light flickered around him. Countless golden halberds condensed. "Go!" Countless halberds rained down like a storm, crashing into the torrent of flying flowers. As they clashed, the flying flowers and golden halberds exploded into pink and golden fragments. The formation's attack had rank 8 power, but Tai Gon Ge was able to hold on. He did not fall into a disadvantage. Formation Path Great Expert. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Chi Chu Yu stood beside him, deducing the formation's flaws. In this attack, Chi Chu Yu would play a huge role. After a few breaths of time, the golden halberds were suppressed by the boundless flower rain, as rank 7 Gu Immortal Shang Ke stepped forward. He stretched out his hand. A hole suddenly appeared in his palm. A strong suction force burst out and sucked in a lot of the flower rain. Yi Hei-ting shouted as countless blue lightning arcs appeared, helping Tai Gon Ge to hold on. Meanwhile, rank 7 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Xia Lu Pei stood behind Chi Chu Yu, placing one hand on Chi Chu Yu's back, activating Wisdom Path methods to greatly increase Chi Chu Yu's deduction speed. After a while, Chi Chu Yu suddenly made a move. Every skill had its own specialization. Under his method, the formation's operation slowed down. Even Gu Immortals who did not cultivate Formation Path could see the flaws clearly. Boom, boom, boom. Southern Border's Gu Immortals did not intend to hold back. They immediately attacked. Several powerful killer moves landed and broke the second formation. The deities of Southern Frontier entered the third formation. The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were shaken. With Chi Chu Yu here, what formation can stop us? Wu Yong laughed loudly. The other immortals also had high morale. Chi Chu Yu smiled bitterly. I have never used this deduction method because it expends my lifespan. But in this battle I cannot hold back. The deities of Southern Frontier's Gu Immortals were shaken. Wu Yong looked at Chi Chu Yu. Both saw the determination in each other's eyes. But soon, Chi Chu Yu frowned. I don't need to deduce this third formation. I can see it at a glance. This formation is very simple. The formation core is the tallest tree in the forest. The formation was easy to understand. It was intentionally created by the Celestial Court. It was much harder to destroy. That was because this forest was extraordinary, able to destroy the power of all killer moves. Each stalk was a holy burial wood, and the stalk in the center that acted as the eye of the formation was an immemorial, desolate plant. The deities of Southern Frontier had to use their bodies to destroy these trees. However, among the trees, there were countless vines. These vines had great origins. They were not to be underestimated. Some are azure dragon vines, some are lightning twisting vines, and some are saw-heart drilling vines. The foundation of the third formation was a formation created using the Tao marks of this forest. In order to break this formation, it would be futile to attack other places. They could only destroy this holy burial wood. The deities of southern frontier thought about it. They released the ancient, desolate beasts and immemorial, desolate beasts from their immortal apertures. The beast groups charged into the forest, fighting with the vines as blood splattered everywhere. A moment later, more than half of the beast groups were sacrificed. The remaining beasts were confused in the forest. A small portion even started killing each other. The deities of southern frontiers' expressions were grim. So there was 7-star internal fighting grass planted here. It is enough to make the ancient, desolate beasts kill each other. Even though the immemorial, desolate beasts are not affected by this internal fighting grass, they are obstructed by the beast vanishing chi. This beast vanishing chi contained dense poison path Tao marks. It had no effect on immortal plants, variant humans, and humans. It only affected the beast bodies. It could make the immemorial, desolate beasts thin. Their skin disintegrate and their organs melt. The deities of southern frontiers' attempt failed. Wu Yong was about to summon clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building, when someone stood up. "Let me do it." The immortals looked over. They saw that this Gu immortal had a smooth scalp without any hair. He had a muscular body. It was Ba Clan's rank 7 Gu immortal, Ba Xiong. Even though I am not a strength path Gu immortal, I cultivate transformation path. Let me charge in and destroy the holy burial wood. However, I only have peak rank 7 battle strength. Lord Yi Hao Fong, please reinforce me. Ba Xiong said indifferently. The immortals were slightly moved. Ba Xiong only had peak rank 7 battle strength. He was not a rank 8 Gu immortal. Attacking now was extremely risky. If he was not careful, he would die. Yi Hao Fong looked at Ba Clan's first supreme elder, Ba Ba. Seeing the latter nod, he attacked Ba Xiong. His reinforcement method was not only famous in southern border, it was even famous in the 5 regions. Ba Xiong immediately felt an incomparable strength flowing in his body. He shot out explosively, using his killer move to turn into a giant, cutting through all obstacles as he charged towards the center. Celestial Court's Gu immortals naturally would not watch. They immediately used methods to stop him. Southern Border's Gu immortals quickly moved to protect Ba Xiong. Eventually, Ba Xiong was bathed in blood, his flesh was lacerated, dozens of wounds were deep to the bone. He used all his strength to push down the holy burial wood at the center. In less than 15 minutes, Southern Border's Gu immortals had already broken through 3 formations. I can only rely on you guys now. Ba Xiong's injuries were extremely heavy. He had already lost his battle strength. Friend, you took the risk and fought to the death. No matter what the result is, you will be a great contributor to our Southern Alliance. You will be greatly rewarded when we return. Wu Yong said firmly. Ba Xiong laughed lightly. I also saw the actions of Lord Wu Yong and Lord Chi Chuyu. I had the urge to fight. Celestial Court has too much influence. They have come to our southern border many times. If they completely repair Fate Gu, wouldn't that be a problem? That makes sense. Wu Yong nodded slowly. He looked at the immortals around him. His confidence was 10 times greater than before. Chapter 1720. Central Continent, Hidden Dragon Cave, Formation. Myriad dragons flew, surrounding the Eastern Sea, rank 8 Gu immortal Songqi Yuan, forming a huge ball of dragons. These ancient poisonous dragons are clearly formed from the formation's power, but they are so agile, like they are real. Songqi Yuan defended as he thought to himself. It was not difficult for him to kill these ancient poisonous dragons, but the problem was, after dealing with them, there would be other obstacles. The tens of thousands of ancient poisonous dragons were formed from the formation's power. Songqi Yuan had to destroy this formation to target the core. Otherwise, even if he killed all of these ancient poisonous dragons, he would not be able to break out of the formation. It is a pity that my formation path attainment is too low. After fighting for so long, I have not found any flaws. Song Chi Yuan gritted his teeth. Immortal killer move, perfect round light. He activated his defensive method. His whole body was covered in a spherical light barrier. No matter how ferocious the ancient poisonous dragons were, they could not break this thin barrier. From this, it could be seen how deep Song Chi Yuan's foundation in light path was. Unfortunately, he was facing a super large array. What he needed was an understanding of the array Tao. There were many paths in the Gu Master world, like earlier, when Fang Yuan was countered by Celestial Court's human path and information path methods. Song Chi Yuan was also suppressed by formation path. At his rank 8 cultivation level, Gu immortals could often comprehend other paths by analogy. Song Chi Yuan could also use light path methods to imitate the power of formation path. But he was facing a super immortal formation created by Celestial Court after paying a huge price. It was a formation that could seal the legendary, immemorial, desolate beast Di Zongxing. Song Chi Yuan could not find any flaws. He could only defend and wait for reinforcements, waiting for a turning point. At the center of the formation, Old Man Bei Feng controlled the super formation, monitoring the situation of the Eastern Sea Gu immortals. A rank 6 Gu immortal was standing beside him. He was a young man. It was Old Man Bei Feng's grandson, Feng Chanzi. Feng Chanzi looked at the images in front of him as he said in joy, "Grandfather, this is great! These rank 8 Gu immortals are trapped. They cannot escape. We have made great contributions this time. We can definitely redeem ourselves, and let me leave this damned place. Grandpa, you can officially become a member of the Celestial Court." Old Man Bei Feng shook his head slowly, his gaze extremely solemn. "Grandson, you have not truly seen the situation clearly. These rank 8 Gu immortals were not injured at all. Most of them were unscathed. These people did not see through the secret of the formation, so they temporarily chose to wait and see or wait for reinforcements. Once they see an opening, their attacks will definitely be earth-shattering and peerlessly terrifying." Feng Chanzi immediately panicked. Then what should we do? "Grandpa, didn't we ask for help a long time ago? Why haven't the reinforcements from the Celestial Court arrived yet?" Old Man Bei Feng was silent for a while before saying, "How would we know what the Celestial Court is planning? The only thing we can do now is to defend to the death." As Old Man Bei Feng finished speaking, the entire formation suddenly began to shake. What's going on? Did a rank 8 Gu immortal find a flaw in the formation? Feng Chanzi was shocked. "No, it's that evil dragon." Old Man Bei Feng's expression also turned pale. Hidden Dragon Cave, Hidden Dragon Cave. It was famous in the world because it sealed the evil dragon Di Zongxing. Right now, Di Zongxing was struggling intensely, trying to turn around. Old Man Bei Feng could not help but feel bitter inside. Di Zongxing was not ordinary. It was created from the resentment and hatred of countless living beings in Central Continent's earth veins. It was originally sealed and struggled constantly. If it succeeded, it could cause a large-scale earthquake. Old Man Bei Feng guarded this place. One of the reasons was to prevent the evil dragon from causing earthquakes in Central Continent and destroying living beings. But now, Fang Yuan and the other 4 regions Gu immortals were wreaking havoc in Central Continent. Countless living beings were killed. They accumulated a vast amount of resentment, hatred, fear, and other emotions. Di Zongxing absorbed these emotions. His strength began to rise rapidly. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals, attacking the formation, had attracted its attention. The crafty Di Zongxing had been restraining himself and accumulating strength. He suddenly exerted strength now, catching Old Man Bei Feng off guard. After Old Man Bei Feng reacted, he quickly used the main force of the formation to suppress Di Zongxing. After Duke Long used this formation, its power had weakened by 30%, and now my strength has risen by at least 50%. Old Man Bei Feng, if you escape now, you can still live. Otherwise, after I destroy this formation, I will tear you to pieces. Di Zongxing shouted, his voice rumbled like thunder, resounding in the huge earth trench. Don't even think about it. Old man Bei Feng's expression was grim. His fighting spirit did not waver. I found a flaw. In another formation space, Eastern Sea Rank 8 grew immortal Qinyu and opened his eyes wide. His aura erupted like a volcano. Immortal killer move, suppressing mountain egg. Boom! A gigantic mountain appeared out of thin air, and with the sound of wind and thunder, it smashed into the gap in the formation. Hidden Dragon Cave's superformation had already reached its limit when dealing with the Eastern Sigu Immortals and Di Zongxing. Now that it was attacked by Qingyuan, it snapped like a top bough. Puff! The formation collapsed. Old man Bei Feng suffered a backlash. He coughed out blood. His face was pale as paper. He was on the verge of death. Crack, crack, with a series of sounds like glass shattering. Most of the immortal formation was destroyed. Only a small portion at the center was left. It was pitifully defending itself. The Eastern Sea Immortals' vision changed. They were released. I can sense that the Rank 8 Immortal Gu House is at the center of the immortal formation. Shen Songxing's eyes shined brightly. Charge in. Song Qi Yuan laughed loudly, taking the lead. Qin Yu and stayed behind. He was hurrying to heal himself. This time he had broken through the array, and his injuries were not light. Because he was not a formation path Gu Immortal, he did not use formation path methods to solve the problem. It was like smashing a door with his fists. Di Zongxing shouted excitedly. His dragon roar was like thunder. His voice was so loud that the Eastern Sea Immortals' expressions changed. Quickly destroy the center. I am about to be free, ha ha ha. Old man Duke Long, when I come out, I will pull out your tendons and skin you alive. I will eat you bit by bit. Di Zongxing's voice was filled with hatred and anger. The immortals present felt a chill. Grandfather, you need to pull yourself together. In the Remnant Formation Center, Feng Chan Zi hugged old man Bei Feng and cried. His body was shaking as he shouted, Why haven't the Celestial Court's reinforcements arrived yet? Old man Bei Feng was still coughing out blood. There was already a pool of blood below him. The grandfather and grandson were in a desperate situation. Central Continent, Emperor City. This huge city was made of goo worms. It was known as the largest mortal goo house in the world. At the same time, it was the largest gathering place of mortals in Central Continent. The final round of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention would be held here. Fang Yuan was high in the sky. Layers of auspicious clouds surrounded him tightly. This was a luck path method that could conceal himself. Of course, other than that, there were more than 10 immortal moves that Fang Yuan used on himself. He was barely able to defend against people's accusation. After all, these were not human path methods. Fang Yuan was already very satisfied with their results. Right now, his gaze was fixed on Emperor City below him. No one else has made a move yet? There's no news from Longevity Heaven, damn it. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. He did not know that deities of Southern Frontier had already gone to attack infallible Blessed Land. They were advancing rapidly, and in Hidden Dragon Cave, the Eastern Sea Immortals broke through the super formation. Only the core of the formation was left. I cannot let the Celestial Court repair fate Gu completely. I will destroy this Emperor City and kill all the Gu Masters who are participating in the final round. Fang Yuan gave the order. An immortal Gu house charged down like a meteor. The immortal Gu house carried He Lulan by Ningbing, Ying Wuxiat, and Qi clan's Gu immortals. It could be said that this was Fang Yuan's entire force. Who dares to attack me? I will kill all who come. Li Huang's voice resounded. He was the rank 8 leader who had been ordered to guard this place. Following his voice, immortal Gu houses appeared one after another, revolving around Emperor City, like stars revolving around the moon. Fang Yuan sighed internally. This immortal Gu house of mine was created by using by Xiang Grotto Heavens 33 heavenly palaces, as well as the immortal goo house where heaven form is stored, as well as some goo worms. I am afraid it is not the match of these immortal goo houses. Even so, Fang Yuan did not give the order to retreat. He had already expected this situation, but there was no helping it. Time was pressing, he had to act. Fang Yuan had already made up his mind. When Bai Ningbing and the rest could not hold on, he would go down personally. As expected, Bai Ningbing and the rest were attacked by many immortal goo houses. They were at a disadvantage right from the start. Celestial Court was heavily guarded here. The defense was so tight that it was simply insane. A moment later, Bai Ningbing and the rest's immortal goo houses were damaged beyond repair. They were on the verge of defeat. Fang Yuan sighed. He was about to go down when his expression froze. He looked in a different direction. Several rank 8 goo immortals appeared. There were also several immortal goo houses. These are Western Desert's rank 8 goo immortals and immortal goo houses of super forces. Fang Yuan's heart shook. He showed a joyous expression. Celestial Court. The main forces of Western Desert and Southern Border have already appeared. Fairy Myrtle sighed. Actually, if not for the earth vein fusion, the regional wall would still be sturdy. My celestial court would not be attacked by such a large group. She was right, precisely because they sensed the arrival of the great era. The earth veins of the 5 regions merged and the regional walls vanished. The other 4 regions felt an intense crisis. Central Continent was the strongest in terms of strength. It had been publicly recognized since the remote antiquity era. Right now, Celestial Court wanted to completely repair fake goo. It was like adding fuel to the fire. The goo immortals of the other 4 regions were forced to come and cause trouble. There is still the strongest force that has not appeared. Duke Long said plainly. Yes. Fairy Myrtle frowned. Only a few Northern Plains goo immortals have appeared. The main force has not shown up yet. Fang Yuan has not appeared either. Considering the battle in the River of Time, he is likely to have teamed up with Bing Sai Chuan again. Saying so, Fairy Myrtle gritted her teeth. Let me deduce with all my strength again. Duke Long was about to nod when his expression suddenly changed. He looked at the horizon. No need, they are already here. At the next moment, Fairy Myrtle looked in shock and anger at the sky above Celestial Court. A rainbow aurora appeared. Rank 8 Immortal Goo House Calamity. Luck Altar shot out. These Northern Plains barbarians. They're so daring. How dare they invade my Celestial Court? Fairy Myrtle's body was shaking from anger. Old Man Genuan was also dumbfounded. Chapter 17:21. Central Continent, Emperor City. This is the immortal goo house that Master once mentioned. Yi Fan was in the final competition. He looked at the sky with a shocked expression. The other participating goo masters were not much better off than him. These immortal goo houses are the foundation of a super force. To think that so many would appear at once. Even if the regional walls melt and the earth veins are unified, during the 5 regions' chaotic war, there will not be such a huge battle. Yi Fan suddenly had a realization. At this time, a voice came from beside Yi Fan. Brother Yi, we can have a good contest now and determine who is stronger. Yi Fan turned his gaze away as he smiled, thinking, I received Master's orders to come to Central Continent to participate in the Refinement Path Convention. To think that I would meet such a genius. Even if I lose in the end, it will be a wonderful experience. Being able to have such a sworn brother is the greatest reward. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. Hong Yi and Yi Fan had repeatedly emerged victorious in the previous competition, and very naturally got to know each other. As they continued to communicate, the 2 of them began to appreciate each other. After a drinking contest, they became sworn brothers with different surnames. Hong Yi continued. This Refinement Path Convention is an unprecedented event. Let those goo immortals fight in the sky. We need to do what we are supposed to do. Thank you for your concern, I understand. Yi Fan understood Hong Yi's goodwill. After thanking him, he calmed his mind and started to focus on the final competition. Outside Emperor City, Central Continent's immortal Gu houses were distributed to the left and right of Emperor City, vaguely forming 3 layers of defense. Outside the defense line were Western Deserts, rank 8s, and several immortal Gu houses. The last one was controlled by Ningbing, and the rest, it was an immortal Gu house that Fang Yuan had created. It had not even been named yet. Fang Yuan wanted to show himself, but since the Western Desert Gu immortals were here, he decided to observe for a while longer. Western Desert's Gu immortals flew along with the immortal Gu houses, closing the distance between them and Central Continent, giving the latter a huge mental pressure. Even Li Huang, who was at the center, was a little hesitant. Even he, with his rich combat experience, had never participated in a battle of this scale. Li Huang had participated in many chaotic battles between Gu immortals, but he had never seen so many immortal Gu houses fighting together. Immortal Gu houses were much rarer than Gu immortals. Normally speaking, very few Gu immortals own them. Only super forces own them. A Gu immortal alone could not have the wealth, energy, and ability to construct an immortal Gu house. Moreover, immortal Gu houses were not very practical for individual Gu immortals. For super forces, they usually needed a rank 7 immortal Gu house. At some crucial juncture, it could act as a rank 8 battle strength. Rank 8 Gu immortals did not appear continuously. Many First Supreme Elders of super forces only had rank 7 cultivation level. At this time, the rank 7 immortal Gu house could suppress the situation. Immortal Gu houses naturally had their flaws. For example, their methods were fixed and could be easily countered. Thus, even though many rank 7 immortal Gu houses could resist rank 8 Gu immortals, they could not truly match a rank 8 Gu immortal. Right now, the immortal Gu houses participating in the battle were at least rank 7. They could erupt with rank 8 battle strength. From a certain perspective, this was an intense battle involving more than 10 rank 8 battle strength experts. Both sides were hesitant. But this battle had no choice but to fight. The atmosphere became heavier when the distance between the two sides shrunk to a certain limit. An immortal Gu house in Central Continent's second defensive line attacked. This immortal Gu house was small and exquisite. It was a pavilion. There were countless bird cages hanging on the beams of the pavilion. All sorts of birds were chirping inside. It was one of the 5 immortal Gu houses of Heavenly Lotus Sect, Canary Pavilion. A large number of bird cages were opened in Canary Pavilion. Small birds with fiery red feathers flew out like a rain of fire. Halfway through their flight, these birds expanded and returned to their original size. These birds were as large as carriages. Their bodies were red and their feathers were covered in flames. They were extremely hot. Their eyes were like flowing lava. The birds' cries were also quite peculiar, resembling the sound of flowing lava. Ancient, desolate beast, molten flame bird. Be careful. These birds can self-detonate. They have incredible power. Among Western Desert's forces, a Gu immortal immediately warned. Fire path, ancient, desolate beast. Haha, let us do it. Amidst the laughter, an immortal Gu house that looked like a water wheel rolled out on its own. The wheel suddenly shot out a huge red light. The red light was like a ribbon that coiled around the molten flame birds. The molten flame birds screamed and struggled, but most of them were suppressed by the red light. A small portion self-detonated, turning into lava that was absorbed by the red light, causing it to become stronger. What immortal Gu house is this? Central Continent's side was shocked and uncertain. They did not expect the molten flame birds to be broken so easily. Western Desert's side was also shocked. Several rank 8 Gu immortals paid attention to this strange immortal Gu house. They did not have any information about it. Oh, Dong Clan's Red River Wheel? Fang Yuan's eyes shined. This immortal Gu house was unearthed by Dong Clan from a mysterious inheritance. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, it had shown its unique brilliance. Normally speaking, if a superforce wanted to research and construct an immortal goo house, the entire process would be very long. During this long process, a lot of information and clues would be revealed. Only this kind of immortal goo house that was suddenly obtained would be surprising. Dong Clan's goo immortals felt pleased. They had made the right decision to come here. They had obtained a batch of molten flame birds just after the battle. With these molten flame birds, the entire Red River Wheel's power would rise in all aspects, especially in terms of speed. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Fang Clan's goo immortals shouted from within the immortal goo house, releasing a large number of ancient desolate beasts. They were all dog and chicken type. Fang Yuan was very familiar with this immortal goo house. It was Fang Clan's chicken dog coop. 2 buildings were built side by side. The house on the left was bright yellow, and there was a circular plaque under the eaves. On the plaque, there was only a large chicken character. The house on the right was vermilion, and on the circular plaque there was a dog character. Even though each immortal goo house took care of many aspects, they had their own specialties. Chicken dog coop and canary pavilion both focused on enslavement path. The former was good at enslaving chickens and dogs, while the latter was good at raising birds. Both were rank 7, they were at the same rank. Enslavement path's advantage was in battles of attrition. This large group of chickens and dogs charged over. Central Continent's outermost immortal goo houses reacted. They used all sorts of killer moves. The chickens and dogs wailed as they fell in large numbers. However, the Western Desert troops followed closely behind, charging forward to attack. At once, the immortal goo houses collided with each other. Loud noises of collisions, and the sound of killer moves tearing through the air resounded, shaking the entire world. Western Desert's charge was very fierce. Central Continent's first layer of defense was soon broken. The second layer was also almost broken. They barely managed to hold on. Western Desert's manpower and immortal goo houses are still less than Central Continent's. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. Western Desert was different from Southern Border, Northern Plains, and Eastern Sea. In Southern Border, there was the Southern Alliance. The cooperation between the superforces was getting closer. Right now, the whole of Southern Border was filled with beacon towers. Northern Plains had Longevity Heaven as the leader, and in recent years, Longevity Heaven had been actively recruiting lone immortals and demonic path members, trying to unite the whole of Northern Plains' goo immortal world into one. In Eastern Sea, Duke Long had forcefully seized the immortal goo houses, causing all the rank 8 goo immortals in Eastern Sea to lose face. Those who could cultivate to rank 8 were overlords of their own regions. There were people who looked down on the world. They had great ambitions. Duke Long had offended so many people at once, causing Eastern Sea's rank 8s to ally together. As for Western Desert, even though they realized the seriousness of the Celestial Court's restoration of fake goo, only the superforces were truly involved. Fang Yuan did not see any lone immortals or demonic path members of Western Desert. And in this battle, Western Desert's superforces have been very conservative in their input. Fang Clan has sent the most people. Fang Clan has brought Chicken Dog Coop, Inquiry Dock, and Fallen Flower Hall. I wonder if Divine Bean Palace has been restored. Did they bring it here? Fang Yuan thought rapidly. Divine Bean Palace was a rank 8 immortal goo house. If it was brought here, it would be very interesting. But Fang Yuan knew that the possibility was small, because even if Divine Bean Palace was in Fang Clan's hands, there was a high chance that they would leave it in their headquarters. In this refinement path convention, even if Western Desert and Eastern Seas superforces mobilized their forces, they were rather conservative. They were wary of each other. Go this way. Fang Yuan looked down from above, commanding Bai Ningbing and the rest. Bai Ningbing and the rest moved their immortal goo houses. Following the route that Fang Yuan pointed out, they ingeniously passed through the second layer of defense. charging towards Emperor City under the immortals' shocked gazes. But Emperor City was still under the protection of Central Continent's third layer of defense. Two immortal Gu houses charged towards by Ningbing and the rest from the left and right. The palace on the left was grand and beautiful. It was Heavenly Lotus Sect's immortal Gu house, Yu Yang Palace. The manor on the right had an exquisite structure. It had white jade tiles and cold energy. It flew over with the roar of a dragon's soul. It was Ancient Soul Sect's immortal Gu house, Frost Dragon Manor. Bai Ningbing and the rest activated the killer moves of the immortal Gu house. But these killer moves were not powerful. Yu Yang Palace and Frost Dragon Manor directly broke them. They reached Bai Ningbing and the rest. Bai Ningbing and the rest knew that their immortal Gu houses were weak. They had no choice but to retreat. We cannot retreat. A Western Desert rank 8 Gu immortals shouted. If they retreated, the gap in the defensive line that they had created would be repaired. They would lose the opportunity. Retreat! Fang Yuan's order was direct. This immortal Gu house was not Frost Dragon Manor and Yu Yang Palace's match. Fang Yuan had to preserve it. It would be a huge pity if it was destroyed at the start of the battle. However, that was not the truth. Fang Yuan could not retreat just because he wanted to. At the crucial moment, intense winds attacked, causing Bai Ningbing and the rest to stagnate. The one who attacked was a 7-story building. Curtains were fluttering in the air. Rank 7 immortal Gu house, wind-sweeping building. This building was one of the 2 signature immortal Gu houses of Wind Cloud Manor. It was on the same level as Passing Cloud Building. Wind-sweeping building and Passing Cloud Building could be combined to form the rank 8 immortal Gu house Wind Cloud Manor. It was extremely powerful and terrifying. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Wind Cloud Manor had once been at the top of the ranking of immortal Gu houses for a period of time. With wind-sweeping buildings obstruction, Yu Yang Palace moved even faster. It crashed into Fang Yuan's immortal Gu house like a meteor. Next, Frost Dragon Manor's killer move also hit. In an instant, Fang Yuan's immortal Gu house's roof tiles were blown away. The pillars toppled and a huge hole appeared. A vast number of mortal Gu were destroyed. Several immortal Gu were also lost. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He suddenly appeared. Yama Emperor killer move. Chapter 1722. Boom! With a loud sound, heaven and earth changed. Wu Yong took the lead, leading the Southern Alliance Immortals to break the 5th formation and arrive at the 6th formation. In the 6th formation, it was pitch black with no end in sight. The deities of Southern Frontier were like ants in it. This is a space path formation. A Luo clan Gu immortal suddenly spoke. He wore Southern Border's traditional clothing. His face was pale and his expression cold. He was a general of Luo clan, famous in Southern Border. He had peak rank 7 battle strength. His name was Luo Ran. He cultivated space path and had great attainment. That's right, this is a space path formation. Chi Chu Yu nodded. Let me deduce it first. The immortals had no objections. After entering the formation, it was not wise to act rashly. The most reliable method was to let the formation path, Gu immortals, deduce the profundities of the formation and target its flaws. They would be able to achieve great results with half the effort. After deducing for a while, Chi Chu Yu said plainly, I have already deduced most of this formation. It is the spaceless formation. Luo Ran heard this and frowned. Even though I am not a formation path Gu cultivator, I have heard of the spaceless formation long ago. It is one of the most classic immortal formations of space path. It was created in the remote antiquity era. No one knew who the creator was. This formation only has one ability. It is to expand the distance and lengthen the route. After entering the formation, 1 step can be 100 steps. Chi Chu Yu smiled. Luo Ran is very knowledgeable. This is the spaceless formation. But this formation has already been modified. There is a layer of formation, transformation, hidden inside. Someone asked, "What transformation?" Chi-Chu-Yu shook his head. "I cannot deduce it now, I can only sense it. But we can set off first. I can deduce it while we travel. According to the current situation, we can move forward freely. There is nothing wrong with it. The spaceless formation itself has no offensive power. It is only used to trap enemies and increase the distance between us, stalling for time. Give me some time, I will be able to deduce this layer of transformation and find the formation's flaws. If the celestial court attacks ahead of time, as long as we defend ourselves and let me see what kind of changes there are, it will be more helpful to my calculations." Chi-Chu-Yu's suggestion was very good. The immortals immediately set off and chose to fly forward. The void space formation had no light. It was a patch of black and deep. The Southern Alliance immortals protected Chi-Chu-Yu at the center, while Wu Yong walked at the front. "Look, there seems to be something ahead." Yao Clan Gu immortal Yao Tian Zhe suddenly spoke. The immortals slowed down and walked closer to take a closer look. A huge greenish-white radish, as big as a house, floated motionlessly in the air. "What is this?" "It seems to be a primordial immortal herb," Yao Tianze asked. The others all frowned. The thing in front of them was not something that could be seen normally. Wu Yong remained silent. A light flashed through his mind, as if he had seen the records of this immortal plant somewhere before, but he couldn't recall it in his hurry. "If I am not wrong, this should be a profound ice-light radish. It is an immortal plant from the immemorial antiquity era. It is already extinct." To think that the celestial court still held back. Qiao Zhi-Kai said. He was Qiao clan's first supreme elder. Even though he only had rank 7 cultivation level, he cultivated woodpath. Wu Yong's eyes shined. "That's right, this is a profound ice-light radish. Everyone, be careful, don't get close. Once we get close, this radish can shoot out countless ice rays that can pierce every inch of our skin and organs, freezing them to death instantly." Qiao Zhi-Kai continued to explain. "Yes. Don't underestimate the ice rays. They are formed from the ice and snow dow marks on the profound ice-light radish. After the ice rays shoot out, the profound ice-light radish will no longer have any dow marks on it. It will become a mortal material. Thus, this ice ray attack is not inferior to a rank 8 Gu immortal's immortal killer move." When the immortals heard this, they could not help but take a few steps back and raise their guard. But right at this time, a change occurred. Ripples appeared in the air. The formation activated as a huge force of space path erupted on a southern border Gu immortal. The southern border Gu immortal had already activated his defensive method. But the space path force did not break his defense. Instead, it teleported him away. The teleportation point was not somewhere else. It was right in front of the profound ice-light radish. The profound ice-light radish was like a frightened little girl. Its body shrunk to 1/3 of its original size. Then, at the next moment, boom! Hundreds of millions of ice needles shot out in all directions like a vast expanse of white. The southern border Gu immortal had already activated his strongest defensive method, but he only lasted for half a breath of time before he was pierced by the countless ice needles. Next, he froze into ice, becoming as hard as a stone statue. The southern border immortals were moved. The spaceless formation suddenly activated and teleported the Gu immortal inside. This was clearly the change that Chi-Chu-Yu had mentioned earlier. Together with the immemorial ice-light radish, it was a perfect combination. Wu Yong's face turned green. He led the Southern Alliance immortals. Since the start of the battle, this was the first time he had lost a member. Someone had truly died. Wu Yong thought anxiously. He wanted to find a way to deal with this. But right at this time, a change occurred again. Ripples appeared in the air. A formless and formless space path power grabbed another Southern Alliance, Gu immortal with great force. "With me here, don't even think of using the same trick." At the crucial moment, Luo Ran shouted, activating an immortal goo. The immortal goo's power spread in all directions, causing the surrounding space to freeze like ice. The Southern Alliance immortals felt a strong restriction, as if they were sealed in an ice coffin. Rank 7 immortal goo. Suppress space. A rank 7 immortal goo could not deal with this celestial court formation, but it was not without effect. Suppress space immortal goo bought a few crucial seconds for the Southern Alliance goo immortal, allowing him to leave the area. The spatial ripples created by the formation were like a monster opening its mouth, but it could not catch anything. It could only vanish regretfully. Luo Ran dispelled suppressed space immortal goo's power. The Southern Alliance immortals immediately felt the restriction disappear. They were free again. The situation was urgent. I suddenly activated suppressed space immortal goo. This goo has a wide range of attacks. I have implicated you all. Luo Ran quickly apologized. Wu Yong laughed loudly. Well done. This is suppressed space immortal goo. A good goo worm. It counters this formation. Chi Chu Yu nodded, showing a gratified expression. Luo Ran smiled. I obtained this goo from Earth Trench recently. To think that it could be used here. This shows that there is some form of providence in this world. All living beings in heaven and earth countered each other. There was never a strongest immortal goo, only invincible goo immortals. Celestial Court created this spatial movement formation. It had several rank 7 immortal goo and a vast number of mortal goo, but it was countered by suppressed space immortal goo. With suppressed space immortal goo, the Southern Alliance immortals no longer had to worry about entering the spatial movement formation. And because Celestial Court activated the formation, Chi Chu Yu's deductions were greatly improved. A moment later, Chi Chu Yu pointed out a loophole in the formation. He said to Wu Yong, Celestial Court's formation is vast and boundless. It will take a lot of effort to break it from the inside. If Lord Alliance Leader uses this loophole to draw the unlimited wind outside, it will be easy to break this formation from the outside. Wu Yong used this loophole and easily sensed the unlimited wind outside. Immediately, intense winds blew and broke this formation through the loophole. The Southern Alliance goo immortals returned to the outside world. After breaking 6 formations and only losing 1 person, the Southern Alliance immortals had high morale. This battle made the person in charge of the formation frown deeply. He had a heavy heart. This person wore a green robe. He looked like a young scholar, but his gaze was very old. He was already several thousand years old. He was none other than a Woodpath rank 8 great expert, the former first supreme elder of Heavenly Lotus sect, the current generation Genesis Lotus inheritor, Chen-Yi. To think that the enemies were so fierce. Now, we only have 3 formations left. Chen-Yi pondered for a while before saying to the person beside him, Sang Shui, why don't we join hands and fight outside? We can stall for time to set up the formation at the back. The female immortal beside him, by Sang Shui, was a goo immortal of Celestial Court. She had personally participated in the restoration of fate during the previous Refinement Path convention. She didn't hesitate at all and immediately agreed. The 2 walked out of the formation. Wu Yong and the rest were bombarding the 7th formation, attempting to break it. Chen-Yi cupped his fists at the Southern Border immortals. Sages of Southern Border, I, Chen-Yi of Celestial Court, am here. Who dares to fight me alone? Wu Yong's pupils shrunk. He waved his hand and let out clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building. Rank 7 goo immortals could not interfere in a battle between rank 8s, but if they entered the immortal goo house, they would barely have the qualifications to fight. Ba Clan's first supreme elder Ba Sherba laughed loudly. Old man Chen-Yi, it is not wise for you to come out of that tortoise shell. Let me fight you. Wait, don't fall for their trap. Let's attack together. Wu Yong sneered as he gave the order. If Wu Duxiu were here, she would accept Chen-Yi's challenge and attack alone. But Wu Yong and Wu Duxiu were 2 different kinds of people. How could an ambitious person like him give up on a chance to gang up on others? Immediately, Wu Yong took the lead. Several Southern Border Rank 8s and Rank 7 Gu Immortals behind him charged forward with clear jade, dripping wind, tiny bamboo building. Chun Yi and Bai Tsang Shui were surrounded, but they did not panic. Bai Tsang Shui pushed with her palms. A huge pale, white wave pressed down from above. Wu Yong's body flickered, leaving behind an afterimage on the spot as he vanished. Ba Sherba faced the huge wave and roared. His aura surged as a mystical light shined on the huge wave. Next, Yi Haofeng's wings flapped. Countless feathers weaved into a rain of arrows, piercing the wave and shooting towards Bai Tsang Shui and Chen Yi. Good timing. Chen Yi smiled. He did not move at all, but the illusion of countless trees appeared around him. Yi Haofeng's arrow rain shot deep into the forest, only causing the trees to shake and leaves to rustle. Chen Yi's aura surged. He was about to counterattack when his expression changed. Wu Yong's figure appeared. He was behind Chen Yi. He has such a concealment method. The invisible person I sensed was actually another illusion he left behind. Chen Yi was shocked by Wu Yong's method. At the crucial moment, he did not even have time to turn around. Next, he felt his shoulder being patted by Wu Yong. You and I are like old friends, but you are leaving. We are about to part. Good friend, let me send you off. Wu Yong smiled lightly. Hearing this, even though Chen Yi had lived for thousands of years and had rich experiences, he was pale with fright. He screamed internally, "This is a mortal killer move. Farewell, friend Wind." My celestial court could not find it after searching for so long, but it was actually in Wu Yong's hands. Next, Chen Yi lost control of his body. He slowly floated forward. In the process of flying, his hair, his clothes, his hands and feet all began to scatter in the wind. "Save me!" Chen Yi screamed internally, but he could not shout. He could not move. He could not use any methods. Chapter 1723. Celestial Court. The sky that was originally filled with white light was shining with 7-colored aurora lights. A huge immortal Gu house was floating in the sky. What an amazing immortal Gu house! It was a round altar with 3 floors. It was grand and grand. There were many pillars on the altar. The white jade railings were shining with aurora lights. It was the rank 8 luck path immortal Gu house, Calamity Luck Altar. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal personally created it. It was one of the 3 immortal Gu houses he controlled. Calamity Luck Altar was originally the foundation to suppress Longevity Heaven, but this time when Longevity Heaven attacked Celestial Court, it was mobilized. Such a move showed Longevity Heaven's confidence in obtaining it. This made the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals somewhat worried. Fairy Myrtle frowned deeply. Even Duke Long had a solemn expression at this moment. However, his gaze was not focused on the Calamity Luck Altar, but on the rainbow-colored lights blossoming in the sky. Duke Long said solemnly, "With just Calamity Luck Altar, Longevity Heaven's Gu Immortals cannot break indirectly. This layer of 7-colored aurora lights is indeed rank 9. It should be the work of Giant Sun Immortal." Giant Sun Immortal? Fairy Myrtle was stunned before a look of realization appeared on her face. According to Celestial Court's records, Giant Sun Immortal had once been invited to Celestial Court. Is this the method he secretly left behind? It should be. Duke Long said. Fairy Myrtle's expression turned grim. This Giant Sun Immortal is truly crafty and crafty. He had long planned to scheme against Celestial Court. His scheme was so profound. The Venerables of the past all had great wisdom. They cannot be underestimated. Giant Sun Immortal possesses luck path methods. He had left behind some clues in the dark. Even my Celestial Court did not know about it. Duke Long shook his head and sighed. His emotions were a little complicated. Back then, When Giant Sun became venerable, it was Luck Path that interfered with fate Gu greatly. At that time, the leader of the celestial court, the Golden Hooped Immortal, specially invited Giant Sun to visit the celestial court for the sake of the world. On the surface, he announced to the world that he wanted to invite Giant Sun to join the celestial court. After some consideration, Giant Sun agreed to the invitation and entered the celestial court. The Golden Hooped Great Immortal personally guided the Giant Sun Immortal. Along the way, he brought him to visit the important places in the celestial court, especially the place where the Wuji, Reckless Savage, and Red Lotus Demon Venerables fought and stopped. Giant Sun Immortal suggested to go and see Fate Gu. Golden Hooped Great Immortal did not refuse. He brought Giant Sun to Heaven Overseeing Tower to see Fate Gu. After Giant Sun left the tower, he remained silent. Finally, when he left the celestial court, he said that he needed to consider the matter of joining the court. This experience, as well as the conversation between Giant Sun and the Golden Hooped Great Immortal, was clearly recorded in the historical records of the celestial court. The power of rank 9 is unfathomable. Giant Sun Immortal tampered with it back then. It is not strange that we only discovered it now. After all, he cultivates Luck Path. Our celestial court has too little understanding of Luck Path. However, Spectral Soul, Demon Venerable, even placed a spy in the celestial court. He is now trapped. Giant Sun Immortal has already died. Only Calamity Luck Altar and a group of Northern Plains Go Immortals came to attack. How can our great celestial court be easily toppled? Old Man Zheng Yuan's voice resounded in the hall. Fairy Myrtle nodded, but her brows were still furrowed. Calamity Luck Altar is not an ordinary rank 8 Immortal Gu house. It was once Giant Sun Immortal's item. It is a pity that Prince's Impatience did not join us this time. Otherwise, we would have learned of Longevity Heaven's plan in advance. More importantly, how many troops are hidden in Calamity Luck Altar? Wait, I don't think there are too many. Because we did not receive any information regarding Northern Plains Longevity Heaven's sneak attack plan. Longevity Heaven was able to hide it, so well, it is clearly very conservative. The information is limited to only a few people. Fairy Myrtle analyzed quickly. You are right. That is likely to be the case. Duke Long nodded slightly. Even though he stood up from his seat, his hands were behind his back. He did not go to battle. He was waiting for something. Almost at the next moment, the whole of the celestial court shook intensely. With a loud sound, it was like the roar of a gale. It swept through everyone's hearts. Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle, and Old Man Genuine were not surprised. They showed faint smiles on their faces. The killer move left behind by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable has activated. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, the Gu Immortals of Longevity Heaven were not surprised. This was already described in the information left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. Even without Giant Sun Immortal's description, Longevity Heaven had several demon, venerable true inheritances. Be it Reckless, Savage, or Limitless, they were both Northern Plainsmen. Longevity Heaven also had a lot of information about them attacking the Celestial Court. This is the Chi Wall killer move. The Chi Wall killer move is very ordinary, but Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was very skilled in it when he was young. He loved it very much. When Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable became invincible in the world, this Chi Wall killer move also rose to rank 9 level. The Gu Immortals of Longevity Heaven discussed as they controlled Calamity Luck Altar to bombard the surroundings. Ripples appeared in the surrounding air. It was like a formless fortress. Only when it was bombarded heavily would it explode and return to its original state. But soon, it condensed again, forming a formless giant wall. In the whole of the Celestial Court, all the air was condensed to resist the invasion of Longevity Heaven. But for the members of the Celestial Court, when they moved, the Chi Wall would return to its original state. There was no obstruction. After the Gu Immortals of Longevity Heaven tried for a while, they were secretly shocked. As expected of primordial origin, immortal, venerable. An ordinary chi wall killer move has rank 9 power in primordial origin, immortal, venerable's hands. It is even sturdier than the heavenly wind chi wall. Then what do we do? 5 elements. Grandmaster's expression was unsightly. He was very worried. He had just joined Longevity Heaven not long ago. He had just learned that they were going to attack the Celestial Court a few days ago. 5 elements. Grandmaster's worry was reasonable, because if they could not break this move, they would have to bombard the chi wall along the way. That way, the expenditure would be too high. They would probably not even reach Duke Long before their immortal essence would run dry and they would die of exhaustion. But it was too difficult to break this move. Firstly, this was a rank 9 killer move. They had to have methods of the same level to have a chance of breaking it. Rank 8 killer moves could only be effective if they were specifically countered. Secondly, after the world changed, Chi Path had been declining for a long time. In Longevity Heaven's group, none of them cultivated Chi Path. What should they do? Don't worry, we have a countermeasure. Even though this move was created by primordial origin, immortal, venerable, so many years have passed, it has been through the vicissitudes of life. It has also withstood the attacks of 3 demon venerables. It already has a weakness. That's right. Back then, Limitless, Reckless Savage, and Red Lotus, 3 demon venerables attacked Celestial Court, but they could not break this chi wall killer move. But they relied on their strength to break through. They created a total of 3 paths. These 3 paths are the weakest parts of the chi wall. They cannot be repaired. As long as we bombard a small part and enter one of these 3 paths, we can follow the path of a demon venerable and kill our way through. 5 elements. Grandmaster let out a sigh of relief. So that's it. Next, he asked, then which path should we choose? At the same time, in Central Great Hall, Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle conversed. Even though the chi wall killer move is strong, it has been exposed long ago. Since Longevity Heaven ambushed us, they must know the weakness of the chi wall. It is the path that the 3 demon venerables used before. Fairy Myrtle nodded, explaining with great familiarity. The path on the left was created by Limitless Demon Venerable. It goes through Central Heaven Gate, Name Plaque Palace, Sun Palace, 5 Deity Hall, Central Great Hall, Heaven Overseeing Tower, Forgotten Tao Lake, and finally Imperfection Regret Pavilion at the peak of Star Zone Mountain. The path in the center was created by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. It goes through Immortal Emperor Garden, Void Accumulation Pavilion, Sumeru Swamp, Eternal Sand Cave, Million Heavenly King Gallery, Embroidered Tower, Central Great Hall, and finally Heaven Overseeing Tower. The path on the right is Red Lotus Demon Venerable's path of invasion. He first went through Lotus Immortal Pool, Bright Moon Treasure Light Hall, then the 12 Spirit Entrances, Fire Separation Pavilion, Magnetic Star Ridge, Waterwood Qinghua Garden, Central Great Hall, and finally Heaven Overseeing Tower. As long as they choose a path, we will know which path they will take and set up our defenses. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with the light of wisdom. That's right. Duke Long had no objections. Boom, boom, boom. Calamity Luck Altar carried several Go-Immortals of Longevity Heaven and bombarded the path, finally entering the weak area of the Chi Wall. Once they entered, Longevity Heaven's group felt the pressure fall sharply. The Chi Wall only existed in name. The Celestial Court's Go-Immortals immediately noticed something. Duke Long and Fairy Myrtle looked at each other. They chose the left path. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.